Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen and thank you for joining me for another journey into the world of shinobi. Before we begin, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who listens, supports the channel, and enjoys these stories. Today's story is part 1 of The Will of Fire, Reignition. Summary: War, politics, and a Hokage who does not hold back. The shinobi world is on the brink of collapse, and Konoha needs a leader who can navigate the bloodshed. Enter Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, the Crimson Storm. Rising to the position of Hokage at a shockingly young age, this Naruto is a different breed, ruthless on the battlefield, yet fiercely dedicated to forging a lasting peace. In this alternate universe, Naruto is 4 years older than in canon and must survive political treachery, master high-stakes diplomacy, and outsmart enemies who want to see the Leaf Village burn. He is about to prove that true leadership requires more than just raw power, it requires a brilliant, unyielding mind. This is a fan-made story inspired by the world of Naruto. All characters in the original universe belong to their respective creators. This narration is created for entertainment purposes as part of a transformative storytelling experience. The story itself was written by Shea 1819, and full credit goes to the original author. If you would like to read the original version, the link to the story is included in the video description below. Also, if you like my content and want to keep up with future updates, hit that subscribe button and don't forget to share it with your friends. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy. Chapter 1: Lieutenant Commander Uzumaki. The hidden Leaf Village was alive with its usual hustle and bustle. The sun cast a golden hue over the rooftops as villagers moved through the streets, tending to their daily routines. Birds chirped from the eaves, children ran through the market, and shinobi moved from building to building, some on patrol, others running errands for their superiors. At the Ninja Academy, Ichiraku stood at the front of his classroom, observing his students as they scribbled notes onto parchment. He smiled, watching the next generation of shinobi absorbing his teachings. Alright, class, today we're going to go over chakra control and its applications in combat. Can anyone tell me what the most effective way to conserve chakra during a battle is? Several hands shot up. Shikamaru? TCH, that's easy. Don't fight in the first place. The lazy Nara boy yawned, leaning back in his seat. The class erupted into laughter, and even Ichiraku had to chuckle. Alright, fair point, but in actual combat? Before anyone could answer, the door to the classroom burst open. A quartet of masked figures clad in dark armor stepped inside. The room fell into silence instantly, tension thick in the air. The insignia on their shoulder plates marked them as ANBU. The lead figure, wearing the fox mask of Squad Beta, took a step forward. Ichiraku, sorry to interrupt, but we were told Mizuki was here helping you out. A chill spread through the room. Ichiraku's eyes narrowed. What is this about? The fox-masked ANBU didn't spare him a glance. This is classified. Mizuki, you are ordered to come with us. Mizuki's face twitched. His knuckles turned white as he clenched his fists. I don't understand. Am I being charged? That is not for you to ask. Come quietly, and no one gets hurt. Mizuki's eyes darted around the room. His breath quickened, his pupils dilated. His hands moved slowly toward his kunai pouch. Ichiraku noticed. Mizuki, don't. It was too late. Mizuki sprang into action, drawing a kunai in a flash and lunging toward Ichiraku. Steel met flesh as a deep gash appeared across Ichiraku's side, blood staining his flak jacket. He stumbled back with a grimace. The ANBU instantly moved, but Mizuki was already ahead of them. He grabbed a young student, Sasuke Uchiha, pulling the boy close, holding the kunai to his throat. Nobody moves! Gasps rippled through the class. Fox was absolutely sure he could take him, but there was a risk. He noticed that many of the students were children of powerful clans, heirs to the Hyuga, Nara, and Aburame lineages. The ANBU squad froze, weighing their options. Mizuki, his breath ragged, barked, I want safe passage out of the village. No one follows me, and I walk free. You so much as breathe wrong, and this kid dies. The fox-masked ANBU captain held up a hand. Stand down. We're calling it in. Deep within the Hokage's tower, Naruto Uzumaki, lieutenant commander of the ANBU Black Ops, stood before a vast array of mission reports and classified documents. His striking crimson hair, slightly unkempt, framed his strong, chiseled face. Faint whiskers lined on his cheek. His eyes, deep blue like the ocean before a storm, held an intensity that could unnerve even seasoned warriors. His uniform, a deep black ANBU cloak with red trim, was worn but immaculate, a testament to the discipline he carried with him. A subordinate entered swiftly, breaking the silence. Lieutenant Commander, we have a hostage situation at the academy. Mizuki didn't comply with Fox. Naruto's gaze sharpened. Details. He has injured instructor Ichiraku and is threatening the lives of multiple clan heirs. Beta Squad is requesting guidance. Naruto exhaled, his fingers tapping rhythmically against the desk as he weighed the situation. A direct assault was an option, but with children involved, the risks were unacceptable. His mind ran through potential contingencies. Mizuki was desperate, cornered, and that made him dangerous. Although he wasn't sure about Mizuki's intentions, he had sent Beta in because a whisper had made way to his ears. Something about weird unsanctioned trips outside the village in the middle of the night. But to take a class hostage, this wasn't expected. No, Naruto finally said, his voice calm but firm. I'll handle this personally. If we rush in blindly, we could escalate the situation. Inform Beta Squad to hold position and await my arrival. He straightened, his sharp blue eyes narrowing. Mizuki is trying to play a game he's already lost. Within moments, Naruto arrived at the academy. The ANBU squad immediately turned to him. Lieutenant Commander. The fox-masked captain saluted. Naruto assessed the situation in a glance. Seems like Sasuke Uchiha was held hostage. The rest were cornered in the back. Some of them distressed, others just in mild shock. His voice was calm but authoritative. Hold your positions. I'll take care of this. He entered the classroom with slow, deliberate steps, his presence almost unnatural. Mizuki squinted at him. The dim light of the classroom cast long shadows over Naruto's frame, making it difficult to recognize him at first. His aura was cold, calculated. He radiated the air of someone who had seen the darkest aspects of the shinobi world and emerged stronger. Mizuki's face twisted in panic. Stay back. I mean it. I'll kill him. Naruto tilted his head slightly, his voice even. You won't. Mizuki's grip tightened. I will. No, you won't. Because you want to live. If you kill that boy, not even exile will save you. You'll be hunted down, and trust me, ANBU doesn't leave loose ends. Mizuki's face paled. His eyes scanned Naruto's features again, and realization crept in like a slow poison. No, you! Naruto took a step forward, his expression unreadable, his deep blue eyes studying Mizuki like a puzzle yet to be solved. Strange, isn't it? A seasoned shinobi like you, making such a reckless move. Was it desperation, or did you believe you'd actually get away? Mizuki scowled but said nothing. Naruto tilted his head slightly, his voice casual, almost amused. I wonder. Was it your idea to betray the village, or are you just another pawn in someone else's game? Someone feeding you scraps, convincing you you're important enough to matter? Mizuki's jaw tightened. I don't know what you're talking about. Naruto smirked, taking a seat on top of one of the desks. Of course you don't. That's how pawns are played. You were promised something, weren't you? Freedom, power, a life beyond Konoha's grasp? And now you're here, backed into a corner, trying to bargain with people who have already written you off as expendable. Mizuki's breathing became uneven. The grip on his kunai faltered for a fraction of a second. You're bluffing. Naruto chuckled, taking another step forward, his movements fluid, measured. Am I? Then tell me, Mizuki, why is your heart racing? Why do you hesitate? You feel it, don't you? The weight of your choices pressing down on you. You had a chance to walk away, but now, you're just another failed experiment. A discarded piece. Mizuki's eyes darted around the room, panic setting in. Naruto's words dug beneath the surface, unraveling the confidence he had tried to maintain. His lips trembled, as if weighing the cost of his next move. So tell me. Naruto's voice dropped into something barely above a whisper, sharp as steel. Who convinced you to do this? Who is pulling the strings? Mizuki's resolve cracked. He started, but then his shoulders slumped, his breathing ragged. His grip on the kunai weakened. Orochimaru, he promised me power, he muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. Strength beyond anything this village would ever give me. He told me I didn't have to live in the shadow of these so-called elites anymore. That I could be more. Naruto's eyes darkened slightly, his expression unreadable. And yet here you are. Just another discarded tool. Orochimaru used you as a pawn and left you to take the fall. Do you still think he will give you power now? Mizuki's lips trembled. No. Then suddenly, his expression twisted, fury flaring back into his eyes. It finally clicked. This wasn't just anyone. Mizuki trembled, his lips curling into a twisted sneer. You're tricking me. No, you're the real monster here. His voice rose, desperate and filled with venom. He turned to the students, pointing at Naruto with a trembling hand. Don't you see? Look at him. His crimson hair, those damn whisker marks, the cut down his lip, he's not one of us. He's the Jinchuriki. The Nine Tails. That thing inside him destroyed your families. And you sit here thinking he's your protector? He's the real threat. Silence choked the room. Some of the students stiffened, their gazes darting to Naruto's face as if noticing his features for the first time. Hinata Hyuga's pale lavender eyes flickered with uncertainty, her hands clenched in her lap. Kiba Inuzuka bared his teeth slightly, his instincts conflicted, while Choji Akimichi shifted uneasily, glancing at Shikamaru, who merely frowned, deep in thought. Naruto, meanwhile, stood unmoving. His face betrayed nothing. He had seen this before, the doubt, the fear, the slow realization that some part of him would always be different. He exhaled quietly. Mizuki, he said, his voice void of emotion. You talk too much. The students gasped. In a blur of motion, Naruto vanished. A single strike. A flicker of red and Naruto was behind him with a harsh elbow to the back of his head. Mizuki was on the floor, unconscious, his body crumpled like a broken doll. Naruto turned to the Anbu, his gaze lingering for a moment on the unconscious Mizuki before shifting to the children. There was a weight to his words, an unspoken burden that settled in his chest. He had seen the flicker of fear in their eyes, the hesitation, the doubt. It was the same reaction he had encountered countless times before, and yet it never ceased to sting. Take him. Get Ichiraku to the hospital. And send these kids home, he ordered, his voice firm but quieter now, as if measuring its weight. He turned slightly, scanning the young faces, his eyes meeting Sasuke's, who still looked shaken but determined. This village will always be protected, he murmured, more to himself than to them. No matter what they choose to believe. He cast a glance at the students. Classes resume in 3 days. You'll be brief then. Dismissed. 3 days later. The students returned to class, murmurs still buzzing about what had happened. Ichiraku, now bandaged but in good spirits, stood before them. I know you all have questions. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow. Who was that guy? It was weird seeing the lazy Nara be curious about something. Ichiraku took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping across his students. Naruto is, I guess in a way, our protector. But I'm sure you have heard things, whispers in the shadows, rumors meant to stoke fear. But let me tell you who he really is. He walked to the window, looking out at the village, his expression thoughtful. You are all too young to remember, but Naruto's burden is not one he chose. Naruto was merely 4 years old when the Ninetales attacked. He too lost his family that night. He was orphaned just like many others. But that didn't sway him. The fourth Hokage had sealed the Ninetales within him, not as a punishment, but to protect this village. It was a heavy burden and Naruto had accepted it with a smile on his face. And that choice was made so that all of us could live. Ichiraku turned back to the class, his gaze steady. Through the years, Naruto has served Konoha with unwavering loyalty. He was the youngest ninja to become not only Chunin, but also the youngest Anbu captain as well. He has taken on missions that many would not return from. He has endured hardship, suspicion, and moments where the village doubted him, but he never once faltered. He has even saved my life many times. When Konoha was at its weakest, he stood strong. When its enemies sought to strike, he fought back from the shadows. He was trained in espionage by Jiraiya of the Sannin, and by the current Anbu commander. His voice grew firmer. Naruto is not just the vessel of the Nine Tails. He is the shield that stands between you and the threats you will never see. He commands forces that ensure our safety, makes decisions that shape this village, and carries burdens that none of you will ever have to. That is why you should choose to respect him, not because of what is inside him, but because of what he has chosen to be. A silence settled over the classroom. Ichiraku decided to reminisce for a little bit. One night, we spoke for hours. He told me about his pain, about how the village looked at him with suspicion. And I told him about my own loss, how the Nine Tails had taken my parents. I was bitter, I was angry, but Naruto, this boy who had every right to hate the world, simply listened. And when I was done, he said, then I'll just have to become someone worth seeing, won't I? Ichiraku turned back to his students, his voice steady. Naruto carries the burden of the Nine Tails, but it is sealed, controlled, not a threat. He is a trusted advisor and most importantly second in command of the ANBU. Which makes him our superior and as the chain of command goes, fourth in line to be Hokage. So as aspiring ninjas you should understand to respect his rank and authority regardless. Shikamaru wasn't satisfied and flipped through his family's bingo book, stopping at a page. Naruto Uzumaki, codename Crimson Storm. A high-ranking ANBU operative known for precision and overwhelming speed. His record is extensive operations in hostile territories, dismantling enemy factions before they could rise to power, and intelligence gathering that has prevented wars before they could even begin. Though he operates from the shadows, those who stand against Konoha know his name, and they fear it. IWA and Kumo has him listed as flee on sight. Kiri has approached with caution. Suna doesn't have a rating, but in hostile situations they recommend avoiding any fight with him. Shikamaru turned his attention back to Ichiraku. Ichiraku straightened, clearing his throat as he gestured for the students to open their scrolls. Now enough distractions. We have lessons to get through. Let's return to chakra theory. The students hesitated at first, but soon the room was filled with the familiar scratching of ink on paper. Though curiosity lingered in their eyes, they knew better than to push further. Naruto stood in the Hokage's office, his arms crossed over his chest as he delivered his report. The air was thick with the scent of burning incense, mingling with the aged wood of the room. Beside the Hokage, the ANBU commander, a man draped in dark robes with only his piercing gray eyes visible beneath his mask, observed silently, his presence commanding but unobtrusive. The situation was handled with minimal collateral damage. Mizuki has been detained and is being processed for interrogation. Ichiraku sustained injuries but is stable. The students were dismissed without further incident. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, studied Naruto with a measured gaze. He exhaled, tapping his pipe lightly against the desk. And the children? Shaken but safe, Naruto replied. Some of them will have questions, but Ichiraku will handle it. The Hokage nodded before glancing toward the ANBU commander. Commander, you've read his initial assessments. What do you make of them? The ANBU commander exhaled slowly. Naruto's intelligence aligns with our more covert sources, but the situation remains fluid. Orochimaru is still too obscure for any definitive action, but his name is appearing in circles inside the village that concern me. Their reputation is shifting from whispers to a known presence, and that is never a good sign. The Hokage took a long draw from his pipe, considering the words carefully. And what of the land of water? Naruto adjusted his stance, his gaze sharp. Instability is growing. There are factions vying for control, and some rogue elements are attempting to capitalize on the chaos. It's difficult to ascertain which side will come out on top, but one thing is clear: this isn't a simple internal conflict anymore. If left unchecked, it could spill over into other nations. The ANBU commander nodded. I have agents embedded in key locations, but the information is fragmented. What we do know is that mercenary groups are being hired at an increasing rate, and some of them have ties to missing Nin. Naruto tapped his fingers against the desk. Which means external forces are getting involved. Someone is pulling strings from the outside, but we don't know who yet. The Hokage sighed. Keep pressing. We need to stay ahead of this. If these factions escalate into an organized rebellion, the consequences could ripple far beyond their borders. The room fell into a thoughtful silence before the Hokage turned his gaze back to Naruto. And what of your assessment? How do you feel about our overall positioning? Naruto met his gaze without hesitation. We are holding steady, but the balance is fragile. If something major happens, if one of these whispers turns into a storm, we will need to act swiftly. Our defenses are solid, but the threats in the shadows are shifting. We cannot afford to be complacent. The Hokage nodded approvingly, while the ANBU commander folded his arms. Then we'll maintain the course for now but reinforce our intelligence efforts. I'll have another debriefing in 2 days. We need to be prepared for anything. Naruto leaned forward slightly. Agreed. If the rebels gain traction, it could disrupt trade routes and give rogue factions new opportunities. We need ears on the ground before anything escalates. Naruto reached into his cloak and withdrew a set of mission reports, placing them on the desk. Alpha Team has completed their operation in the Land of Lightning, covert dismantling of enemy outposts. Sierra Team is still embedded in the Land of Earth, but there are no immediate concerns. Gamma Team reported movements on the northern border of the Land of Wind, but there's nothing concrete yet. The Hokage skimmed through the reports, his brow furrowing. Any other word on Orochimaru, geographically? The ANBU commander interjected before Naruto could speak. Still elusive. His network remains fragmented, making direct action difficult. If he resurfaces, it won't be by accident. Hiruzen leaned back in his chair, sighing. The world grows darker by the day. We must be vigilant. My student has always been a thorn in my side. The Hokage gave him a knowing look. And you, Naruto? How do you feel about all this? Naruto hesitated for a fraction of a second before responding. The world is shifting, Lord Hokage. The power struggles in the shadows are getting bolder. We may be at peace, but peace is only as strong as our ability to defend it. I don't like the direction things are heading. The ANBU commander nodded approvingly. Good. Stay vigilant. The village will rely on your instincts more than you know. Naruto smirked slightly before straightening his posture. It's just another day in the shadows, Lord Hokage. We do what must be done. The ANBU commander nodded, stepping forward. Come, Lieutenant Commander. We have more pressing matters to attend to. Naruto gave the Hokage a respectful nod before turning on his heel, his cloak shifting as he walked toward the exit. The ANBU commander fell and stepped beside him, their footsteps quiet against the wooden floor. As they left the chamber, the weight of responsibility settled over them both, a silent acknowledgement that their work was never truly done. Quick pause, guys, I just want to take a second to say thank you. We actually hit 3,000 subscribers, and that is entirely because of you. I genuinely could not have done it without this community, and it means more than I can put into words. Now we're setting our sights on 3,000, and if you're not subscribed yet, this is your moment. It takes 1 second, and it truly makes a difference. Alright, let's get back to it. Naruto's not going to wait forever. Chapter 2, Governance in the Shadows. The hallways of the ANBU headquarters were quiet. The only sound was the faint scratching of ink on parchment, and the occasional murmured conversation. Inside a dimly lit meeting room, Naruto Uzumaki stood at the center of a large circular table, surrounded by representatives from each active ANBU squad currently stationed in and the handlers of the team stationed out of the village. "All right," Naruto began, scanning the room, his voice calm but commanding. "Status updates. Alpha Team report." A tall, broad-shouldered shinobi in a wolf mask stepped forward. "Alpha Team has completed its operation in the Land of Lightning. They have disrupted a smuggling ring moving stolen jutsu scrolls. No casualties, but we suspect enemy leader managed to escape underground. We're tracking his movements." Naruto nodded. "Good work. Communicate to the team that this smuggler has been slipping through our grasp for too long, and if he's tied to larger black market operations, we need to know. This isn't just about stolen jutsu scrolls, it's about how these underground dealings affect the stability of our neighboring nations. Send your findings to intelligence, and keep a small detail monitoring his last known location. If we see patterns forming, I want to be ahead of them before they escalate. Beta Team?" A kunoichi in a cat mask adjusted her gloves. "Beta Team remains embedded in the land of Earth, observing shifting military developments. So far, the Tsuchikage's forces have remained within their borders, but there's increased talk of fortifications along their western front." Naruto leaned forward. "That's a concern. I'll pass this along to the Hokage and see if he wants further intelligence gathered." The meeting continued, each team leader giving concise, no-nonsense reports. When all updates had been given, Naruto clasped his hands behind his back. "For now, continue surveillance and report anything unusual." Dismissed. The shinobi filed out, leaving Naruto alone for only a moment before a masked figure entered. The ANBU commander stood tall, his presence heavy even in silence. "The Hokage has summoned you." Naruto nodded and followed. Inside the Hokage's office, the Jonin sensei who would soon be receiving their team assignments were already seated. Kakashi, Asuma, Kurenai, and several others turned as Naruto entered, his expression unreadable. Hiruzen motioned to him. "Naruto, I'd like you to go over the team assignments and share your assessment." Naruto smirked. All his friends were getting teams this year. This was going to be fun. He walked to the table, glancing at the dossiers. Team 7, Kakashi, Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, and Yuzuki Yugao's sister, Yukiko, an original recruit. He glanced at Kakashi. "Are you planning to actually pass this team? Or are we looking at another year of reassignments?" Kakashi's eye crinkled slightly in amusement. "I'll see how they do." Naruto shook his head but moved on. Team 8, Kurenai, you have Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, and Shino Aburame. You have a well-balanced team, but I can see it in your posture. You're already overanalyzing. How do you feel about taking on this responsibility? Kurenai straightened. Of course he was going to pick on her, she had thought internally. He knew she was nervous about this. She composed her expression. I am prepared. I've trained for this. Naruto's gaze was sharp, assessing. That's a rehearsed answer. You are competent, no doubt, but you hesitate. Kurenai's fingers curled slightly against the table, but she held her ground. I won't let them down. Naruto allowed a small, knowing smirk. I know you won't. That's not the issue. What I need you to recognize is that you don't have to shoulder everything alone. The strength of a leader is knowing when to rely on others. You're stepping into a new role, and it's okay to ask for guidance. Kurenai exhaled, tension easing from her shoulders. You're right. It's new, and I want to do it right. Naruto nodded. Then trust your instincts. You have a strong team. Train them well, and they'll follow you without hesitation. And at the very least, don't pull a Kakashi. Kurenai chuckled, relaxing. No chance of that, thank you very much. Team 10, Asuma, you're inheriting the new Ino Shikacho trio. They have potential, but you'll have your hands full managing their dynamics. Shikamaru is bright but lazy, Ino is ambitious but unfocused, and Choji needs motivation. You'll need to give them discipline without stifling their strengths. Asuma exhaled, rubbing the back of his neck. Understood. Naruto finished his assessments before standing straight. He turned his gaze to the assembled Jonin. These teams are solid. Each one presents different challenges, but nothing outside of what we can handle. He shifted his attention to Kurenai again, his voice steady but reassuring. If you need any guidance, I'll make sure you have access to experienced mentors. You're stepping into an important role, and you don't have to bear the weight alone. Turning to Asuma, he added, your team will need strong leadership, but also patience. The Ino Shikucho trio operates best with time and trust. Your father handled their predecessors well. Learn from that. Naruto then glanced at the Hokage for a side note. Konoha Maru and his friends are also joining the academy this year. Moegi, Udan, and Konoha Maru have strong potential, but they'll need discipline and direction. Regardless, you must be excited. Hiruzen nodded, taking in the analysis. Although I also feel like he is growing up too fast, he complained. Everyone laughed at that for a moment. He observed Naruto for a moment, noting how he had grown into his role, not just as a strategist, but as a leader who understood the complexities of managing both people and politics. Agreed. I'll make sure their sensei is well suited. He leaned forward slightly, his gaze sharpening. You've come a long way, Naruto. Not long ago, you were in their place, and now you're the one making assessments that will shape their futures. Do you see the weight of that responsibility? Naruto met his gaze steadily. I do. Every decision we make here determines how these teams develop, how they contribute to Konoha's future. It's not just about strength or skill, it's about how well they fit into the bigger picture. The Hokage allowed a small, approving smile before nodding. What about Team 7? Naruto hesitated for a brief moment before responding. Kakashi is competent, but we both know his track record. His standards are high, but his approach sometimes lacks flexibility. If we're to avoid another round of reassignments, we should ensure he actively engages with them instead of waiting for them to impress him. Kakashi chuckled from his seat, his one visible eye amused. I'll take it under advisement. Naruto's gaze swept over the room once more. If any of you need additional resources, intelligence, or insight, I'm available. The transition from individual operative to leader can be difficult, but it's necessary. Our next generation depends on it. The Hokage leaned back, nodding in approval. Well said. Let's proceed with these assignments then. As the meeting wrapped up, the other Jonin filed out, leaving Naruto alone with the Hokage and the ANBU commander. Hiruzen sat back, exhaling. Before you go, we need to discuss growing concerns regarding the Land of Waves. There's been increasing talk about a businessman named Gato. His influence is extending beyond trade. Naruto folded his arms, his eyes narrowing in thought. Gato is more than a businessman. He operates like a crime lord, his influence extending far beyond simple trade. He has a history of manipulating economies, crushing local resistance, and eliminating competitors who refuse to yield to his control. We've intercepted reports indicating that his operations go beyond smuggling. There are whispers of him funding private militias and securing mercenary groups to enforce his rule. Hiruzen nodded, his brow furrowed. That level of power is dangerous. If left unchecked, it could destabilize the entire region. Have we identified any patterns in his movements? Naruto pulled a scroll from his flak jacket, unrolling it across the Hokage's desk. His network is vast but operates in a closed loop. He surrounds himself with intermediaries, never directly involving himself in transactions. Our operatives in the Land of Waves have reported increased movement near the docks, suggesting arms shipments and personnel transfers. Gato is building something bigger, but we don't have enough concrete evidence to determine what. The Hokage exhaled, tapping his pipe against the wooden desk. We can't risk a direct confrontation without intelligence. What do you propose? Naruto's mind worked quickly, piecing together the information. We need a twofold approach. First, infiltration. I'll coordinate with intelligence to plant operatives within his supply chain, either through bribery, coercion, or deception. We need someone close to his operations to provide first-hand intelligence. However, this won't be without risk. Gato is known for eliminating those who fail him, and if he senses even a hint of betrayal, our operatives could be in immediate danger. We'll need contingencies in place, extraction points, fake identities, and a secure communication line to ensure their safety. Our people must be trained to act as merchants or contractors, seamlessly blending into his operation. If anyone gets compromised, we need a rapid response team ready to intervene before Godo can retaliate. The ANBU commander, silent until now, finally spoke. And the second approach? Naruto's gaze flicked to him. Disruption. We hit his logistics. Subtly at first, delayed shipments, increased tolls, forced inspections. Anything that forces him to react, to move in a way that exposes his vulnerabilities. Once we find a pattern, we strike with precision. He paused, running the calculations in his mind. The problem wasn't just the logistics, it was the inevitable counterattack. Godo wasn't the type to take financial setbacks lightly. If they pushed too hard, too fast, he would retaliate, and that could mean crackdowns on civilians or violent demonstrations of power to reassert control. But if we do this wrong, Godo will respond by tightening his grip. He might resort to fear tactics, punish villages under his influence, or worse, shift operations into a more fortified position where we'll have even less access. We need to anticipate his countermeasures and be ready to neutralize them before they gain traction. Hiruzen studied him for a moment before nodding. You're learning quickly. This isn't just about force, it's about control, strategy, understanding how power moves through the underworld. Naruto nodded. Palace politics, as you say, Lord Hokage. It's a game of patience and positioning. Godo has grown comfortable in his reach, we're going to change that. The Hokage leaned back in his chair, a rare smile ghosting across his lips. Good. Begin preparations. Keep me updated. Hiruzen nodded gravely. We need to verify the extent of his influence. I want you to oversee an information-gathering operation. If he is a threat, we will determine the next steps. Naruto nodded. Understood. I'll coordinate with intelligence. With that, the meeting adjourned. As Naruto exited with the ANBU commander, his mind remained restless, piecing together the threads of intelligence, anticipating the moves of unseen players. There was always another crisis waiting just beyond the horizon, a challenge yet to reveal itself. As he stepped into the dimly lit corridor, he couldn't shake the feeling that something bigger was brewing, something they weren't seeing yet. Another day in the shadows, ensuring the village's safety. But for how long before the storm finally broke? Chapter 3: A Game of Shadows. The sun hung low in the morning sky, casting golden hues over the village of Konoha. Merchants bustled about, setting up their stalls, while shinobi moved through the streets, either returning from or heading out on missions. Among them was Kakashi Hatake, lazily strolling towards Konoha's main gate, his hands tucked into his pockets. His usual slouched posture and easy gait belied the sharpness in his lone visible eye, ever observant despite the nonchalant air he exuded. As he passed through the crowded streets, a presence joined him, a quiet step, a measured pace that matched his own. Kakashi didn't even need to look to know who it was. You're up early, Kakashi mused, turning his head slightly to glance at the man beside him. Naruto Uzumaki, dressed in a high-collared crimson cloak lined with dark embroidery, smirked slightly. His red hair, streaked with the faintest hints of red in the sunlight, framed a face far more chiseled and matured than most who remembered him as a loud-mouthed brat would expect. He walked with an air of quiet confidence, one that had been carefully cultivated through years of experience. Habit, he replied smoothly, voice even measured. Besides, I wanted to see you off. I heard you finally passed a team. Kakashi chuckled, shaking his head. Took them long enough to impress me. But they remind me of my old team. Sasuke especially. He's got the drive, the talent. Just needs to learn how to work with others. Naruto hummed. And Sakura? Kakashi sighed. You'll see for yourself soon enough. She's bright but lacks confidence in combat. Naruto's gaze flicked ahead. That can be dangerous. I know, Kakashi said, his voice uncharacteristically serious. I'll deal with it. They continued in comfortable silence, weaving through the throngs of people until Naruto suddenly veered them off course, leading them down a quieter street lined with bars and tea houses. Kakashi arched an eyebrow but followed without question. I didn't just come to chat, Naruto said, his tone shifting. I know the Hokage assigned you the Land of Waves mission. I also know that a businessman named Gato has been active in that region, and not in a way we'd find pleasant. Kakashi stopped walking. Gato? What's he up to? Nothing confirmed yet, but from what intelligence has picked up, he's been making moves, hiring mercenaries, silencing opposition, pushing his influence deeper into the region. The whispers suggest he's funding something bigger, and I don't like it. Naruto turned his head slightly. Keep an eye out. If something seems off, it probably is. Kakashi studied him for a long moment. Why do I get the feeling you already have more information than you're telling me? Naruto smirked. Because I do. But you have your mission and I have mine. I'll let you handle things your way first. Kakashi sighed, rubbing the back of his head. And where exactly are you leading me, by the way? Naruto casually pointed to a bar a few feet ahead. Your esteemed client is inside. Drunk. Thought I'd save you the trouble of waiting at the gate. Kakashi groaned. Great. Just great. A few days later, the council chambers. Naruto sat in the dimly lit chamber of the Hokage's office, arms crossed as the elders droned on about Hiruzen's leadership. The old war hawks bickered amongst themselves, questioning why Konoha had not yet exerted greater control over smaller nations, debating the village's stagnation in international affairs. Naruto remained silent, absorbing their words while simultaneously dissecting the real game at play. The elders, relics of a bygone era, spoke with the arrogance of men who had seen war but failed to grasp that times had changed. Danzo, ever the hawk, leaned forward, his single visible eye glinting in the dim candlelight. Hiruzen, you refused to act. We let the smaller nations flounder, and now we find our influence waning. Konoha has always been the strongest, yet we sit idle while the other villages expand their reach. The Cloud are bolstering their forces. The Stone are fortifying. And what do we do? Hiruzen exhaled a stream of smoke from his pipe, his expression unreadable. We observe. We prepare. We move when the time is right. Unlike you, Danzo, I do not mistake patience for weakness. Hamura Mitokado, who had been silent thus far, tapped his fingers against the table. And when will the time be right, Hiruzen? I have seen the reports. The daimyo grows restless. If we do not take action soon, Konoha's autonomy may be called into question. Naruto listened, his sharp mind piecing together the subtle game the Hokage was playing. Hiruzen was not ignoring their concerns, he was baiting them, letting them reveal their perspectives, their angles of attack. Every sentence spoken was a move on a political chessboard, one that the Hokage played with masterful ease. Koharu Yuditane, always the voice of pragmatism, adjusted her robes. We must not be blind to the threats brewing outside our borders. If Konoha waits too long, we risk becoming reactive rather than proactive. The Cloud have been growing in number, and though they remain scattered, it is only a matter of time before they unify their efforts. The Land of Water is in turmoil, and we remain bystanders? What message does that send to our allies? Naruto's fingers curled slightly under the table, but his expression did not waver. The elders still viewed the world as it had been decades ago, where power was dictated by direct military action, by expansion and dominance. But true power, as Hiruzen understood, lay in control, in positioning, in ensuring Konoha was never forced into an unwinnable scenario. Hiruzen finally placed his pipe down, his eyes sharp and unyielding. You all speak of action, of force, yet you fail to acknowledge the cost. Every move Konoha makes sends ripples across the world. A single misstep could bring about conflicts we are not yet prepared to fight. The Land of Water's instability is its own doing. Intervening before understanding the full scope of their rebellion would be foolish. And as for the Cloud, we are watching. Closely. Danzo scoffed, his fingers tightening against his cane. Watching. That is all you ever do. Hiruzen's gaze darkened. No, Danzo. That is all you are allowed to see. A tense silence filled the room, the weight of the Hokage's words settling over the assembled elders. Naruto resisted the smirk that threatened to tug at his lips. This was why he respected the old man, not for his strength, but for his understanding of power. There was no need to assert dominance when you already controlled the board. Naruto exhaled quietly, filing away the details of the discussion. This meeting was not about making decisions, it was about reaffirming control. And as he watched the elders shift in their seats, conceding to Hiruzen's mastery of the conversation, he knew they had played right into his hands. Naruto's thoughts were interrupted by a sharp knock at the door. A messenger entered, bowing quickly before unrolling a sealed scroll. "Apologies, Lord Hokage. Urgent news from the Land of Waves. Jounin Kakashi Hatake has engaged and repelled a mercenary known as Zabuza Momochi. He sustained injuries but remains operational. He has sent a full report, including the details of the battle, enemy tactics, and an assessment of Zabuza's abilities." Hiruzen motioned for the scroll to be brought forward. The messenger handed it over with a deep bow before stepping back. The Hokage carefully broke the seal and scanned the contents, his expression unreadable as his eyes moved swiftly over Kakashi's writing. "He reports that Zabuza is in the employ of Gato, who has extended his influence further into the Land of Waves than anticipated." Hiruzen summarized aloud. "Zabuza has been hired to eliminate Tazuna and ensure the completion of Gato's monopolization of the region. Kakashi suspects additional forces may be involved. His injuries are not life-threatening, but he is requesting reinforcements to ensure the safety of his team and the success of the mission." Naruto listened intently, his sharp mind already piecing together the situation. Kakashi wouldn't have requested support unless he truly believed the threat warranted it. That meant this wasn't just about a rogue missing Nin, it was about an entire power structure being built under their noses. Hiruzen set the scroll down, his gaze lifting to Naruto. "You will personally oversee this matter. Assess the threat level, gather intelligence, and ensure the safety of Team 7. If necessary, eliminate both Zabuza and Gato. If either can be captured, bring them in for interrogation." Naruto's expression was unreadable as he inclined his head. "Understood." He turned to the ANBU commander. "Beta Squad will manage my duties in my absence. Ensure all reports reach you as necessary." The commander gave a curt nod. Without another word, Naruto stepped toward the office window. In the next instant, he was gone, disappearing into the morning light in a burst of pure speed. Half a day later, the bridge. The Land of Waves was thick with mist, its dense veil clinging to the earth like a second skin. The unfinished bridge stretched like a skeletal frame over the water, an ambitious testament to defiance against oppression. Naruto stood at the tree line, his keen eyes sweeping the terrain. Even without his sensory abilities actively engaged, he could feel the tension in the air, an unease that had settled over the construction site. His gaze landed on Sakura, standing watch beside Tazuna. She was shifting her weight anxiously, eyes flitting from side to side but never truly registering the surroundings. Her stance lacked the composure of a true shinobi, her focus clouded. He exhaled slowly. Unacceptable. With a flicker of movement, he wove a henge, transforming himself into a rugged mercenary. Stealth was unnecessary. A true guard would have noticed him long before he reached striking distance. He wrapped an arm around Tazuna's neck, pulling him back just enough to whisper in his ear, "Move, and I'll cut your throat." The old man stiffened instantly, his breath hitching. Sakura turned, her eyes widening in horror before she fumbled for her kunai. Her fingers trembled. Her reaction was slow, uncertain. Naruto sighed internally. She's been coddled too long. Before she could act further, he dropped the disguise and stepped back, arms crossed. That was pathetic. Sakura flinched at his tone. And Naruto-sama? Tazuna let out a strangled breath. What the hell was that for? A test. Naruto's voice was as cool as steel. One that she failed. Sakura's hands curled into fists. I was just unfocused, he interrupted. A shinobi who fails to see danger is already dead. You were distracted, slow to react, and hesitant. If I had been an actual enemy, Tazuna would be dead and you would have been next. This isn't the academy anymore. It's the real world. Sakura swallowed hard, her shame evident. Naruto turned to Tazuna, his tone shifting slightly. Apologies for the scare. I was sent as reinforcement. Where is Kakashi Hatake? Tazuna provided him with instructions on how to reach his home. Sakura tried to get a word in, but Naruto didn't give her a second thought. I'll be leaving shadow clones to ensure the safety of your workers. Without another word, Naruto strode toward Tazuna's home, his mind already formulating the next steps. He didn't need to turn back to know that Sakura stood frozen, processing her failure. Tazuna's home, meeting Tsunami. Tsunami greeted Naruto at the entrance with a wary but polite expression. She was a woman of quiet strength, with dark hair pulled into a neat bun and tired yet resolute eyes. She had been the one holding her family together amidst the turmoil that Gato had brought. You must be Naruto-sama, she said, bowing slightly. We are grateful for Konoha's help. Naruto inclined his head. It's our duty. I hope my presence doesn't bring too much disruption. Not at all, Tsunami assured, though her gaze flickered toward the injured Kakashi resting against the wall. My father and I are simply relieved to have help. Naruto gave her a small, reassuring smile before stepping inside. Inside, the hard conversation. Kakashi sat on a cushion, his crutch leaning against the wall. The room was dimly lit, the air tinged with the scent of herbal medicine. Naruto entered without hesitation, shutting the door behind him. I expected you sooner, Kakashi drawled, eye crinkling slightly. You should have expected me to be watching before I showed myself. Naruto countered smoothly. His sharp gaze flicked to Kakashi's leg. How bad? Kakashi exhaled. Not enough to put me out of commission, but enough to make things complicated. Naruto crossed his arms. Then we have a problem. Because from what I saw outside, your team isn't ready for this mission. Kakashi sighed, running a hand through his silver hair. I know. Then why did you pass them? Kakashi gave a small, humorless chuckle. Because potential needs to be nurtured. If I had failed them, they would have remained stagnant. They need field experience. They need to understand what it means to be shinobi. Naruto's eyes narrowed. And yet they aren't training themselves. Sakura is unfocused, Sasuke is arrogant, and Yukiko is too hesitant. None of them have the discipline they need. If they were Chunin, that would be one thing. But as Genin, their training falls on you. If you want them to succeed, you can't just let them flounder and hope they pull through. Kakashi was silent for a moment. You think I've been too soft? I think you've given them too much freedom too soon. Naruto's voice was firm but not accusatory. You're expecting them to take the initiative, but they don't even know how. That's not their fault, it's yours. If they don't improve, they'll die, and that will be on you. Kakashi's expression remained unreadable, but something flickered in his visible eye. So what do you suggest? Naruto uncrossed his arms and leaned forward. Intensive training. Effective immediately. No more self-guided improvement. You structure everything. Discipline them. Make them stronger, or send them back to the academy. Kakashi exhaled through his nose. They won't like it. They don't have to like it. They have to survive. A long silence passed between them before Kakashi finally nodded. All right. Once this mission is over, there will be no more C-rank missions for a while. 3 weeks of pure training. No distractions. Naruto smirked slightly. Good. Now, on to the bigger issue, Gato. Kakashi leaned forward. What do you have? Naruto's gaze darkened. Intel confirms he's using Zabuza for his own ends, but Zabuza is also using him to fund the rebellion in the Land of Water. The problem is, Gato plans to betray him. Kakashi frowned. And we can use that. Exactly, Naruto said. We're going to make Gato think his plan is working. Then we'll flip the tables on him. The genin will play their role in this. Kakashi tilted his head. And what role is that? Naruto smirked. They're going to sell the illusion that we're weaker than we are. Let Gato's forces get comfortable. Then we strike. Kakashi chuckled. Devious. I like it. Naruto stood. Good. Then get your team ready. From this moment forward, they're at war. It's time they started acting like it. He disappeared in a flicker of movement, leaving Kakashi sitting there, contemplating his words. Outside, the mist thickened, swirling ominously around the village. The storm was coming, and Naruto intended to control where the lightning struck. Chapter 4: Storming the Battlefield. The shadows clung to Naruto like a second skin as he maneuvered through the labyrinthine corridors of Gato's lair. His breath was steady, his heartbeat a controlled rhythm in the silence. The lair reeked of stale alcohol and unwashed bodies, the dim lantern light barely pushing back the oppressive darkness. Mercenaries lounged around, oblivious to the storm about to engulf them. Most were too busy drinking or counting their blood-stained coin to notice the phantom in their midst. Naruto had spent days integrating himself into Gato's operations, learning their movements, their hierarchy, and their weaknesses. Now, he was poised to strike. He navigated past the drunken sentries with practiced ease, his movements fluid and controlled. A hallway opened up ahead, leading to the heart of Gato's operation. His objective lay within, an iron-bolted door that led to Gato's personal study. The wealth of a tyrant and the secrets of his corruption lay just beyond. Naruto glanced left, then right. No immediate threats. The lock was easy to pick. Within moments he was inside, closing the door soundlessly behind him. A large desk stood at the center, covered in stacks of parchment, sealed scrolls, and ledgers filled with records of Gato's dealings. There it is. Naruto's hands moved quickly, sorting through the information. Details of arms deals, mercenary contracts, and bribes to minor feudal lords. But what caught his eye were the sealed scrolls marked with the insignia of Kirigakure. His fingers deftly broke the seal, unraveling the scroll. His eyes narrowed. It was worse than he thought. The scroll contained orders directly from Torimi Mei, the leader of the anti-Yagura rebellion. The war in the Land of Water had reached its boiling point. The rebellion was making its final push, and Mei had issued a desperate recall for Zabuza and his forces. Every available hand was needed for the last assault against Yagura's tyrannical reign. Naruto quickly skimmed further. Another letter bore Gato's signature, a contract for Zabuza's assassination. The tyrant had no intention of letting the demon of the mist return home. His mercenaries were already in position to strike. Naruto clenched his jaw. So that's how it is. Then, at the bottom of the safe, his gaze locked onto a thick bundle of bonds. The amount was staggering, more than enough to rebuild a country. Or restore the land of waves. A voice rang out from outside the room, cutting through his thoughts. All hands! Zabuza has made his move! Get into position and prepare to execute the plan. Gato's orders, kill them all! Naruto moved. In a blur, he secured the documents, tied the bonds to his belt, and vanished into the darkness. The bridge, the battlefield awakens. A thick fog rolled across the bridge, swallowing the battlefield in a dense veil. The mist was suffocating, heavy with unspoken death. Blood stained the cold stone as steel clashed, and the rhythmic clang of kunai echoed through the haze. Sasuke Uchiha was on his knees, panting, blood trickling down the corner of his mouth. His Sharingan spun wildly, but exhaustion was creeping into his limbs. His opponent stood poised before him, a ghost in the mist, unmoving. Haku's mask reflected the crimson of Sasuke's injuries, his silent demeanor in eerie contrast to the violent storm raging around them. On the far side of the bridge, Sakura and Yukiko stood as the last line of defense before Tazuna. Their grips on their weapons were tight, but fear flickered in their eyes. They were holding their ground, but barely. And just beyond them, Kakashi and Zabuza clashed in a vicious exchange of blades and ninjutsu. But something was wrong. Zabuza's strikes weren't as fierce as before, his movements sluggish, distracted. Then, in a blink, everything changed. A crimson blur sliced through the mist. Before Haku's final strike could land, Sasuke vanished. Naruto materialized between them, his cloak billowing from the force of his arrival. His sword, sleek and deadly, was pressed against Haku's senbon midair, stopping the attack with precision beyond belief. Haku's breath hitched. What? At the same time, Zabuza staggered back, a forceful kick sending him reeling away from Kakashi. Naruto turned, his crimson gaze locking onto the demon of the mist. Zabuza, he called, his voice measured. You've been betrayed. Zabuza's grip on Kubikuribocho tightened. What are you talking about? Wordlessly, Naruto tossed the retrieved scroll at Zabuza's feet. The older shinobi didn't take his eyes off him as he bent down, unfurling the paper. Silence. Then, a low, bitter chuckle. So it's true. Zabuza's fingers tightened around his blade, but he didn't attack. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Naruto, calculating. And why should I believe you? Naruto met his gaze evenly. Because unlike Gato, I have no reason to lie. Your country is burning, Zabuza. You're needed there, not rotting on this bridge because of a double cross. Haku glanced toward Zabuza, his voice quiet. Sensei. I believe him. Before Zabuza could respond, a voice cut through the mist. Well, Gato sneered from the far edge of the bridge. He stood surrounded by a small army of mercenaries, their weapons gleaming under the faint light. I see the demon of the mist has realized he's expendable. Zabuza growled, his grip white-knuckled around his sword. Kill them all, Gato ordered, his smirk widening. No one leaves this bridge alive. For a moment, there was only silence. Then Naruto moved. He vanished in an instant, his presence dissolving into the mist like a wraith. The first wave of mercenaries barely had time to process the shift before they fell. Naruto reappeared in the heart of their ranks, his storming dragon sword style awakening like a tempest. His blade was an extension of his will, a streak of silver that carved through flesh and steel alike. He wove through the battlefield, a crimson specter of death, his strikes precise, elegant, merciless. Blood painted the bridge, splattering in arcs as mercenaries collapsed like marionettes with their strings severed. Gato barely had time to scream before Naruto appeared before him. The last thing he saw was a pair of glowing blue eyes, and the gleam of a blade descending. Then his world went black. His head hit the bridge with a sickening thud, his body crumpling lifelessly beside it. The battlefield fell still. Everyone was in awe for Kakashi. This wasn't the first time seeing Naruto and his sword style. Although it left just as much an impression now as it did back in Umbu. His students, however, were shaken again. Sasuke was the most shaken. First, that ninja from the mist, and now this guy. I thought he was strong when I first saw him. But this... How is anyone supposed to fight this guy? Sakura and Yukiko, on the other hand, didn't have much thought other than simply vowing to never cross Naruto's path again. Zabuza and Haku were shook as well. Although, Zabuza definitely remembered where he had heard of this guy before. So that's Naruto Uzumaki, Crimson Storm. Who would have thought I'd get to see one of the famed Uzumaki sword styles, and with such speed and smoothness? If Haku and I were to face him, even at our best, we wouldn't be able to take him. No, this guy would kill us before I could even make a move. Zabuza waited for Naruto to get close. He exhaled deeply, and his expression was unreadable. What's your real angle, kid? Naruto sheathed his blade, his crimson gaze steady, yet there was a smirk on his face. The land of waves deserves to be rebuilt. And I think you know better than anyone how dangerous a war can be if it isn't handled properly. That's why I want you to go back to the mist and help Terumi-May. Your skills, your knowledge, they're needed in the rebellion. You may not care about politics, but I know you care about the battlefield, and you understand what happens when power is left unchecked. Zabuza narrowed his eyes. And what? You expect me to just listen to you because you're fast with a blade? What do you get out of this? Naruto smirked. I know the Hokage's intentions better than anyone. This war in the mist won't just decide the future of your country. It will shape the balance of power in the world. If the right people take control, there can be stability, and stability leads to peace. That's why I'm willing to make a deal with you. I can provide a way for you to contact my forces stationed in the region, working undercover. If the time comes and Konoha is needed, we will help covertly. Haku looked between them, his mask unable to hide his curiosity. Why would Konoha do that? The mist has never been your ally. Naruto nodded, crossing his arms. No, but it could be. I want the mist and the leaf to build an alliance, one that can last beyond this generation. We've fought wars before, but what if we could prevent another? The world doesn't have to stay locked in cycles of bloodshed. If Mei wins, she'll be open to diplomacy, and that's a future worth investing in. Zabuza let out a deep breath, looking down at the bloody bridge beneath his feet. Heh. You're too young to be thinking like that. Shinobi are killers first, soldiers second. But you're not wrong. The way things are now, the mist is tearing itself apart. I never cared about ruling, but I do care about not being some warlord's disposable pawn. If Mei wins, there's a chance to fix that. He turned to Naruto fully, his usual smirk returning. Fine, kid. I'll play your game. Tell me how to reach your men. Naruto pulled a small, sealed scroll from his belt and tossed it to Zabuza. That will lead you to one of our handlers in the Land of Water. He operates out of a trading outpost along the northern coast. Give them that seal, and they'll know you come with my word. Zabuza caught the scroll, weighing it in his hand. Then he let out a low chuckle. You're one hell of a schemer, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto smirked and put his hands up in the air as if making an air banner showcasing his vision. I prefer the term strategist. Zabuza was silent for a moment before finally nodding. Haku and I will leave. Our business here is finished. Naruto watched as they turned away, the mist swallowing them whole. Tazuna stepped forward hesitantly, his aged eyes scanning the battlefield, his hands trembling slightly as he took in the bodies, the blood, and the stillness that followed in Naruto's wake. At his side, his grandson, Inari, clutched onto his sleeve, his small hands balled into fists. You really did it, Tazuna murmured, his voice heavy with disbelief and gratitude. You freed us. Naruto turned, his gaze locking onto the old bridge builder. He reached into his cloak, producing a bundle of bonds, the wealth of Gado, now stripped from his corpse. He extended them toward Tazuna, who hesitated before taking them. This money can stabilize the Land of Waves, Naruto said firmly. Use it to rebuild. Protect your people. But know this, when the time comes, when the leaf calls for your help, remember today. Build an alliance with us, not because we demand it, but because it's the right choice for your future. Tazuna's grip tightened around the bundle. His throat bobbed as he swallowed his emotions. You have my word. The leaf will always have a friend in the Land of Waves. Inari, eyes wide and full of newfound admiration, stepped forward. You're a hero, aren't you? Like the stories? Naruto crouched slightly, giving the boy a lopsided smile. No. I'm a shinobi. And a shinobi protects what needs protecting. That's all. Tazuna placed a firm hand on his grandson's shoulder. And that's more than enough. Back at their temporary camp, Naruto stood before Team 7, arms crossed, his crimson cloak rustling in the night breeze. Kakashi leaned against a tree, eyeing his students as they lined up in front of him. You all did well, Naruto began, his voice even. But let's be clear, this wasn't a victory because of your strength. It was a victory despite your weaknesses. He paused, letting the weight of his words settle before shifting his gaze to each of them in turn. Sakura. His tone softened slightly, but his expression remained firm. You're intelligent. You have strong chakra control and quick thinking, but you rely too much on others to fight your battles. You hesitate when you should strike. Strength isn't just about knowing when to act, it's about having the will to do so. If you want to stand alongside your teammates, you need to become more than just their support. You need to be a warrior in your own right. Sakura swallowed hard, nodding slowly. Her hands clenched into fists. I understand. I'll do better. Naruto moved his gaze to Yukiko. Your caution is a strength, but only if you learn to temper it. Hesitation in battle can get you killed, and second-guessing your actions makes you predictable. Trust in your instincts, trust in your training, and most of all, trust in yourself. The battlefield doesn't wait for the perfect moment, it forces you to make your own. Yukiko's lips pressed into a thin line, but she gave a determined nod. His attention then settled on Sasuke. You're skilled, driven, and disciplined, but you fight as if you're the only one on the battlefield. That mentality will either make you unstoppable or get you killed before you reach your potential. There's power in teamwork. Learn to use it, and you won't just be strong, you'll be untouchable. Sasuke's Sharingan flickered, the gears in his mind turning. He didn't respond immediately, but Naruto could see the unspoken understanding settling in his expression. Finally, Naruto glanced at all of them. This world doesn't wait for you to catch up. It will break you if you let it. But if you keep pushing forward, keep learning, and keep growing, you won't just survive, you'll thrive. Sakura's hands clenched. Yukiko lowered her gaze. Sasuke, however, held Naruto's gaze, his Sharingan still faintly activated, his body humming with newfound energy. You survived, and that counts for something. Naruto continued, his tone softer. But if you want to stand at the top, to truly protect something, you have to push harder. Right now you're leagues behind where you should be. Kakashi sighed, scratching the back of his head. He's not wrong. You've seen firsthand the kind of world we operate in. The question is, what are you going to do about it? The three genin stood in silence, absorbing the weight of those words. Naruto's gaze flickered to Sasuke. Walk with me. The Uchiha hesitated before stepping forward, following Naruto a short distance from the group. The sound of the waves crashing against the shore filled the quiet between them. You unlocked your Sharingan, Naruto stated. That's good. You should be proud. Sasuke crossed his arms, his voice measured. You're saying that like there's a but coming. Naruto smirked. You're sharp. But you need to work harder. If you ever want to join the ANBU, if you ever want to be strong enough to stand among Konoha's elite, this is just the beginning. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. Why ANBU? Naruto's smirk faded, his expression unreadable. Because assassination falls under ANBU forces. And there is always an open assassination mission on traitors. Sasuke's breath caught in his throat. His fingers twitched as he processed Naruto's words, the implications clicking into place like falling shogi pieces. Naruto glanced at him, reading the unspoken turmoil behind his dark eyes. The village hasn't forgotten what happened to your clan, Sasuke. Itachi. He has a lot to answer for, and not only to you. He and we were close, and what he did. When the time comes, I will be the one going after him. And if you want to come with me, you're going to get your shit together. Then he turned, walking away, leaving Sasuke standing amidst the rolling mist, his mind racing with 1,000 thoughts and a single undeniable truth. The world was much larger, much deadlier, than he had ever imagined. The storm had passed, but the winds of change had just begun to blow. Chapter 5: Strategic Foundations. Naruto stood before the Hokage and the ANBU commander, his expression impassive, his posture straight but relaxed. The warm glow of lanterns filled the office, casting long shadows across the floor as Hiruzen Sarutobi leaned back in his chair, pipe in hand, eyes twinkling with interest. The ANBU commander, a tall, broad-shouldered figure masked in shadow, stood at Naruto's side, arms crossed. Let's start from the beginning, Hiruzen said, taking a slow drag from his pipe. Tell me everything. Naruto nodded. Upon arrival, I infiltrated Gato's compound as a mercenary and gathered intelligence on his operations. While inside, I discovered classified documents from Kirigakure detailing a recall order for Zabuza Momochi and his forces, issued by Terumi Mei. She is preparing for a final assault against Yagura's regime. I also found a direct assassination order from Gato, ensuring that Zabuza wouldn't make it back to Kirigakure. Hiruzen exhaled, his fingers drumming lightly against the desk. And you let him go? Yes, Naruto affirmed without hesitation. Zabuza is a valuable asset to the rebellion, and the fall of Yagura will stabilize the land of water. I offered Zabuza a pathway to Mei's forces, along with a direct contact in our intelligence network operating within the region. If Mei succeeds, she will remember that Konoha extended a hand. If we aid the Mist covertly now, it could lay the groundwork for an alliance in the future. The ANBU commander chuckled softly. A bold play. You're maneuvering like a daimyo rather than a shinobi. Naruto smirked. We fight wars on the battlefield, but they're won in the shadows. Hiruzen smiled at that, nodding in approval. A calculated risk, but one I agree with. If this goes as smoothly as you predict, perhaps I should resign and name you Godaime. Naruto let out a tired chuckle. I'll settle for a vacation in the land of hot springs. The past few months have been exhausting. The ANBU commander let out a short laugh. We'll be sure to send an entire squad after you to keep you from slacking off. Before Hiruzen could reply, the door opened, and a new presence entered the room. Shikaku Nara, Konoha's chief strategist and a man of measured brilliance, stepped in, his usual tired expression in place. He had just returned from a mission, still dressed in his flak vest, his dark hair slightly disheveled. Ah, Shikaku, perfect timing, Hiruzen said, motioning for him to take a seat. I assume your mission was a success? Shikaku gave a slow nod as he took a seat. As much as it can be. The Land of Frost is still dealing with internal power struggles. We managed to secure trade routes for the daimyo, but there's a lot of unrest brewing. If the wrong factions gain power, we could have a new conflict in the north. His sharp eyes flickered to Naruto. Heard you had quite the adventure yourself? Naruto leaned back slightly. Something like that. Gato's empire collapsed, and the Land of Waves is stabilizing. With luck, we'll have an ally there in the future. Shikaku raised an eyebrow. An alliance with the Mist, or at least with those overthrowing Yagura? That's a long game. A risky one, but not a bad idea. He exhaled, rubbing his temples. You really are making things interesting, Naruto. Naruto smirked. Figured I'd make your job more troublesome. Hiruzen chuckled, then leaned forward, his face turning serious. But before you pack your bags, there's another matter. In 4 weeks, the Chunin exams will be held. You will be part of the diplomatic team traveling to a neutral location to meet with representatives from Suna, Grass, Sound, and a few smaller villages. The other great villages are abstaining from this cycle. Naruto frowned slightly. That's unusual. Kumo and IWA always send candidates. Kiri as well, when not in civil war. Why the absence? Shikaku leaned forward, steepling his fingers. That's exactly what's concerning. When major powers withdraw from an event as significant as the Chunin exams, it usually means they're preparing for something else. The worst-case scenario is that they're gearing up for conflict, or they simply don't want to expose their up-and-coming shinobi to our scrutiny. Hiruzen sighed, placing his pipe down. That's what we need to determine. Tensions are brewing beneath the surface, and we need to stay ahead of them. This meeting will set the framework for how this year's Chunin exams will proceed. You are to evaluate our potential allies and threats, negotiate our standing, and ensure that Konoha remains in a position of strength. The ANBU commander nodded. Your primary focus will be Suna, Grass, and Sound. Each of them has reasons for attending, but we need to ensure that no hidden agendas are in play. Sound is a particularly concerning factor. They are a relatively new village, and we have little intelligence on their leadership. Naruto crossed his arms, considering the implications. If they're attending while other major villages are not, then either they are looking to make a name for themselves or they have something to prove. Shikaku let out a sigh. And nothing is more dangerous than a shinobi village with something to prove. Hiruzen gave Naruto a measured look. Exactly. Proceed carefully. While this isn't a battlefield, the dangers of diplomacy are just as lethal. Naruto nodded, a slow smirk creeping onto his lips. Sounds like my kind of mission. Hiruzen chuckled. I thought as much. Prepare yourself. The next few weeks will be critical, and I expect nothing less than your best. Naruto bowed slightly. Of course, Hokage-sama. As he turned to leave, The ANBU commander clapped him on the shoulder. Try not to cause an international incident, Naruto. Naruto shot him a grin. No promises. Shikaku shook his head, a faint smirk on his lips. Troublesome kid, but you might just pull this off. Later that evening, Naruto sighed in relief as he settled into a booth at Yakiniku, the smell of sizzling meat and charcoal filling the air. For the first time in what felt like weeks, he wasn't wearing his uniform, his brown hoodie and black joggers blending him into the background. He was just another patron looking to enjoy a quiet meal. Or so he thought. Yo, Naruto! The lazy drawl made his muscles tense. He had hoped to avoid running into any familiar faces, but the universe clearly had other plans. He turned just in time to see Kakashi, Asuma, and Guy making their way toward his table, plates in hand, grins plastered across their faces. Kakashi's visible eye crinkled in amusement as he slid into the seat across from him. You look like you're about to make a run for it. Naruto gave him a deadpan stare. That's because I am. Asuma chuckled, setting his plate down. Too late for that. We saw you first. Guy clapped a hand on Naruto's shoulder, his voice booming with enthusiasm. Come now, Naruto! A meal among comrades is a meal well spent. You cannot possibly be thinking of eating alone when the spirit of youth burns so brightly around you. Naruto groaned, rubbing his temples. I just wanted some peace and quiet. Peace and quiet are overrated, Kakashi said smoothly, stealing a piece of Naruto's beef with his chopsticks. Besides, it's rare to catch you off duty. Naruto sighed in resignation, waving over the server to bring extra plates. Fine, but if you make me regret this, I'll switch your shampoo with ink. Kakashi hummed thoughtfully. That explains why my hair smelled like parchment last month. Before Naruto could respond, another pair of voices joined the fray. Well, what do we have here? Kurenai's voice was laced with amusement as she and Anko approached the table. The most eligible bachelors of Konoha gathered for dinner? What a rare sight. Anko grinned as she plopped down next to Asuma. This looks fun. Mind if we crash the party? Naruto slumped in his seat. Does it matter what I say? Not really. Anko chirped, taking a seat next to Naruto, helping herself to the plate in front of her. So, what's the topic of conversation? The upcoming Chunin exams? Asuma said, taking a sip of his drink. These brats are going to be in for a rough time. I swear, my team is giving me gray hairs already. Ino's got skill, but she's too distracted with social nonsense. Shikamaru's the laziest genius I've ever met, and Choji. He shook his head. Choji needs to believe in himself more. Kakashi chuckled. You're not alone. Sasuke's fine, but Sakura still doesn't take her training seriously enough. And Yukiko, well, she's obviously beyond their level in Kenjutsu, but it's hard to get a proper team dynamic going when one of them is so far ahead. He shook his head. Let's just say I have work to do. Kurenai sighed, rubbing her temples. Hinata's growing, but she's still too hesitant. Kiba is aggressive, but not disciplined, and Shino is capable, but too reserved. They all have strengths, but getting them to work together effectively is the challenge. Guy grinned, flashing a thumbs up. But that's the beauty of youth. Growth comes in many forms. My adorable student Lee trains tirelessly, fueled by nothing but sheer willpower. I have no doubt he will make an impact on this exam. Anko smirked. Well, at least you guys get to watch from the sidelines. I get to make the exams fun. Naruto raised an eyebrow. You're a proctor? Anko's grin widened. Yep. I get to design a little survival test in the forest of death. It's gonna be brutal. I hope your little genin are ready. Naruto chuckled. I'll make sure to pray for our genin. As the group continued eating, the conversation shifted. Guy leaned forward, looking particularly interested. What about you, Naruto? You've been handling bigger things than a team of genin. Naruto set down his chopsticks. I won't be around for the next week. I've got a diplomatic mission. Asuma raised an eyebrow. Diplomatic? Since when are you a diplomat? Naruto smirked. Since I'm one of the few people who can think fast enough to keep up with some of these village leaders, I'm meeting with representatives from Suna, Grass, and Sound to discuss the upcoming exams. The big nations are staying out this time, which is concerning. Kurenai frowned. That is unusual. Kumo and IWA never sit these things out. Enko leaned forward, her voice lower. And Sound's a wild card. They're new, but I've heard whispers that their leader isn't someone to underestimate. Be careful with them. Kakashi tilted his head. What do you think their angle is? Naruto exhaled. That's what I need to figure out. If the major villages are backing out, it means they're preparing for something else. The exams are more than just a test for genin, they're a political display of power. If the balance is shifting, Konoha needs to be ahead of it. Guy nodded solemnly. It sounds like you have a heavy burden, my friend. Naruto chuckled, shaking his head. It's just another mission. But I'd rather know what's coming than be caught off guard. Kakashi raised his glass. To Naruto, our diplomatic nightmare in the making. Naruto rolled his eyes. You guys are the worst. Laughter filled the table, and for the first time in weeks, Naruto allowed himself to relax, even if his peaceful dinner had been thoroughly hijacked. Kakashi tilted his head. Where are you at? Naruto looked up at him. He had spaced out. Nowhere. Just exhausted. I've been thinking about taking a vacation. Maybe after the Chunin exams. Naruto replied silently, not bringing the rest of the gang into the conversation. Although Anko did give him a side look. Well, you should. You look like you need it. Chapter 6. Gathering Storms. The land of grass was a place of shifting shadows and soft whispers. The air here was thick with moisture, the rolling plains and dense forests acting as a natural barrier between some of the most powerful nations in the world. The neutral ground made it an ideal meeting place for negotiations, diplomatic or otherwise. Naruto arrived at the designated meeting hall, a modest yet fortified building nestled between tall trees, its exterior guarded by masked shinobi from Kusa. The moment he stepped inside, he felt the tension settle over the room like a heavy mist. The representatives had already gathered. Seated around a large wooden table were the envoys from Sunagekure, Otogekure, Kusugakure, Takigekure, and Amigekure. Their expressions ranged from unreadable to openly displeased. Something was brewing beneath the surface. Naruto took his place, his keen eyes scanning each delegate. The Suna representative was a sharp-featured man with piercing brown eyes, his posture stiff with barely concealed irritation. The Oto delegate was quiet, unnervingly so, his dark eyes flickering with amusement behind his mask. The Kusa Anvu, a tall and wiry man, had his arms crossed, his fingers tapping against his bicep in clear agitation. The Taki representative looked exhausted, his face betraying an internal conflict, while the AIM representative, cloaked in a heavy black robe, remained silent, his face obscured beneath his hood. The first to speak was Hidito, the Kusa delegate. His voice was edged with irritation. Let's not waste time. The regulations put forth by Konoha for this year's exams are restrictive. Naruto tilted his head slightly. Restrictive? The rules remain as they always have been. Each village sends its candidates, they are tested, and those who prove themselves move forward. What exactly is your issue? Hidito from Kusa leaned forward, his expression sharp. The issue is that Konoha is limiting the number of attendees per village. We're only being allowed to bring 15 shinobi total, 5 candidates, and their accompanying proctors and attendants. That's not enough. We need more personnel to ensure our shinobi are properly supported. Daichi from Suna scoffed. You're not alone in that concern. We all agree that more of our people should be allowed access. A minimum of 25 total per village would be more reasonable. Naruto exhaled through his nose, his expression unreadable. The current limit is in place for a reason. This isn't just about testing your genin, it's about security. The Chunin exams bring multiple foreign shinobi into the heart of Konoha. If we allow too many, we increase the risk of espionage and infiltration. The number stands for now. Seiji from Odo finally spoke, his voice smooth. You make it sound as if our villages pose a threat. His dark eyes flickered with amusement. Surely you don't suspect us of ill intent? Naruto didn't take the bait. It's not about suspicion. It's about control. Ensuring that this event remains a test of skill, not a potential incident. However, I will take your concerns to the Hokage. If he deems it reasonable, we might extend the limit slightly, to 18 total per village. That's the best I can offer. The representatives exchanged looks, their expressions ranging from wary to outright frustrated. The Suna delegate leaned back with a slight scowl, arms crossed as if biting back further argument. The Taki representative sighed through his nose, rubbing his temple in a gesture of reluctant acceptance. The Kusa envoy narrowed his eyes, his fingers drumming impatiently against the table. The Odo delegate, however, remained perfectly still, watching Naruto with an unreadable expression, as though filing this moment away for later use. None openly objected, but the tension in the air spoke volumes. Finally, Shibata from Taki's side. That's better than nothing. Make sure your Hokage understands this isn't just about fairness. This is about showing trust in your allies. Naruto met his gaze evenly. Trust is built through actions, not numbers. Naruto's expression didn't change, but his mind was working rapidly. They're united in their grievances. That's not an accident. The conversation continued, with each representative voicing their veiled frustrations, their unwillingness to outright declare hostilities, yet making it clear that something was shifting in the wind. Naruto left that meeting knowing one thing for certain: these villages were working together, and their target was Konoha. A message from the shadows. Later that night, Naruto moved through the dense forests of the land of grass, his footsteps silent against the damp earth. He had received a message, one delivered discreetly, instructing him to meet at a secluded point deep within the woods. His contact emerged from the shadows, a man clad in dark gray gear, his face partially concealed. Tetsuo, one of Konoha's deep cover agents in the land of water. Tetsuo didn't waste time. Zabuza arrived at Mei's camp 2 days ago. The rebellion has begun its final offensive. They estimate complete control of the land of water within the week. Naruto exhaled. And Kiri's forces? Tetsuo hesitated. Yugura is still a problem, but Mei has gathered more support than expected. The tides are turning. Naruto nodded. Good. Keep watching them. If Mei solidifies control, we need to be first in line to establish relations. Tetsuo handed him a sealed scroll. More details inside. Kiri is changing rapidly, and Mei's forces are moving faster than expected. If things hold, we could see a complete restructuring of their power within days. Naruto turned the scroll over in his hands, weighing the gravity of the situation. What about Yugura? Is he making any moves, or is he just waiting for the inevitable? Tetsuo exhaled. He's cornered but not desperate. His forces are still formidable, but morale is crumbling. Mei's rebels are gaining ground faster than anticipated. Kiri's leadership is on the verge of collapse. Naruto tapped a finger against the scroll. And the surrounding regions? Any sign of outside interference? Tetsuo shook his head. No overt moves, but there's always a chance someone is waiting for the right moment to strike. Mei's forces are moving quickly, but speed doesn't always mean stability. If they take over, they'll need time to consolidate power. That could be Konoha's opening. Naruto nodded. Then we'll need to be ready when the dust settles. Keep monitoring, and if anything shifts, I want to know immediately. Kiri's future is going to affect more than just itself. Tetsuo nodded. Understood. But be careful, Naruto. Kiri's not the only place on edge. There's something in the air. Even here, in the land of grass. Too many players moving at once. Naruto gave him a long look, then tucked the scroll away. Noted. Keep me posted. If anything changes, send word immediately. Tetsuo dipped his head in acknowledgement before slipping back into the shadows, vanishing as if he were never there. Naruto lingered a moment longer, glancing up at the moonlit sky. Too many moving pieces. and not enough time to put them all in place. Without another word, he turned and disappeared into the trees, his mind already on what awaited him back in Konoha. Naruto took the scroll and disappeared back into the shadows. A meeting with the Toad Sage. On his way back to Konoha, Naruto veered off course, arriving at a remote hot spring where he knew Jiraiya often conducted his research. The old man was lounging against a rock, a half-empty bottle of sake at his side. "You're early, brat." Naruto tossed a sealed scroll toward him. "Message from the Hokage." Jiraiya caught it effortlessly, breaking the seal and scanning its contents. He gave a low whistle. "So, you managed to plant Konoha's hand in Kiri's little civil war. Impressive." Naruto crossed his arms. "It's not over yet, but we have a foot in the door." Jiraiya nodded approvingly. "Good work. But don't get too comfortable. There are bigger threats out there." Naruto arched a brow. "Bigger than a rebellion?" Jiraiya's face turned serious. "Ever heard of the Akatsuki?" Naruto frowned. "I've heard whispers." Jiraiya leaned forward. "They're more than whispers, kid. They're dangerous, and they're hunting Jinchuriki." Naruto's expression darkened. "And you think they'll come for me?" "Not yet," Jiraiya admitted. "But it's only a matter of time." Naruto was silent for a moment before he spoke again. "Then I'll be ready." Jiraiya smirked. "That's what I like to hear." Naruto exhaled, his gaze drifting toward the sky. "You should return to Konoha for the final stage of the Chunin exams. Something about this whole situation feels off." Jiraiya studied him carefully before nodding. "All right, kid. I'll be there." As Naruto turned to leave, Jiraiya called out, "Hold on a second, brat." Naruto turned back, one brow raised. "What now? Another cryptic warning?" Jiraiya chuckled, shaking his head. "Nah, just some old man wisdom. You're carrying a lot on your shoulders, but don't forget, you're still human. You can't always be the shinobi, the strategist, the leader. Sometimes you need to take a step back and live." Naruto smirked. "Is this your roundabout way of telling me to take a vacation?" Jiraiya grinned. "More like a reminder to enjoy yourself. Maybe even find someone special. Your mom, Kushina, wouldn't have wanted you to spend all your time brooding and working yourself into the ground. She was fiery, but she also knew how to enjoy life. You should too." Naruto's smirk softened for just a moment before he rolled his eyes. "What, are you saying I should be running around looking for romance?" Jiraiya shrugged. "Wouldn't hurt. Besides, if I don't keep an eye on you, you might turn into another Kakashi, buried in work, reading bad novels, and refusing to socialize." Naruto let out a short laugh. "I think I'm safe from that fate. But I'll keep it in mind." Jiraiya smirked. "Good. Now get out of here before I start getting sentimental." Naruto shook his head, chuckling as he turned away. "See you back in Konoha, pervy sage." Jiraiya waved lazily. "Stay out of trouble. Or at least don't get caught." Naruto smirked. "What are you talking about?" "I am trouble." A stop in the outskirts. After the tense diplomatic meeting, Naruto took a detour through a small village on his way back to Konoha. The sun was dipping low on the horizon, painting the sky in soft shades of gold and crimson. He figured a short break was in order, maybe a quick snack, something cold to drink before resuming his journey. He found a small food stall tucked between buildings, the smell of grilled skewers filling the air. Ordering a drink and a plate of yakitori, he leaned against the counter, enjoying the fleeting moment of peace. Most people barely noticed him, his civilian clothing making him blend in, just another traveler passing through. However, one figure stood out to him. A hooded man sat in the corner of the establishment, posture stiff, his movements too controlled for a mere wanderer. Naruto's sharp eyes caught a subtle flash of metal as the man adjusted his sleeve, a forehead protector, marked with the symbol of Odogekure. Naruto took a slow sip of his drink, keeping his expression neutral. His instincts prickled, years of training urging him to stay casual, to observe without reacting. This was routine for him now, watching, waiting, blending in while collecting information. He allowed his eyes to wander absently, but his mind sharpened, noting every movement the Odo shinobi made. Instead, he settled in, deciding to linger. Hours passed. The Odo shinobi remained in place, seemingly waiting for something. When the man finally moved, Naruto followed, his steps silent as he trailed behind at a safe distance. The shinobi slipped into the woods outside the village, weaving through the trees with practiced ease. Naruto kept pace, his senses alert. Soon, the man reached a small clearing where another figure was waiting. Naruto's breath itched slightly, his muscles tensing as he recognized the second figure, a Konoha shinobi. For a moment, disbelief flickered across his face, but he quickly forced himself to remain composed. His grip on the tree branch above tightened as he leaned in slightly, his sharp eyes scanning the figure's every movement. The familiar stance, the controlled demeanor, it didn't take long for recognition to settle in his mind, bringing with it a creeping sense of unease. A genin. Kabuto Yakushi. Naruto remained hidden, his keen ears picking up bits of their conversation. The Odo shinobi handed over a small scroll, Kabuto's fingers closing around it swiftly. There was no hesitation, no surprise on Kabuto's face. This was not a first-time meeting. Naruto narrowed his eyes, shifting slightly to get a better view. Kabuto unrolled the scroll just enough to glimpse its contents before tucking it into his sleeve. His body language remained calm, composed, too composed. He wasn't just acting as a middleman, he was invested in this exchange. "You're sure they won't suspect anything?" the Odo shinobi muttered, voice low but not low enough to escape Naruto's trained ears. Kabuto smirked, pushing his glasses up the bridge of his nose. "Konoha is predictable. The old man is still convinced I'm loyal. They think I'm nothing more than a wandering medic playing at being a genin." The Odo shinobi let out a grunt of approval. "Good. Lord Orochimaru doesn't tolerate failure. We have to make sure the next phase goes according to plan." Orochimaru. The name alone sent a ripple of unease down Naruto's spine. He was starting to understand. Odo wasn't just a small village looking for recognition, they were moving with intent. But what was Kabuto's real role in this? The conversation ended soon after, the Odo shinobi vanishing into the treetops. Kabuto took a lingering glance around before heading back toward Konoha, blending seamlessly into the night. Naruto stayed put a little longer, his mind churning. He had pieces of the puzzle, but not the full picture. One thing was clear, Kabuto Yakushi was not what he seemed. With a final glance at the empty clearing, Naruto turned away, making his way back toward the village with quiet urgency. Kabuto is passing information to Oto. Naruto's mind worked rapidly. He could take them both out now, but without understanding the full scope of Kabuto's betrayal, it would be reckless. There had always been something off about Kabuto, but nothing concrete enough to warrant suspicion, until now. His knowledge of Konoha's inner workings, his ability to blend in so seamlessly, and now this direct link to Oto. How deep did his deception run? Naruto gritted his teeth. If Kabuto had been playing both sides for this long, who else had he fooled? Instead, he made the choice to remain hidden, to follow up on this later. As the exchange ended, the Odo shinobi disappeared back into the night, while Kabuto turned and made his way back toward Konoha, as if nothing had happened. Naruto stayed put for a moment longer before turning in the opposite direction, his destination clear. Reporting to the Hokage. Naruto moved swiftly through the dimly lit halls of the Hokage Tower, his mind replaying the encounter in the forest. Every step felt heavier, weighed down by the knowledge of Kabuto's deception. By the time he reached the Hokage's office, he had already formulated the best way to present his findings. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat at his desk, the faint glow of a nearby lantern casting shadows across the deep lines of his face. The ANBU commander stood off to the side, arms crossed, silent but watchful. They had been waiting for him. Naruto stood before the Hokage, his expression carefully measured as he delivered his report in precise detail. He recounted every movement, every word exchanged between Kabuto and the Odo shinobi, leaving nothing out. His tone was steady, but the weight of the revelation hung heavy in the air. Hiruzen exhaled slowly, his fingers steepled in front of him as he processed Naruto's words. "Kabuto," he murmured, his voice betraying a rare hint of disappointment. "I had always suspected there was more to him than met the eye, but this—" He shook his head. "This complicates things." Naruto crossed his arms. "I could have taken him, but we don't know how deep this goes yet. I figured it was best to report first." Hiruzen nodded slowly. "You made the right call. We don't act without full knowledge. If Kabuto is working with Oto, we need to know why and what his ultimate goal is." The room fell into a heavy silence. The ANBU commander shifted slightly but said nothing. Hiruzen eventually sighed, rubbing his temple. "For now, do not alert anyone else about this. We do not yet know the full scope of his involvement, and if he is playing a deeper game, we cannot risk alerting him prematurely. I will have my own sources investigate this further. Until then, observe, but remain in the shadows." Naruto nodded, understanding the weight of the request. "If he's working with Oto, there's no telling how long he's been feeding them intel." Hiruzen's gaze hardened. "Which is precisely why we must proceed carefully. We cannot afford to tip our hand before we understand what cards he holds." Naruto inclined his head. "Understood." As Naruto prepared to leave, the tension in his chest not yet easing, Hiruzen spoke again, his voice carrying a softer but resolute edge. "One more thing, Naruto." Naruto paused. The Hokage's eyes met his. "You have good instincts. Trust them." Naruto smirked slightly before exiting the room, but his thoughts were anything but light. The pieces were starting to fall into place, and though he still lacked the full picture, the tension beneath the surface was undeniable. He needed to move carefully, to anticipate the enemy's next steps before they could strike. As he stepped into the corridor, his expression hardened. This was only the beginning, and he would be ready. Something was coming. He could feel it, like the shift in the air before a storm. And when it arrived, he would be ready. Chapter 7: Shadows in the Leaf. A week had passed since Naruto's return from the Land of Grass. Seated at his desk in a dimly lit ANBU office, he sifted through stacks of intelligence reports from teams stationed across various regions. The candlelight flickered over his sharp crimson hair as he skimmed through the documents, absorbing details with his trained precision. Alpha Team, near Iwagakure, minimal movement observed along the border. Increased patrols from IWA indicate higher security measures. No immediate threat detected, but possible preparations underway for increased militarization. Naruto frowned slightly. IWA tightening security wasn't unusual, but the timing made him uneasy. Beta Team, deep in the Wind Country desert, operating covertly near an abandoned outpost. Unusual Suna troop formations observed. Likely connected to their recent dissatisfaction with Konoha's policies. Awaiting further orders. Another sign of unease. Suna was still playing nice on the surface, but undercurrents of dissatisfaction were undeniable. Naruto placed the report aside and moved to the next. Sierra Team, Kirigakure, heavy casualties on both sides. Rebellion against Yugura progressing, but at great cost. One operative severely injured, receiving treatment from Kiri medics. The situation remains volatile. Naruto clenched his fist. The Kiri civil war was nearing its climax, but the price was high. Delta Team, Fire Capital tracking designated target. The individual remains unaware of surveillance. Extraction planned within the next 3 days. Awaiting confirmation for operation. Naruto exhaled, setting the report aside. This target was key. If Delta succeeded, it would eliminate a dangerous unknown. His contemplation was interrupted by a knock on the door. He looked up as the ANBU commander stepped inside, his presence as commanding as ever. "Naruto, we have a situation. Anko and T has uncovered evidence that Mizuki was leaking information to someone inside the village. We need to confirm whether that someone was Kabuto. I want you to assist her in extracting every bit of information from Mizuki." Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly. "Understood. I'll meet with Anko immediately." A meeting with Anko. The torture and interrogation division was as bleak as ever, its dimly lit hallways lined with reinforced steel doors, each leading to a room where someone, somewhere, was spilling secrets. The air was thick with the lingering scent of antiseptic and iron, a telltale sign of the more hands-on methods used in the darker corners of Konoha's intelligence operations. Naruto moved through the corridors with quiet familiarity, his boots barely making a sound against the stone floor. Dressed in a dark, high-collared tactical jacket with the ANBU insignia subtly stitched on the sleeve, he radiated authority without the need for display. His crimson hair was pulled back in a loose but practical tie, keeping it out of his face while his sharp blue eyes scanned his surroundings. Unlike his usual shinobi gear, tonight he opted for something less militaristic but no less effective layered blend of black and deep gray, designed for both stealth and maneuverability. He wasn't there to fight, but if he had to, he was prepared. Anko was waiting for him near one of the secured briefing rooms, leaning lazily against the cold steel wall, her arms crossed over her chest. The dim lighting cast shadows over her sharp features, but her signature smirk was still evident. She was clad in her usual mesh bodysuit beneath a short tan trench coat, the hem of which fluttered slightly whenever she shifted her stance. Her violet hair was tied up in a high ponytail, a few rebellious strands falling over her forehead. Unlike most who operated in this division, she didn't wear anything to hide her identity. She didn't need to. Anko wanted people to know she was watching them. As Naruto approached, she raised an eyebrow and gave him a slow once-over. Well, if it isn't Konoha's little spy master," she drawled, amusement lacing her tone. "You clean up nice. Trying to impress me, Uzumaki?" Naruto smirked. "You wish. Figured I'd show up looking sharp since I'm helping you do your job." Anko let out a low chuckle, pushing off the wall and taking a step closer. "Oh please, I make this job look good. You're just here for the paperwork." Naruto shook his head, rolling his shoulders. "And yet, somehow, I always end up cleaning up after you." She grinned. "That's because you like it. Admit it, you'd be bored out of your mind without me keeping you on your toes." Naruto exhaled dramatically. "I'll either confirm nor deny that statement." Anko's laughter echoed down the hallway before she nudged his arm with her elbow. "Jokes aside, it's good to see you, brat. Been hearing rumors that you've been pulling strings for me. Shikaku and Inoichi both told me that you were pushing for my promotion." Naruto's smirk softened slightly. "Not just me. Your work speaks for itself. It was about time the higher-ups recognized that." Anko hummed, her sharp gaze scrutinizing him. "You know, people don't just put their neck out for someone like me in this village unless they believe in them. You saying you believe in me, Naruto?" He didn't hesitate. "I wouldn't be here otherwise." For the briefest moment, something flickered in Anko's expression, something more vulnerable beneath her usual bravado. But she quickly masked it with a smirk, nudging him again. "TCH. And here I thought you only liked me for my charming personality." Naruto chuckled. "That's just a bonus." She let out an exaggerated sigh. "Well, guess I'd better start acting like a responsible adult then. Promotion means more work, more paperwork, and less time for fun." Naruto shook his head. "You'll find a way to make it entertaining, I'm sure." Anko's smirk turned wicked. "Speaking of fun, you do remember your 16th birthday, right?" Naruto raised an eyebrow. "How could I forget? I think it took me 3 days to recover." She laughed, tossing her head back. "Damn right it did. So, if I get this promotion, you owe me another celebration." Naruto gave her a knowing look. "I make no promises, but I'll have a gift for you." Anko pouted dramatically before giving him a playful shove. Fine. I'll take what I can get. But let's get back to business before I decide to really make you squirm." Naruto chuckled and motioned toward the interrogation room. "After you, then. Let's go see what Mizuki has to say." Anko's grin widened as she turned, pushing open the reinforced door. "Let's make him talk." Interrogation of Mizuki. The interrogation room was frigid, the air thick with the metallic scent of blood and sweat. A dim, Flickering light overhead barely illuminated the cold, sterile walls. Chains clinked faintly as Mizuki shifted in his seat, the restraints digging into his wrists. His breathing was uneven, and his once pristine uniform was in tatters, bloodstains marking the places where he had resisted. He was exhausted, broken down by days of relentless questioning, but there was still a glimmer of defiance in his eyes. Naruto stepped into the room, his expression unreadable as he studied the man before him. His presence alone was enough to command the space, his posture steady, his sharp blue eyes calculating. He wore a high-collared black tactical jacket, the ANBU insignia barely visible under the dim lighting. He wasn't there for games. Anko followed, her trench coat swaying slightly as she leaned casually against the wall, arms crossed. The flickering bulb cast a sharp glow over her violet hair, and the smirk playing on her lips was nothing short of predatory. Unlike Naruto's quiet intensity, she radiated something else entirely, a thrill, a hunger for the part of her job that most found unsettling. Mizuki barely lifted his head, his voice hoarse when he spoke. "Come to gloat?" Naruto didn't blink. "Kabuto." Mizuki tensed, his shoulders stiffening at the name. His gaze darted between Naruto and Anko before he scoffed, forcing out a weak chuckle. "I don't know what you're talking about." Naruto sighed, tilting his head as he circled Mizuki like a wolf sizing up its prey. "That's disappointing," he murmured. "I thought we'd moved past the lying stage." Anko let out a slow, exaggerated sigh, tapping her fingers against the steel table with an impatient rhythm. She leaned forward slightly, her smirk widening, a predatory gleam in her eyes. "You see, Mizuki, we've had you here for days and I'm bored. That's not good for you. Because when I get bored, I get creative. And trust me, you don't want to find out what that means." Mizuki swallowed hard, his bravado faltering. "We know you worked with Kabuto," Naruto continued. "What we don't know is how deep it goes. So let's try again. From the beginning." A long silence stretched between them before Mizuki exhaled sharply, his head drooping slightly. "Kabuto recruited me months ago. He had a file on me, on a lot of people. He knew my past, my frustrations with Konoha. He knew exactly what buttons to push." Naruto nodded. "And what did he ask you to do?" "Pass along information," Mizuki admitted, his voice hoarse. "Guard rotations, supply chains, even minor details about the academy. It started small, subtle. He made it seem harmless. And then?" Anko prompted, her tone deceptively casual. Mizuki hesitated before pressing on. "He was careful, never pushing too hard, but over time, I started hearing more. Kabuto wasn't just gathering intel, he was building something. There was someone else, someone important, backing him. Kabuto never said a name, but I know they were powerful. Someone in the shadows, waiting." Naruto's eyes narrowed. "And Orochimaru?" Mizuki's fingers were clenched. "He's Kabuto's master. His right hand. Everything Kabuto does, it's for him. I didn't know at first, but by the time I figured it out, I was in too deep." Naruto exhaled slowly. "So, you're saying you were just a pawn?" He resisted the urge to scoff. It was a convenient excuse, one that he'd heard too many times before. Everyone who betrayed Konoha claimed to be a victim, a piece in someone else's game. But pawns didn't make conscious choices. Mizuki had. And now, he was paying for them. Mizuki let out a bitter chuckle. "Aren't we all?" Anko rolled her eyes. "Enough with self-pity. What else do you know?" Mizuki hesitated before adding. "Kabuto is stronger than you think. I saw him fight once, 300 nin from Kumo. He tore through them like they were nothing. His taijutsu is precise, his medical knowledge makes him damn near untouchable, and his genjutsu? Subtle but terrifying. If you underestimate him, you're dead." Anko let out a low whistle, shaking her head slightly. "TCH. I should have guessed that bastard would be involved." She crossed her arms, her usual playful smirk momentarily fading as she considered Mizuki's words. "Kabuto's a slippery one. If he's half as good as you say, We should have had eyes on him already. Wait, what? Mizuki asks. Naruto's expression remained unreadable as he leaned in. Yeah, here's the thing, Mizuki. We never caught him to begin with. We just have a suspicion. Mizuki's face paled. Then I. Naruto straightened, his tone clipped. Then you're in trouble. You may not have known Orochimaru was behind this when you started, but now that you do, there's only one way you can ensure your freedom. Mizuki swallowed thickly. And what's that? Naruto didn't answer. Instead, he stood up and made his way to the door, his footsteps slow and deliberate. Mizuki's breath hitched, his bound hands clenching into fists, as a flicker of realization dawned in his tired eyes. His lips parted as if to speak, but no words came, just a shaky inhale, the weight of inevitability pressing down on him. Just before stepping out, Naruto paused. Without turning around, he spoke in a low voice, his tone devoid of emotion. Anko immediately understood. Close the file permanently. Anko tilted her head, her smirk returning. With pleasure. Naruto exited the room, his mind whirring with the implications of what he had just learned. The pieces were beginning to align, but the full picture was still out of reach. Minutes later, the door to the interrogation room swung open, and Anko stepped out, casually wiping the blood from her gloves with a cloth. Her usual playful demeanor was replaced with a cold fury as she glanced at Naruto. That snake cunt? She asked, voice sharp. Naruto didn't look at her. He simply exhaled and muttered, Uh-huh. Anko clenched her fists before taking a deep breath. You want this in my report? Naruto shook his head. No. Keep this between us. For now. She raised an eyebrow, her smirk creeping back as she read between the lines. So, what are you planning, Uzumaki? Naruto turned his gaze toward the dimly lit hallway and responded, his voice cold and unwavering, his words heavy with meaning but coated in their delivery. I aim to kill him, Naruto said, voice calm but firm. Strategic meeting. The Hokage's office was dimly lit, the flickering glow of lanterns casting shadows over the large circular table in the center. The map of Konoha sprawled across it, various markers placed in key locations indicating active defenses and strategic vulnerabilities. Seated around the table were Hiruzen Sarutobi, the ANBU commander, and Shikaku Nara, their expressions serious as they absorbed Naruto's latest findings. Naruto stood at the table's edge, his fingers tapping lightly against its surface. We have confirmation now. Orochimaru is behind Otogekure. This isn't just some minor faction looking for power. He's preparing for something, and with the Chunin exams coming up, it's the perfect opportunity for him to strike. The Hokage exhaled, rubbing his temple. I feared as much. Orochimaru has always been patient in his ambitions. But what does this mean for the exams? Naruto glanced at the ANBU commander, then at Shikaku. It means we give him what he wants. We increase the number of attendees, allow the other villages to bring in additional shinobi under the guise of fairness. We need to make him believe he has the upper hand. The ANBU commander crossed his arms, his mask obscuring his expression. That's risky? You're suggesting we invite more potential threats into our village? He turned to the Hokage. We need to agree to the other villages' demands. We increase the number of attendees, baiting Orochimaru into a trap. The ANBU commander frowned. That's risky? Shikaku, who had remained silent for most of the discussion, finally spoke. I don't see where you're going with this. If we allow more enemy forces in, we increase the likelihood of collateral damage. We have civilians to worry about. Naruto turned, stepping toward the large map. That's exactly why we control the battlefield. If we know where the attack will happen, we can dictate how it plays out. Naruto motioned for them to follow as he approached the map. He placed his palm flat against the table, dragging his fingers over the stadium's location. We execute a pincer attack. All of Oto's forces will be directed here, into the central arena, where we'll have the perfect opportunity to eliminate them in a single, calculated strike. Shikaku narrowed his eyes, stroking his chin. That's assuming they all show up in one place. Orochimaru isn't reckless. He'll have layers to his plan. Naruto nodded. Which is why we make him think he's winning. We conduct an undercover recall of all ANBU Black Ops forces, leaving only a skeleton crew on border patrol. Every available operative will be stationed discreetly throughout the village, watching, waiting. We suspend all missions that day, ensuring every capable shinobi is present. The ANBU commander folded his arms. A full recall? That's no small task. If word gets out that we've emptied the village of active patrols, it could backfire. Naruto's expression hardened. It won't get out. We do it silently. No public orders, just a quiet pullback. Konoha will look just as vulnerable as Orochimaru expects it to be. He'll think he's walking into a weakened village. And that's when we'll strike. The Hokage listened intently, then finally spoke, his voice firm. And who do you suggest leads the ambush? Naruto met his gaze without hesitation. You and Jiraiya. He'll be there. He won't be able to resist seeing you in the flesh again. When he steps into that stadium, it will be to his grave. Silence hung in the air before Shikaku exhaled through his nose. Troublesome, but not impossible. We'll need a strict operational structure. Civilian evacuation protocols will have to be in place. The ANBU commander added. And we'll have to make sure we stay hidden until the very last moment. Orochimaru needs to believe everything is going according to his plan. The Hokage nodded, looking at Naruto with a glint of approval in his eyes. It's a dangerous gamble, but one that may be worth taking. We'll begin preparations immediately. Naruto leaned back, exhaling slowly. Then we set the stage. 1 month later, preparing for the Chunin exams. The streets of Konoha were alive with energy only seen before major events. With the Chunin exams looming, teams of genin flooded the training grounds, working tirelessly under the sharp eyes of their sensei. The air smelled of sweat, scorched earth, and sharpened steel. Conversations of battle strategies, lessons learned, and whispered rumors about foreign competitors buzzed through the village like a never-ending hum. Kakashi stood with his hands in his pockets, watching his students as they pushed themselves harder than ever. Sasuke, ever the perfectionist, moved through a rigorous kata, his Sharingan flickering on and off as he worked on precision and adaptability. Yukiko's blade sang as it cut through the air, her control over genjutsu making her even deadlier with her swordplay. And Sakura, though she had struggled, had taken her new training to heart. She was bruised, exhausted, but undeniably stronger than before. You're all entering the Chunin exams, Kakashi finally announced, his lazy tone betraying none of the pride he felt. Sakura's breath hitched. We are? Kakashi nodded. I won't lie to you. I don't think you're ready, not completely. But readiness isn't just about skill. It's about experience, judgment, and pushing yourself beyond your limits. You need to learn what it means to fight when everything is on the line. Sasuke smirked. About time. Yukiko sheathed her sword, looking up at Kakashi curiously. And what if we fail? Kakashi's visible eye crinkled in amusement. Then you fail. And you try again. But if you survive, if you learn, then you're already growing. After dismissing them for the evening, Kakashi made his way to the Hokage Tower. The walk through the village felt different, more patrols, more eyes watching from the rooftops. Something was off, and his instincts told him it wasn't just because of the exams. As he entered, he caught the tail end of a conversation between Naruto and Shikaku. The two stood over a detailed map of the village, markings littering key locations. Kakashi's sharp ears picked up key phrases. Stretched border patrol, unknown variables, and timing of the attack. Naruto noticed him before he could say anything, his sharp gaze flickering to Kakashi's before he smirked. Good luck with your son. I hear your little Naruto's finally taking the exam. Shikaku scoffed, rubbing his temple. Troublesome kid. If he put half the effort into training that he does into napping, he'd be a jonin already. Naruto chuckled, but Kakashi didn't miss the tension behind his usual relaxed posture. Walk with me, Naruto said, motioning for Kakashi to follow. Once inside his office, Kakashi leaned against the doorframe. "All right, out with it. Something's going on." Naruto let out a slow exhale before folding his arms. "There are spies in the village. Orochimaru has infiltrated." Kakashi tensed. "You're sure?" "I wouldn't say it if I wasn't." Naruto moved toward the window, his gaze scanning the rooftops as if searching for unseen threats. "We're keeping it contained for now. No reason to alert the enemy that we know. But something isn't adding up." Kakashi's brow furrowed. "What do you mean?" Naruto turned back to him. "At the meeting regarding the Chunin exam with the reps of the other villages, the other nations were tense. Too tense. It felt like they were all working together, but we've been monitoring them, and nothing unusual has been happening. It's as if they're waiting for something, but we don't know what." Kakashi nodded, his mind running through the possibilities. "So Orochimaru's infiltration is just the start. Something bigger is coming." Naruto sighed. "That's what worries me." "Why now? What changed?" Silence hung between them before Kakashi decided to shift the conversation. "You've been working too much. Have you taken any time for yourself?" Naruto gave him a flat look. "You sound like the Hokage." Kakashi smirked. "Smart man, that Hokage. Maybe you should listen to him. Take a vacation. Maybe with a woman? Anko, perhaps?" Naruto rolled his eyes but smirked. "It's not like that." Kakashi hummed, clearly unconvinced. "Really? I seem to recall a very interesting birthday celebration." Naruto sighed dramatically. "Fine. If we're being honest, Anko is drop-dead scorching hot, and yes, we've had passionate nights. But that's all it is. She doesn't want a relationship, and neither do I. We're both too busy, and honestly, she'd probably kill me in my sleep if I ever tried to make things serious." Kakashi laughed. "Fair enough. But maybe you should take a step back from ANBU. You've already done more than anyone in your position before you. Even the Hokages mentioned it. Maybe moving into a leadership role among the Jonin could set you up for something bigger." Naruto's smirk faded slightly. "You mean Hokage?" Kakashi tilted his head. "It's not far-fetched. You're already handling the village's most sensitive operations." Naruto sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose. "I don't know if I want that. The idea of it, it's a burden enough being a Jinchuriki. The hat would just make it worse." Before Kakashi could respond, a sharp knock on the door interrupted them. An ANBU agent, wearing the mask of a boar, stepped inside. "Full attendance, sir. All teams are accounted for." Naruto nodded. "Good. Have them in the war room first thing tomorrow for a briefing. They can bring their debrief reports as well. Until then, implement lockdown. No one leaves the barracks. Under no circumstance can they be spotted in town." The ANBU agent bowed and disappeared. Kakashi studied Naruto. "You really are preparing for war, aren't you?" Naruto didn't answer right away. Instead, he turned back toward the window, looking out at the darkened streets of Konoha. "I'm preparing for what's coming. Whatever it is." Chapter 8: The Unfolding Storm. The forest of death stood eerily silent, the towering trees shrouding the area in a foreboding darkness. Only the occasional rustle of the wind disturbed the quiet. The Hokage stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his sharp gaze locked onto Team 7. They were battered, exhausted, but alive. That alone was a victory. Naruto stood apart from them, his piercing blue eyes analyzing Sasuke with a sharpness that made the younger Uchiha shudder involuntarily. His uniform was disheveled, ANBU insignia still adorning his shoulder, and his presence alone carried an air of authority. The silence stretched before Naruto finally moved. He stepped towards Sasuke, his fingers pulling down the collar of his torn shirt to fully reveal the cursed mark. The jagged black design pulsed ominously against pale skin, a malignant brand left by Orochimaru himself. Naruto studied it with unnerving precision, his brow furrowing as he copied the intricate markings into a small notebook. No one dared to interrupt him, not even the Hokage. Sasuke, on the other hand, felt something uncomfortable settle in his gut. There was no admiration in Naruto's gaze, no acknowledgement of power, only disapproval. This isn't just a power boost, Naruto muttered, eyes flicking up to meet Sasuke's. His voice was calm but carried a weight that made the younger boy feel as if he was being crushed. This mark is meant to break you. It's psychological warfare. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Naruto closed his notebook and slipped it into his vest. Orochimaru isn't just giving you a wellspring of chakra. He's feeding off your mind, your insecurities, your ambition. This mark will alter your thoughts, weaken your psyche, make you question your own decisions. He doesn't just want a powerful shinobi, Sasuke, he wants a puppet. The words hit like a kunai to the chest. Sasuke had thought, however briefly, that this was a gift. That he was gaining strength. But now, hearing Naruto speak so definitively, it felt less like a blessing and more like a leash. Naruto continued, his voice lowering. If you give in, even once, your mind won't be your own anymore. Orochimaru can erode your will, mold you into his perfect vessel. When he's done with you, you'll be nothing but an empty husk, discarded once he moves onto another body. Sasuke clenched his fists. Is there a way to get rid of it? Naruto nodded. Yes, but you need to understand something first. He crossed his arms. You're an Uchiha. Your chakra coils will expand naturally as you mature. You don't need this power boost. But... No. Naruto cut him off sharply. Where's your Uchiha pride? Sasuke froze. Naruto's gaze bore into him, unrelenting. Your father would be disgusted seeing you rely on something as foul as this. Have you really fallen so low that you need a snake's crutch? Sasuke's breath hitched. His father. The man he spent his entire childhood trying to impress. He imagined Fugaku's stern, disapproving eyes looking at him now, and suddenly, shame crawled up his spine like fire. He swallowed hard, his fingers shaking slightly. Naruto's expression softened just a fraction. If you really want to make your clan proud, then remember that the next time you want a shortcut. Sasuke exhaled sharply and nodded, his determination settling. Fine. Naruto relaxed slightly and turned to the Hokage. I can remove it, but it will take time. Give me 2 weeks. Hiruzen nodded solemnly. Then it is ordered Sasuke Uchiha is to refrain from activating the curse mark until Naruto sees to its removal. Sasuke gritted his teeth but gave a short nod. As the debrief ended, Naruto and the Hokage walked a short distance away, leaving Team 7 behind. Hiruzen sighed as he gazed out at the dark canopy above. And the Sand siblings? Naruto exhaled, thinking of Gaara. I'll be keeping an eye on him. If he steps out of line, I'll deal with him. Hiruzen nodded, but Naruto noticed something. His old master was looking weary. His shoulders sagged just a little, and his voice lacked its usual strength. Sensei, Naruto said carefully. Are you alright? Hiruzen chuckled, though there was little humor in it. This situation has been a weight on me, Naruto. I won't deny it. Perhaps it's time I begin considering my successor. Naruto's lips pressed into a thin line. Jiraiya is in town. Hiruzen smiled faintly. Then perhaps I should speak with him. Naruto gave a nod, his mind already racing through possibilities. 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. Sasuke sat in the indoor ANBU training facility, sweat clinging to his back as he sat shirtless on the cold stone floor. Naruto stood before him, carefully drawing intricate seals around the curse mark with dark ink, his expression unreadable. As Naruto worked, Sasuke couldn't help but break the silence. How did you know my father? Naruto's brush hesitated for just a second before continuing. I was on Itachi's team as a genin. We were rivals. Sasuke's eyes widened slightly. Then you knew my parents? Naruto gave a brief nod. Fugaku and Mikoto were family friends. Our clans were rivals in a way. Sasuke opened his mouth to ask more, but before he could, Naruto activated the seal. A searing pain erupted through his shoulder. Sasuke screamed, his body convulsing as the curse mark burned against his skin. Naruto remained impassive, watching as the ink seals pulsed and drew the corrupt chakra out of Sasuke's body. The pain was unbearable, like his skin was being peeled from his bones. Darkness swallowed him whole. Sasuke awoke in the hospital, his body sore but whole. The crisp scent of sterilized linens filled his nose, and the soft beeping of medical monitors hummed in the background. The faint glow of the afternoon sun filtered through the blinds, casting long shadows across the whitewashed walls. Sitting in the chair beside his bed, Kakashi was reading lazily from a book, his visible eye barely flicking up as Sasuke stirred. Kakashi shut his book with a slow clap of its covers, his tone light but edged with something deeper. "You're awake. Good. Took you long enough." Sasuke let out a groan as he forced himself upright, his muscles protesting every movement. His hand instinctively moved to his patched shoulder, fingers ghosting over the raw, tender skin. "What happened?" "Naruto saved your ass." Kakashi smirked. "You should probably get him a thank you present." Sasuke blinked, flexing his fingers. His chakra felt different. Bigger. Stronger. Yet not unstable. Kakashi stood. "Your chakra coils expanded from Orochimaru's influence. You've got more power now, but it's yours, not his." Sasuke clenched his fist, flexing his fingers as the faintest smirk crossed his lips. "Good." But beneath his satisfaction, a seed of curiosity remained. What exactly had Naruto done? And why did his chakra feel so different? 2 weeks later, the Chunin exam finals arrived. The grand stadium of Konoha was packed, the air buzzing with anticipation. Spectators from all over had gathered, noble clans sitting in their designated boxes while civilians lined the stands, eager to witness the battles that would determine the next generation of Chunin. Flags of various villages fluttered in the breeze, marking the presence of foreign dignitaries and shinobi alike. Naruto watched from the upper balcony of the stadium, his sharp eyes following every movement below. From his vantage point, he could see the nervous shifting of some genin, the calculating gazes of others, and the excited murmurs of the audience as the battles commenced. This wasn't just about promotion, it was about proving oneself, about survival. Yukiko was putting on a masterclass against Niji, using her genjutsu and swordplay in a way that forced even the Hyuga prodigy onto the defensive. The match had drawn gasps from the crowd, as Niji, usually so composed, was struggling to counter her illusions while keeping up with her relentless blade work. Meanwhile, Shikamaru had thoroughly outmaneuvered Temari, using his shadow techniques in a way that even the strategists in the crowd had to respect. Despite having the upper hand, Shikamaru, in true Nara fashion, decided to forfeit, much to his father's amusement. Naruto caught sight of Shikaku smirking slightly, shaking his head at his son's antics. Then there was Sasuke's fight against Gaara. And that's when things started to unravel. The tension had been mounting for minutes, but the breaking point came in an instant. A deep rumble echoed across the stadium, cutting through the sounds of combat like a blade. The northern quadrant, which had been sealed off years ago, suddenly exploded outward, revealing a massive invading force emerging from the tunnels. The tremor sent a shockwave through the crowd, screams erupting as the once controlled environment of the arena turned into a war zone. The excited murmurs of the crowd turned into screams, the heavy boom of an explosion from the northern quadrant shaking the very ground beneath them. The Chunin exams were no longer a test of skill, they had become a battlefield. Gaara, already teetering on the edge of control, let out a guttural growl as his sand began writhing unnaturally, reacting to his growing rage. Kankuro, realizing the situation was beyond salvaging, immediately forfeited, backing away with a clenched jaw. Temari, usually composed, gritted her teeth, her fan half open as she debated whether to interfere or flee. Her wide eyes darted between Gaara and the chaos unfolding around them. She had seen her brother lose control before, but never like this. A northern tunnel exploded, revealing an invading force. Orochimaru had made his move. From his position, Naruto scanned the battlefield in an instant. Enormous snake summons slithered through the village streets, smashing through buildings and sending debris into the air. Shinobi clad in foreign headbands engaged Leaf forces at multiple points, their coordinated movements proving that this attack had been planned for months. The Konoha forces were responding swiftly, but the sheer number of invaders was staggering. Reports were already flooding in, multiple districts were under siege, and the defensive line was barely holding. The Umbu commander's voice cut through the chaos, relaying orders with unwavering precision. Teams were deployed to key areas, counteroffensives were being planned in real time, and each sector was given a priority response. "Naruto," the commander called, his voice steady despite the unfolding battle. "You know what to do." Naruto's assignment was clear. Naruto inhaled sharply, his body tensing. Gaara was no longer a competitor in the exam, he was a threat. The Jinchuriki's chakra was spiraling out of control, and if he fully transformed, Konoha would have more than just an invasion on its hands. This wasn't about winning a match anymore. It was about stopping a disaster before it consumed everything. With a flicker, Naruto activated the Hyrischen, his body vanishing in a blur of red light. He reappeared at the heart of the chaos, his blade drawn in an instant, intercepting a strike meant for Sasuke. Gaara's sand recoiled from the clash, but the beast within him howled in fury. Naruto barely spared Sasuke a glance before issuing a single order. "Step back. I'll handle this." Sasuke, despite being himself, obeyed. He had never seen Naruto fight at full strength before. And as the storm of chakra around them intensified, he realized this was going to be unlike anything he had ever witnessed. Naruto's feet barely touched the ground as he moved, his body a blur of speed and precision. His eyes locked onto the advancing Gaara, whose transformation was accelerating. Sand spiraled around him, forming grotesque limbs as the first vestiges of Shikaku's full form emerged. But before Gaara could unleash his rampage, Naruto struck. With a sharp intake of breath, Naruto shot forward. Kankuro moved to intercept, but Naruto was faster. A single flicker of his body and a precise strike to the pressure point at the base of Kankuro's neck sent him crumpling to the ground, unconscious before he even realized what had happened. Temari gasped, eyes wide as she whipped her fan open, but Naruto was already behind her. His foot connected with the inside of her knee, sending her off balance. Before she could react, he twisted her arm behind her back, forcing her to drop her weapon. With a slight application of pressure, she was subdued. "You!" she started, but her breath caught as she felt the edge of Naruto's kunai at her throat. "Stay down," Naruto ordered, voice cold and absolute. "You're not my target." She clenched her teeth, struggling against his grip but unable to break free from the cuffs he put on her. And then she watched, helpless, as Naruto turned his full attention to Gaara. The sand monster roared, eyes wild with rage and pain. Gaara's hands clutched his head as the markings spread further, his sanity slipping. "Enough!" Naruto's voice cut through the chaos, but Gaara did not heed him. Naruto vanished, appearing in front of him in an instant. His fist met Gaara's jaw with such force that it cracked the forming sand armor, sending him skidding backward. The beast howled in frustration, its form continuing to expand. Naruto narrowed his eyes. He had to end this now before Shikaku fully took over. Focusing his chakra, Naruto's hands blurred through seals. A bright glow flared around him as intricate patterns of a sealing jutsu formed in the air. With a final step, he drove his palm against Gaara's stomach, directly over the Jinchuriki's seal. A pulse of energy erupted from the contact, colliding with the unstable chakra inside Gaara. The beast's roar turned into a strangled gasp as the power binding him surged through his body, suppressing the transformation. His limbs trembled before the markings on his skin began to fade, the monstrous chakra receding. Gaara collapsed to his knees, panting heavily, eyes wide in shock. Naruto exhaled. "Sasuke, Sakura, restrain them. Anbu will be here soon." Without waiting for a response, he turned, his senses honing in on the sky above. Something else was happening. High above the battlefield, full of Takigakure, in her transformed state, was locked in combat with the Anbu commander. But Naruto's eyes narrowed as he saw it, full landing a direct hit, sending the commander hurtling toward the village ruins below. Without hesitation, Naruto vanished again, reappearing midair. He twisted his body, aligning himself above Fu's massive form. Chakra surged through his palms, forming a swirling mass of power, the giant Rasengan. Before Fu could react, Naruto dropped. The Rasengan connected, slamming into her with bone-crushing force. The air trembled with the impact as Fu plummeted like a meteor, crashing into the shattered remains of a building below. Dust and debris filled the air, but Naruto remained standing amid the destruction, his breathing steady. He turned his gaze to the fallen ANBU commander. Seeing him down, Naruto made his decision. He was in charge now. "All units," Naruto commanded, his voice ringing through the comms. "Rally and engage. We take back this village now." Chapter 9: The Turning Tide. Smoke curled into the air, thick and acrid, as the remnants of battle spread through the ruined streets of Konoha. The once proud arena now bore the scars of war, crumbling stone, shattered barriers, and the lingering scent of scorched earth. The village was still in the throes of combat, but the tide had shifted. Naruto's swift intervention had cut through the enemy's strategy like a blade through parchment. Now, the weight of command sat squarely on his shoulders. Fu of Takigakure lay sprawled amidst the wreckage, her body motionless, tendrils of steam rising from the point of impact where Naruto's giant Rasengan had struck. The force of his attack had cratered the ground beneath her, splintering stone and uprooting wooden beams. Her wings, once vibrant and powerful, now twitched feebly, her body resisting the pull of unconsciousness before finally giving in. Her transformed state had faded, leaving behind a shinobi utterly spent, her chest rising and falling in shallow breaths. A testament to the sheer force of Naruto's overwhelming strength. Naruto exhaled, his mind already moving beyond this battle. She would live, but she would not be a threat. Not today. He turned his gaze toward the towering battlefield where Hiruzen Sarutobi battled his former student. The sky was thick with clashing chakra, and the weight of the battle between master and pupil sent waves of energy reverberating across the rooftops. Orochimaru stood smugly, his reanimated puppets, the Shodaime and Godaime Hokage, bearing down on the aged Sandaime, who was forced into desperate defensive maneuvers. Jiraiya was circling outside the barrier, searching for a way in, but he had yet to break through the constraints keeping them out. Naruto didn't hesitate. His fingers flickered in a practiced motion, and in a burst of golden light, he vanished, reappearing instantly inside the barrier, next to Hiruzen. The old Hokage gasped slightly, startled, before relaxing as he realized who had joined him. "Naruto! I've got this!" Naruto muttered, rolling his shoulders as he took stock of the battlefield. He glanced at the reanimated Hokage brothers, his sharp eyes memorizing their movements in an instant. His mind worked at a blinding pace, analyzing their stances, predicting their next strikes. He needed to give Hiruzen some breathing room. With a sudden burst of speed, Naruto launched himself at the Shodaime. His first strike landed squarely, but the reanimated Hokage barely budged. The body's unnatural resilience made close combat difficult, but Naruto was relentless. He weaved between them, his fists and feet striking with deadly precision, forcing them back just enough to give Hiruzen a moment to gather his strength. Orochimaru's lips curled into a wicked grin. "You're fast, but this fight is beyond you, boy." Naruto's eyes gleamed with something unreadable. "That's what you think." Before Orochimaru could react, Naruto's hand shot forward, pressing a glowing seal onto the foreheads of both reanimated Hokage. The moment it made contact, the ancient warriors stiffened, paralyzed by the binding script. Their bodies trembled, resistance flickering in their dead eyes, but they could not move. Orochimaru's smug expression faltered as Naruto suddenly shifted his stance, his eyes calculating every possible counterattack. The moment of hesitation was all Naruto needed. He vanished from sight, reappearing behind Orochimaru with a brutal kick aimed at his ribs. The impact sent the Sannin skidding across the ground, dust and debris clouding his path. Orochimaru gritted his teeth, his snake-like features twisting in amusement and frustration. "You think speed alone will save you?" Orochimaru hissed, pushing himself up. His golden eyes gleamed with malice as he flicked his wrist, summoning a coiled blade from his sleeve. Let's see how you handle something sharper. Naruto barely had time to react before the blade extended with unnatural swiftness, striking toward him with deadly accuracy. He twisted his body midair, avoiding the tip by mere inches before flipping backward, his feet digging into the cracked ground. His grip on his kunai tightened as he dashed forward once more, weaving through Orochimaru's relentless attacks with a precision that left the snake Sannin visibly irritated. Naruto didn't give him a chance to finish. With blinding speed, he surged forward, dodging another of Orochimaru's strikes before flipping his kunai in his hand. His next move was a feint, luring Orochimaru into expecting an uppercut when, instead, Naruto ducked low, sweeping Orochimaru's legs out from under him. The Sannin barely had time to react before Naruto spun and struck again, this time driving his kunai toward Orochimaru's midsection. Orochimaru twisted unnaturally, his body bending at an inhuman angle, avoiding what would have been a devastating strike. Impressive, he mused, licking his lips. But not enough. A surge of chakra erupted from his body, forcing Naruto to jump back as tendrils of snakes shot from Orochimaru's sleeves, aiming to ensnare him. Reacting instantly, Naruto hurled his sword toward the ground at Orochimaru's feet. The moment the blade struck the ground, he vanished, reappearing directly above Orochimaru, his hand already forming the next attack. Orochimaru barely had time to react before Naruto closed the gap between them, his sword flashing in the sunlight. With perfect precision, Naruto anticipated the forming of the hand seals and struck. A wet, sickening sound filled the air as Naruto's sword sliced cleanly across Orochimaru's wrists, severing both hands just as he attempted to form a jutsu. The severed limbs fell to the dirt, fingers twitching uselessly. A choked scream tore from Orochimaru's throat as he stumbled back, his golden eyes wide in agony and disbelief. Impossible! Orochimaru gasped, staggering as his breath came in ragged bursts. Blood poured from his wounds, staining the ground beneath him. He fell to one knee, his vision blurring. Naruto exhaled, spinning his kunai back into a reverse grip. You underestimated me! A scream tore from Orochimaru's throat as he staggered back, his arms hanging uselessly at his sides, blood pooling beneath him. Hiruzen, recovering, took the moment to step forward, his eyes hard with finality. It's over! Orochimaru, panicked, twisted on his heel, attempting to retreat. But as he leaped into the air, Naruto flicked a kunai after him, one that found its mark, embedding itself in the back of the fleeing Sannin's robe. A seal. Naruto smirked. Not far enough. He turned just as Hiruzen staggered, his wounds catching up with him. Naruto moved to his side, but the old man waved him off, his expression weary but proud. Alpha Team, Naruto called over his comms. Secure the Hokage and get him to the medical point. Now. An instant reply came. Acknowledged. Moving. Even as Hiruzen was taken away, reports flooded in from across the village. Enemy forces are retreating, one Umbu captain relayed. Sound Suna, and their allies are pulling back. The village perimeter is being secured. We have control. Naruto let out a slow breath. It was over. For now. As the dust settled, Naruto turned back toward the reanimated Hokage. They stood frozen, but their consciousness remained intact. The Nidame's eyes flicked toward him, filled with curiosity and respect. You fight well, the second Hokage said. You carry Konoha's will of fire with pride. The Shodaime nodded, his voice softer. You protected this village when it needed you most. Looks like the next generation is in good hands, Tobirama. Naruto hesitated for only a moment. I don't know about that just yet, Shodaime-sama, Nidaime-sama. What do I do now? He asked, his voice unusually quiet. The village is weak. Sandaime-sama is in no condition to lead. Commander-san is injured as well. We're defenseless. Everyone will come for us now. The first Hokage smiled, a kind but knowing expression. Then be ready. Stand tall and never waver. That is what it means to lead. Naruto clenched his fists, absorbing their words as their forms finally began to dissipate, their souls releasing from Orochimaru's control. You used my jutsu quite well. What is your name? Naidame asked. Naruto Uzumaki, Lieutenant Commander Umbu. I would give credit to my father, he was the Yondaime. I learned from his notes, mostly. Shodaime and Naidame were shocked at that. That's quite the feat in itself. Naidame answered, absorbing the new information. It seems a lot has happened in their absence. You aren't related to Mito by any chance, are you? Shodaime asked. No, but she knew my mother, Kushina Uzumaki. She came to the village to take over her duties as Jinchuriki. I followed her footsteps in that regard. Naruto, listen. Naidame interjected. The council, if they're anything like they were when I formed them, they will be focused on securing power and worrying about themselves. You need to make sure that in their selfish actions the village isn't forgotten. Remember, the village and the safety of our people must come first. Don't fordash. They disappeared back to the afterlife. I won't. Sometime later. The next hours passed in a blur. Naruto oversaw the final security sweeps, giving orders to secure the village borders and coordinate medical relief. Kakashi worked alongside him in the Hokage building's war room. The two of them were hardly resting as they assessed reports and repositioned forces. Shikaku, wounded, was being tended to at his family's estate, unable to join them. Jiraiya had already left the village in pursuit. Thanks to Naruto's beacon, he was able to get a good direction towards Orochimaru's hideout. By morning, Naruto received the full state of play. Sound Kusa, Suna, and Odo formally declared war on Konoha. IWA was mobilizing, their forces were moving toward the Fire Country border. Kumo was making its own moves, their intentions uncertain. Naruto exchanged glances with Kakashi. We need to inform the council. The council chamber was tense when he arrived. The grand wooden hall, illuminated by flickering lanterns, was filled with the murmurs of seasoned elders and high-ranking officials. The daimyo sat at the head of the chamber, his regal posture exuding authority, while the members of the council debated fiercely. Jiraiya's name was the favored choice, but Danzo had, unsurprisingly, put himself forward, his sharp gaze sweeping over the room as if already claiming the title. Naruto strode in, his presence commanding silence. He hadn't changed and was still in his Umbu uniform, black pants, military boots, gray-plated vest topped with a black cloak and red stripes. He came to the center of the hall and bowed. I apologize for the intrusion, Your Grace. But the matter is urgent. I have a final report on the full state of play, and we need to get moving. He laid out his report with unwavering clarity. He detailed the precise status of the village's defenses, the retreat of enemy forces, and the current strategic position of Konoha in the looming war. His words were methodical, calculated, ensuring that no one in the room could doubt the gravity of the situation. His voice, though steady, carried an edge of urgency. There was no time for political maneuvering. Konoha needed action, not deliberation. Daimyo nodded in approval, leaning forward slightly as he studied Naruto with quiet scrutiny. You have done well, Naruto, he acknowledged, his tone carrying the weight of careful consideration. Tell me something, you were the one who came out in charge of our ninja forces. In fact, from what I hear, you took down 2 Jinchurikis, 94 enemy combatants, and held of the this can't be right, the reincarnated Shodaime, and Naidame Hokage, and assisted in pushing of Orochimaru before he could kill Hiruzen? He let out a sarcastic laugh in disbelief. Yes, Your Grace. But honestly, I did what was needed to be done, Naruto replied with an emotionless mask. He didn't want to give it away, but he was a little surprised by himself too. Hiruzen told me about you. Minato's heir. Your father would be proud of your actions, Daimyo responded in a more serious tone. The murmurs in the room were shifting to Naruto now. Danzo was weirdly alert as well. Naruto merely nodded. Now, in your assessment, how should the village proceed? His question was not just for information, it was a test, a measure of Naruto's instincts as a leader. Naruto hesitated. He could feel the weight of their eyes on him. He wasn't a politician, but he was a strategist. So, he spoke like one. "We strike first," Naruto said, his voice firm. "A surgical strike aimed where it matters." Daimyo watched him for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then, slowly, a small smile tugged at the corners of his lips, a rare display of approval. "Very well," he said, his voice carrying across the chamber, silencing any lingering dissent among the council members. The room went still. "Until Hiruzen recovers and chooses his successor," the daimyo continued, "you will serve as interim Hokage." Naruto's breath caught. "I am sorry, Daimyo-sama, that's not why I was here. I need orders for our next actions. And I believe you are capable of deciding those actions, Naruto. I don't see you vying for power, which means I can trust you to hold off our enemies. I know you're hesitant to become Hokage. Hiruzen has mentioned your reservations to me. But I have faith in you, just the way I had faith in your father." The weight of responsibility settled heavily on his shoulders, but there was no hesitation in his stance. As the murmurs of the council filled the room, the daimyo motioned him to follow him to the side, lowering his voice just enough for Naruto alone to hear. His expression was serious, his tone firm, but there was a rare glint of trust in his gaze. "Focus on protecting the village. Let the politicians argue. You are the one they will follow. Use this time well." Naruto exhaled slowly, his shoulders squaring. He had his answer. "Understood." Chapter 10: A Call to Action. The village lay in relative silence, the aftermath of the invasion still lingering in the air. Most civilians had finally found refuge in their homes, exhausted from fear and uncertainty. But the shinobi? They were still wide awake, whispering amongst themselves, their voices drifting through the quiet night. The tension was palpable. The village had survived, but at what cost? And more importantly, what came next? Naruto walked through the village streets, the glow of lanterns illuminating the dirt paths beneath his feet. He felt the weight of 1,000 unspoken expectations settling on his shoulders. Word had already spread Naruto Uzumaki was the interim Hokage. To most, it made sense. He had taken charge effortlessly, his actions shaping the battle's outcome. To others, it was legendary stories of his speed, his overwhelming strength, and his strategic mind were whispered with reverence. But Naruto didn't have time for admiration or congratulations. He was searching for the right people. He found them in the usual spot, the dimly lit courtyard outside a bar where Asuma, Anko, and their usual company gathered. The remnants of a long day were evident in their postures. Exhaustion weighed on their shoulders, but their sharp gazes remained alert. As he approached, they straightened, about to greet him, but before a single word of acknowledgement left their lips, Naruto cut in. "Asuma. Anko. Report to Umbu headquarters at dawn. Be at 100%. Anko raised an eyebrow, her lips curling slightly. "No pleasantries? Not even a congrats on the promotion speech?" Naruto's expression remained unreadable. "Not in the mood. We have work to do." Asuma exchanged a glance with Anko before nodding. "Understood. Guy, Kurenai Ichiraku will have your missions by the morning. Get some rest. I am counting on you guys and Kakshi to keep the village secure." Naruto didn't wait for further discussion. With a final glance at the rest of their group, he turned and disappeared into the night, his mind already focused on the task ahead. At sunrise, the Umbu war room buzzed with quiet intensity. The vast underground chamber, hidden beneath the Hokage Tower, was lined with stone walls reinforced with protective seals. The dim light from hanging lanterns cast long shadows, adding to the grim atmosphere. A circular table stood at the center, covered in detailed maps, intelligence reports, and marked enemy positions. Alpha and Beta teams stood around it, their sharp gazes locked on the new information that had arrived overnight. The air was thick with anticipation. Every shinobi present knew that the next steps they took would decide the course of the war. Naruto stood at the head of the table, his arms crossed as he absorbed the latest intelligence. A report from their scouts detailed unsettling numbers 4,000 shinobi had gathered in the grasslands. It was a staggering force, an undeniable declaration of war. But Jiraiya had sent a separate missive, one that contradicted their assumptions. The gathering army was a misdirection. The true leaders, Orochimaru and the heads of Kusa, Oto, and Suna, were in Otogekure itself. The only leader missing? The Kazekage, who had been quietly replaced by a puppet under Orochimaru's control. His fate was unknown. Asuma and Anko entered, scanning the room before moving to take their places around the table. Their eyes flickered across the grim faces of the gathered Anbu teams. Naruto began, his voice steady but commanding. We have confirmation. The Grasslands army is a decoy, meant to bait us into dividing our forces. The real leaders are in Oto, planning their next move. Our mission is twofold. He paused, allowing the weight of the information to settle over the room. His sharp blue eyes flickered over the assembled shinobi, reading their reactions. Some remained impassive, trained to suppress emotion, while others exchanged silent looks of acknowledgement. They all understood what was at stake. He gestured toward the map, his finger landing on Otogekure. The small but fortified village was marked with several red indicator enemy strongholds, supply depots, and strategic points of interest. First, an infiltration strike. Alpha Team, led by Anko, will dismantle the infrastructure of Oto, communications, supply lines, and key bases. We need to cripple their operations before they can act. You'll be working in the shadows, striking with precision. No unnecessary casualties. Maximum efficiency. Anko leaned forward, her sharp eyes scanning the map. I assume we'll be working under full stealth protocols? Naruto nodded. Correct. Silent takedowns. No one can know we were there until it's too late. Your objective is disruption, not destruction. Keep them in disarray while we move to eliminate their leadership. He shifted his focus to the next point, his finger tracing the lines of the map toward the vast expanse of the grasslands. Beta Team, led by Asuma, will handle the grasslands army. You won't engage directly. Your mission is to plant Hiroshin markers and traps around the region, creating a kill zone. If they advance, they won't make it far. Asuma rubbed his chin, his expression contemplative. That's a lot of ground to cover. We'll need to be in and out before they catch wind of us. Naruto nodded. Which is why you'll have specialized Anbu support. You'll move in coordinated teams, planting markers in key locations while also setting up counter-offensives. Once everything is in place, you'll retreat and wait for my signal. If they decide to advance, I'll be there to cut them down. Anko smirked. And what about you, O great Hokage? Naruto's expression remained firm. I'll be eliminating the heads of state. Every single one. A heavy silence followed. Asuma narrowed his eyes. You plan to do this alone? Yes. The moment the operation begins, I'll teleport between each target and take them down before they realize what's happening. Once the heads are severed, I'll move to the grasslands to neutralize any remaining forces. Anko folded her arms. Bold. Reckless. I like it. Naruto met her gaze. Reckless is fighting a war without an edge. This gives us control. The teams exchanged glances, understanding settling in. This was no ordinary mission. This was a decisive strike, one that could shape the war before it even began. Naruto's voice hardened, and he let the moment settle before speaking again. Jiraiya will assist in eliminating the leaders. Anko, Asuma, I need you both on this. You've fought in the dark corners of the world. You understand how this works. This isn't just about strategy. It's about sending a message. I want you to take this personally. Asuma's jaw tightened. His mind flashed to memories of comrades lost, of betrayals and old wounds that had never truly healed. You're asking us to do more than just take them out. You want us to make sure they know exactly who did it. Naruto met his gaze. Yes. We aren't just eliminating threats. We're making sure no one underestimates Konoha again. Anko smirked, her fingers drumming against the table. You're playing a dangerous game, Hokage. Naruto allowed himself a small, knowing smile. War was never meant to be safe. Asuma exhaled slowly, clenching his fists. Revenge, huh? Justice, Naruto corrected. We send a message, Konoha is not weak. We don't wait to be attacked. We strike first. Enko grinned, a glint of satisfaction in her eyes. Damn right. Naruto leaned over the table, his voice a quiet command. We leave in 2 hours. Get ready. Otoge-cure. A little time later, Naruto, Enko, and Alpha Team silently arrived on the outskirts of Otoge-cure under the cover of night. The hidden village loomed before them, nestled in a valley, its tunnels sprawling beneath the earth like veins. Waiting for them in the shadows was Jiraiya, his form radiating quiet power as he stood in full sage mode, eyes sharp with intensity. Good timing, Jiraiya remarked softly as Naruto approached, giving a respectful nod. We don't have a second to waste, Naruto replied curtly, his gaze hardening. How's it look inside? Well guarded, but nothing we can't handle, Jiraiya said, eyes narrowing thoughtfully. They've tightened security since your last encounter. Naruto nodded, signaling Alpha Team forward. Enko, you take point. Be quiet, precise, leave nothing to chance. Enko smirked confidently, eyes glittering with anticipation. On it, interim Hokage-sama. Ignoring her witty response, and without another word they moved as one, slipping into the dark tunnels beneath Otoge-cure. The corridors were dimly lit, casting long, eerie shadows along the rough-hewn stone walls. Alpha Team moved like ghosts, taking down enemy shinobi swiftly and silently. Enko, ferocious and skilled, navigated expertly, guiding them through the labyrinthine passages with lethal grace. After all, she was the only one other than Jiraiya who understood Orochimaru to such an extent. Eventually, Naruto and the team reached a reinforced chamber. Voices seeped through the cracks, a familiar, serpentine tone commanding attention. Naruto gestured silently, signaling Jiraiya to hold his position. Through a narrow gap, they observed Orochimaru, pale and weakened, but no less commanding, addressing the leaders of Suna, Kusa, and Taki. With Tsunade's aid, Orochimaru hissed, his voice thick with venomous intent. Our coalition will annihilate Konoha, leaving nothing in our wake but ashes. The room fell into sinister agreement, unaware of the shadows looming nearby. Naruto exchanged a final glance with Jiraiya, receiving a grim nod in return. Without hesitation, Naruto burst into the chamber, his presence cutting through the tension like a blade. Surprise flared across the faces of the gathered leaders. He didn't wait a second before using his kenjutsu style. This ends here, storming dragon, thunder flash dance, Naruto declared, his voice echoing with cold finality. He moved like an elegant dancer in a smooth flow, but no less faster than lightning. Every time he changed direction, a head was being cut off, and the true superiority of a Konoha shinobi was shown there. As these so-called leaders crumbled to dust in no time. You're foolishly predictable, Naruto. Orochimaru sneered, his body dissolving into smoke, a mere clone. Naruto's expression tightened into a faint smile. Exactly as I anticipated. Turning sharply, Naruto addressed Enko and Alpha Team, who had emerged swiftly behind him. Clear the village. Leave no enemy alive. With pleasure, Enko said, her voice darkly enthusiastic as she and her team dispersed rapidly. Naruto grasped Jiraiya's shoulder firmly. Time to finish this. In an instant they vanished, reappearing beside the real Orochimaru, caught utterly off guard in another hidden chamber within the village. His eyes widened in shock, realizing too late he had been marked. Impossible! Orochimaru growled, desperately lashing out. A fierce battle erupted, Naruto and Jiraiya seamlessly coordinating attacks. Jiraiya's sage-enhanced strength and Naruto's precision overwhelmed Orochimaru's desperate defenses. Jiraiya, with the help of Ma and Pa, attacked powerfully and with broadly. Meanwhile, Naruto is using his finesse with his sword style to catch Orochimaru off guard. It was a killer combination, and one that eerily reminded Orochimaru of his attack against his old sensei. Which led Orochimaru to finalizing conclusion. Karma was a bitch. After a lengthy and brutal exchange, Naruto executed a swift, flawless maneuver from his sword style. Storming Dragon, light speed, beheading Orochimaru in one decisive stroke. Yet, impossibly, Orochimaru's head spoke from the ground, eyes filled with hate. This isn't over. Naruto's eyes narrowed coldly. Yes, it is. Without hesitation, Naruto slashed repeatedly, reducing the Sannin's body to unrecognizable pieces. Jiraiya stepped forward, unleashing a powerful fire jutsu, incinerating the remains completely. Silence filled the chamber briefly. Jiraiya's form dissipated. Ma and Pa gave their goodbyes and condolences to their beloved student. They bid Naruto adieu, who thanked them for their help and that he will visit soon. Are you okay, sensei? I am fine, just a few minor scratches. Jiraiya replied, still staring off into the spot that held his departed friend's body. That's not what I meant, Naruto replied, sheathing his sword. I know, it was. Well, it had to happen. Naruto merely nodded, vowing to return to this matter when they finished the mission. A toad messenger appeared beside Jiraiya, urgently relaying news. Iwa's forces are moving toward our border, Jiraiya announced grimly. Naruto's jaw clenched in determination. This will leave us pinched between two armies. Naruto thought how he could move forward. I could hold them off while you head back and return with a stronger force? Jiraiya responded. No, this war. It doesn't need to happen. We have already taken out the leaders. We don't need to incite more. I think I have an idea. I'll need help, but I'll handle it. Return to Anko and Alpha. Ensure the village is secured. Then make your way towards the border. I'll send Asuma and Beta that way too. Let's use this as an opportunity to send a message to that old fence-sitter. Stay safe, Jiraiya advised quietly. He didn't know what was going through his godson's mind, but he knew that once Naruto was ready, he will tell him. For now, he should just follow his student's lead. After all, his student was doing a fantastic job. Even if the hat was temporary. Naruto met his mentor's eyes solemnly. You too. With a final nod, Naruto flashed away, reappearing in the vast grasslands facing an approaching army of 4,000 shinobi. The grasslands? Asuma and Beta team stood ready, their traps perfectly laid. Naruto stepped forward, raising his voice with authority. Your leaders are dead. Surrender now and return to your homes. The enemy leader studied Naruto carefully, his eyes narrowing as conflicting emotions warred within him, fear battling ambition. He knew the crimson-haired shinobi before him was renowned as the Crimson Storm, a living legend whose reputation had grown terrifyingly quickly. Yet ambition surged in his chest, overriding caution. Here was a rare chance. If he could defeat, or even hold his ground against the interim Hokage, his name would echo across every hidden village. You expect us to believe your claims without proof, Crimson Storm? The leader challenged, his voice steady despite the tremor in his hand. We have you outnumbered. How can we trust your word? Naruto's eyes remained cool, calculating. Trust isn't required, only common sense. Don't lead your men to their deaths because of your pride. Pride? The leader retorted, a bitter laugh escaping him. You mistake ambition for arrogance. History remembers those brave enough to seize opportunities, even against the likes of you. History, Naruto replied quietly, is also littered with the graves of those who mistook ambition for invincibility. The enemy leader hesitated just a moment, but then determination flared once more, and he turned to his soldiers, voice resolute. Advance! Naruto sighed heavily, a weary sound filled with both regret and resolve, watching as half the enemy force advanced blindly into the trap. Time slowed for him, he saw the ninjas running forward, he knew what he had to do, what he had planned to do. He prays that it is the right choice, and that it isn't the beginning of a long and harsh path that leads to more chaos and suffering. With a final glance to Asuma and Beta team, he activated the markers. The air seemed to freeze momentarily, a tense, charged stillness that made even the leaves pause their rustling. Then, in a blur that even trained eyes struggled to follow, Naruto vanished and reappeared across the battlefield repeatedly. Each flash of movement was accompanied by a swift and decisive strike, a dance of lethal precision. Observers from Beta Team, Asuma, and the surviving enemy shinobi watched in horror and awe, mouths agape, unable to tear their eyes away from the swift, merciless efficiency with which Naruto operated. To some, it was as if they were witnessing a ghost from the past, echoes of the infamous Yellow Flash now reincarnated through his son. Within mere moments, 2,000 enemy shinobi fell, their bodies collapsing almost simultaneously, the sheer magnitude of the attack leaving an oppressive silence in its wake. The survivors stood trembling, their faces pale with disbelief, horror etched deep into their expressions as they absorbed the sheer devastation Naruto had single-handedly wrought. "Have you had enough?" Naruto asked, but deep down it felt like a beg. Another ninja inches forward, his eyes young, the fear in his eyes fresh. Naruto knew this was an innocent shinobi who was witnessing his first fight. "Take this message back," Naruto announced coldly, his voice carrying clearly. "Bury your dead with honor and surrender completely to Konoha, or I will come to your village personally. Your arrogance and betrayal have cost lives needlessly. None of this would have happened if you had just talked with us. We were allies, and if you want to have peace, it will be your villages that will have to surrender and apologize. I promise, they will all know the truth of this. You did what you had to. I see that. I will carry out your message," the young ninja answered. "What is your name?" Naruto asked in a softer tone. "Taka," he replied. "Thank you, Taka, and for what it's worth. I am sorry too." Naruto turned away from the young shinobi who could swear he saw regret in the monster he had just seen. He turned sharply, addressing Asuma and Beta Team. "Clean up here, then join Alpha and Anko. I'll meet you near Iwa's border." "Understood," Asuma confirmed, eyes wide with shock and awe. Naruto vanished again, reappearing alone at a quiet, deserted location. He stared into a shallow pool, seeing his reflection, covered in blood, eyes weary and haunted. And there, away from all eyes, Naruto's shoulders finally shook, releasing the pent-up horror and sorrow as tears spilled freely. The mask of command fell away, revealing the heavy burden of leadership and the true cost of victory. He sat down over a fallen log of a broken tree. He looked at the dried blood on his hand. Slowly he brought his hands down to the lake and cleaned the blood off. He did his best, and once he had dried off, the light hue of red was still there. Naruto brought his hand to cover his eyes shut, and with a soft sob he unleashed a fury of silent tears. "Oh God! What have I done?" Chapter 11: Burden of Leadership. Naruto stood alone by the riverbank, his reflection trembling in the gently flowing waters at the crossroads of the borders between the lands of earth, waterfall, and fire. Twilight painted the skies in somber shades, mirroring his turbulent thoughts. Blood stained his clothing, dried and flaking now, yet its weight remained fresh upon his heart. Jiraiya approached slowly, his footsteps deliberately audible to announce his presence. Behind him stood Anko and the members of Alpha Team, their usually confident expressions marred by worry. Anko's eyes narrowed, never having seen Naruto in such a state, quiet, shaken, vulnerable. Jiraiya paused a respectful distance away. "Naruto," he began gently. "What happened out there?" Naruto's gaze remained fixed on the water. "I did something terrible," he confessed quietly, his voice barely louder than the rustling leaves. "At the grasslands, I killed 2,000 shinobi in moments, just like my father once did. I've taken lives before, Jiraiya, but never like this. Never so swiftly or brutally. For the first time, I finally see what they've always called me, a monster." Jiraiya stepped closer, placing a firm hand on Naruto's shoulder. "Listen, kid. Your father went through this exact pain. After Minato decimated Iwa's forces, he was haunted by guilt just like you are now." Naruto looked up sharply. "He felt this too?" "Yes." Jiraiya nodded solemnly, his gaze distant with memory. "Minato even confronted the Tsuchikage, Inoki, after the war, burdened by remorse. But Inoki, rather than condemning him, told Minato something important. He said war had consequences, and carrying that guilt alone, refusing to recognize the sacrifices your people make, that was the real selfishness. Minato learned that being Hokage meant accepting the harsh truths of leadership, including carrying the burdens no one else can. Naruto absorbed this, silent for a moment. But the lives? They weigh heavily, I know. Jiraiya interrupted gently. But don't forget the countless lives you saved, Naruto. You carry these burdens so that others can live without them. That's why people look up to you. That's why you're not the monster you think you are. You're the protector they trust, the hero they desperately need. Naruto exhaled, shoulders finally loosening slightly. Maybe you're right. But we can't let this drag on any longer. This war, it has to end. Nightfall enveloped them quickly, stars glimmering faintly through the clouds. Soon after, Asuma and Beta team arrived, exhaustion etched clearly on their faces. They gathered around a hastily built fire, the flames casting flickering shadows across their worn expressions. We could set up an ambush at the eastern pass, one Beta member suggested quietly, rubbing tired eyes. Catch them off guard as they cross. No, Asuma interjected gently but firmly. They're expecting resistance. An ambush won't surprise them enough. What about a feint? Enko offered, leaning forward slightly, the firelight reflecting fiercely in her eyes. Make them think we've pulled back, draw them in, then strike from multiple angles. Naruto listened carefully, absorbing each strategy in silence. His eyes drifted over each weary face, noting the fatigue, the anxiety, the burdens they each carried. We're stretched thin, Asuma finally admitted, his voice heavy with concern. If we engage directly, we risk severe losses. Naruto sighed deeply, the weight of his decision becoming clearer. You're all exhausted. He spoke gently but with authority. Another direct confrontation now would break us. We have to handle this differently. After absorbing their ideas, Naruto finally spoke up, quiet authority in his voice. We can't fight another battle like this, not now. You're all spent, physically and emotionally. But if IWA crosses our borders, it could trigger another great ninja war. We can't afford that. Enko frowned deeply. Then what do we do, Naruto? Naruto hesitated, meeting Jiraiya's knowing gaze. Jiraiya, you're the only one who's been to Iwagakure. Tell me its exact location. Jiraiya's brow furrowed. Naruto, you're not thinking. Tell me. Naruto repeated firmly. The older man sighed heavily. It's nestled deep within mountainous terrain, heavily fortified. Naruto stood, his decision made. Set traps along our border, keep the fires lit brightly, and make our presence known. I'll head to IWA alone and handle this directly. A stunned silence followed. Asuma rose quickly, concern evident. Alone? Naruto, that's suicide. Naruto offered a faint, reassuring smile. Trust me. This has to be done, and only I can do it. Stay here, follow orders, and prepare yourselves. With a final, resolute glance toward his friends, Naruto turned and stepped into the darkness, carrying the weight of an entire village upon his shoulders. Naruto ascended the rocky terrain quietly, his footsteps as light as whispers in the wind. He skillfully navigated between jagged rocks and boulders, staying out of sight from the encamped IWA forces stationed nearby. Voices rose from around a small fire, carrying clear into the night. At last, we'll get our revenge against those leaf shinobi. One older ninja growled, bitterness coating each word. Revenge? Questioned a younger voice skeptically. Wasn't it war? Many from our village also attacked theirs. Maybe it was justified. A loud scoff echoed, sharp and arrogant. Kuratsuchi, leaning lazily against a rock, rolled her eyes. Justified or not, it doesn't matter. They owe us blood, and we'll collect. Naruto paused, reconsidering his stealth. Drawing in a calming breath, he stepped into clear view, illuminated by the moonlight. Who's there? A frightened voice trembled, eyes widening in disbelief at the red-haired figure. It's the ghost of the Yellow Flash. A veteran shinobi gasped, gripping his kunai tightly. Naruto smiled reassuringly. Not a ghost. I'm Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, interim Hokage of Konoha. I'm here to speak with the Sandaime Tsuchikage Shinoki. Please lead me to your leader. The forces erupted into panic, until Kuratsuchi's voice sliced through the confusion, her eyes narrowing skeptically. I don't believe you! Charging at Naruto, Kuratsuchi attempted to strike, but Naruto effortlessly deflected her attack with a tri-pronged kunai, its distinctive design sending a chill through the gathered shinobi. An elder shinobi urgently whispered to her, "Retreat if the yellow flash or anyone like him appears." That was the Tsuchikage's order. Naruto chuckled softly, withdrawing his kunai. I'm here peacefully. Escort me like a prisoner, if you prefer. Kuratsuchi scowled, reluctantly agreeing. As they approached to disarm Naruto, he gently stopped them. I'm cooperating, but remember, I'm the interim Hokage. Respect for my position is required. Begrudgingly accepting his terms, the IWA forces escorted Naruto toward their village. As they moved closer, the rugged beauty of Iwagakure unfolded before Naruto's eyes, its stony cliffs soaring majestically into the clouds, casting deep, shifting shadows across the pathways below. Elegant stone buildings, carved directly from the surrounding rock formations, conveyed a powerful sense of resilience and timeless tradition. Small streams cascaded from the heights, shimmering under the sunlight, giving life to lush greenery tucked among the rocks. Naruto marveled at how the village seamlessly blended strength and grace, embodying the very essence of Earth itself. Each step deeper into Iwagakure only deepened his admiration for its distinctive and captivating charm. Villagers gathered in curiosity, whispering anxiously, "It's the spawn of the yellow flash." Noticing their unease, Naruto waved cheerfully. "Your village is stunning, and something smells delicious nearby." Caught off guard, laughter broke out. A food vendor called, "Thank you. Feel free to stop by later." Naruto nodded enthusiastically, and more laughter eased the tension slightly, except among older villagers, wary and cautious. Anoki's gruff voice interrupted, cutting through the murmurs. "What business do you have here, brat?" Naruto's expression turned serious. "I've come to ask you not to wage war on Konoha." Anoki, acutely aware of his audience, responded cautiously. "We're not waging war. Konoha fights against 4 villages." Naruto raised his voice for clarity. "Not anymore. My team and I eliminated Orochimaru and the leaders of the Snake Alliance. I personally defeated 2,000 enemy shinobi. The war is over." Stunned silence fell over the crowd. Anoki sneered. "So, should we surrender and accept Konoha's oppression?" Naruto straightened, eyes fierce. "I'm not here to oppress anyone. My village is my home, and its people my family. I dream of the day every village can become family, living peacefully without forcing children to face war or monsters like myself. I inherited this mission from my master Jiraiya and my parents, Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze, and I'll see it through." Unmoved, Anoki challenged. "And if I choose to attack your weakened village by morning?" Naruto responded calmly by vanishing instantly, reappearing atop a rooftop. He held out a Rasengan, declaring, "Then you'll bear the burden of leadership. You recognize my father's jutsu, but this is my completed version." The Rasengan grew exponentially, infused with fiery chakra, until it blazed brilliantly like a crimson sun. "Rasengan Crimson Sun," Naruto whispered. A clone swiftly transported it to a distant mountain, where it detonated spectacularly, annihilating the entire formation. Naruto stared seriously at Anoki. "If war is your choice, I'll return as your enemy. Send your reply to the border. I'll await it." Naruto vanished, leaving awe and shock in his wake. Kuratsuchi stood rooted to the spot, replaying the confrontation in her mind. A mixture of disbelief and reluctant admiration swirled within her. She had always prided herself on her strength and confidence, yet seeing Naruto's effortless power and his profound sense of responsibility rattled her deeply. Could she ever bear such a heavy burden, make decisions that determined the fate of thousands? For the first time, uncertainty crept into her usually confident demeanor. Anoki turned sharply to her, his voice firm and instructive. "You wanted to be my successor, but now you've seen clearly what you lack, the true understanding of leadership's burden." At midnight, Inoki set out silently to the border, Akatsuchi, Kitsuchi, and Kuratsuchi trailing quietly behind. With each step, Inoki felt the immense weight of responsibility bearing down upon him, a burden that only a leader could truly understand. His thoughts raced, torn between pride for his village's legacy, bitterness of past wounds inflicted by the leaf, and the rational realization that endless conflict would yield nothing but pain for future generations. The image of Naruto's demonstration lingered sharply in his mind, causing a deep internal struggle. Was it wise to defy such strength, or was it his pride as a Tsuchikage that resisted submission? As the horizon began to lighten with the first rays of dawn, the Tsuchikage and his companions arrived at the border to an unexpected sight. Naruto sat casually at a small table with Jiraiya, calmly sharing tea as if no tension had ever existed between their lands. Naruto noticed their arrival and smiled warmly, extending an inviting gesture. "Join us, Tsuchikage Dano?" Cautiously, Inoki approached and settled heavily into a seat, eyes narrowing slightly in wary contemplation. After a lengthy silence, he finally voiced his lingering question. "Why kill 2,000 shinobi after their leaders died?" Naruto carefully set down his tea, regarding the older Kage sincerely. "I begged them to retreat. They chose pride over survival. War breeds hatred, and hatred leads only to more war. My goal is peace, a true, lasting peace." "Peace by asking IWA to withdraw?" Inoki challenged skeptically. "Peace by recognizing each other as equals, friends, even family," Naruto replied earnestly, eyes shining with conviction. "Suna, Taki, Kusa, and Odo have surrendered. Kiri has reached out for an alliance after ending their civil war. Change is already upon us. Will Iwagakure choose peace or cling to old grievances?" Inoki drew a deep breath, reflecting on Naruto's passionate sincerity, and the truth behind his words. Slowly, grudgingly, he nodded. "Very well. We'll withdraw. Let's build that peace." Naruto stood and bowed respectfully. Inoki, taken aback yet amused, shook his head with a gentle smirk. "Kage don't bow to each other." Naruto chuckled lightly, embracing the elderly Tsuchikage warmly. "Maybe so, but I'm only interim Hokage for now." Settling heavily, Inoki posed a single question. "Why kill 2,000 shinobi after their leaders died?" Naruto answered solemnly. "I pleaded for their retreat, but they refused. War breeds hatred, hatred breeds more war. I want peace." "Peace by asking IWA to withdraw?" Inoki challenged. "Peace by recognizing each other as equals, friends, family," Naruto replied earnestly. "Suna, Taki, Kusa, and Odo have surrendered. Kiri offers alliance. Their civil war ended." Inoki sighed deeply. "Very well. We'll withdraw. Let's build that peace." Rising, Naruto bowed respectfully. Inoki smirked softly. "Kage don't bow to each other." Naruto laughed, hugging the older shinobi. "Maybe, but I'm only interim Hokage." As Iwa's leaders departed, Naruto instructed his team to dismantle traps and activated his communicator, expecting Kakashi. When Shikaku's calm voice responded clearly, Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. "Shikaku-san? You're back? Last I heard, you were badly injured," Naruto exclaimed, relief evident in his tone. Shikaku chuckled softly, his voice reassuring. "Can't keep Inara down for long." "Good to hear your voice, Hokage-sama. What's the status?" Smiling warmly at the recovery of his trusted colleague and friend, Naruto quickly summarized the outcome, feeling even more optimistic now that Shikaku had returned to duty. Back in Konoha, Shikaku stood proudly atop the Hokage's tower, his voice strong and clear as it echoed across the village. "Citizens of Konohagakure! Hear this announcement. Yesterday marked a historic turning point. Under his leadership, a decisive strike eliminated the leaders of the Snake Alliance, including the notorious traitor Orochimaru. Following this, Naruto bravely confronted and subdued a force of 4,000 enemy shinobi, defeating half their number and compelling the remainder to surrender. Sunigakure, Takigakure, Kusugakure, and Otogakure have formally surrendered, while Kirigakure seeks an alliance in a newfound spirit of cooperation. Kumobakure abstains from conflict, and Iwagakure has honorably withdrawn. From this moment forth, wartime measures are officially lifted, and by the directive of interim Hokage Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, Konoha stands utterly victorious, united, and ready to forge a lasting peace. Chapter 12: The Godaime Hokage. The air in Kumogakure was thick with tension as Reignition sat behind his imposing desk, the morning sun casting long golden beams through the tall windows of his office. The ever-stoic Mabui, relaxed Arui, and boisterous Bee stood gathered before him. Despite the clear skies outside, the mood was stormy. Mabui unrolled a scroll, her voice measured as she read aloud. Reignition-sama, the full debrief is as follows. In just 3 days, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, acting as Konoha's interim Hokage, decimated the coalition of 4 villages. Orochimaru and his inner circle executed, Iwagakure forced to submit, and surrender secured from all enemy factions. Ai's jaw tensed. The only sound was the subtle creaking of his chair as he leaned forward. This boy, this Crimson Storm. He shot a glance toward Bee. Your thoughts, brother? Bee grinned, arms crossed, and broke into rhyme. Yo, he's more than his old man's shade, a Crimson Storm that's self-made. Tactical, fierce, a hurricane spin, he's got the will to always win. Darui exhaled heavily. Kirigakure's already sent feelers for trade. Mizukage Terumi herself is requesting an audience. A scoffed, bitter. Kiri, siding with the leaf? After all our history? What kind of man forces IWA to its knees and draws Kiri's favor like that? A dangerous one. Bee nodded, his grin fading to something somber. But maybe, the kind who might change the game. Far across the waters, inside Kirigakure's gleaming Mizukage Tower, Terumi lounged in her seat, swirling tea slowly. Across from her stood Zabuza and Haku, the room awash in oceanic light. Zabuza, what's your read on this Naruto? Mei's voice was velvety, laced with curiosity. Zabuza snorted. He's a tactician. Ruthless. But there's something soft under it. Some naive idea of peace. Haku smiled fondly. Naive? Or hopeful? He gave us our lives back. Yeah, and you remind me daily. Zabuza grumbled. I do. Haku's eyes sparkled with a teasing glint. Because you were scared, remember? You held your sword so tight your knuckles turned white. You kept glaring at him like it would change anything. Haku chuckled softly, nudging Zabuza. It was the first time I ever saw you doubt yourself. Admit it, you thought he'd cut you down right there. Zabuza turned red, gritting his teeth. I wasn't scared. Mei chuckled, but her gaze grew distant, lingering on the horizon as if picturing the crimson-haired boy. He fascinates me. A boy who walks into Iwagakure's den mid-war and walks out alive. I wonder what kind of face he hides under that name. For a moment, her lips pressed into a thin line, the weight of political games and past betrayals heavy in her chest. Would he be another self-righteous fool, or someone who truly understands the cost of peace? The thought stirred something dangerous curiosity. Zabuza shrugged. He's the real deal. In Iwagakure's cavernous council chamber, the air was electric with rage and fear. Elders bellowed over one another, their voices bouncing wildly off the stone walls. Minato's spawn waltzed into our village and made us fold, one counselor roared. A child shamed us all, another spat. And you let him leave. What happened to the pride of the stone? He's not even a man yet. Kuratsuchi stood beside her grandfather, fists clenched so tight her nails bit into her palms. But even as she fought down her rising anger, images flashed. Naruto, calm, smiling, his terrifying jutsu obliterating a mountain as if it were paper. Her throat tightened. I wanted to fight him, but how do you fight someone like that? Her thoughts tangled, a gnawing truth rising. Naruto wasn't just a rival. He was leagues ahead, in skill, in mind, in the weight he carried. And damn it, That infuriated her. Somewhere deep, an ugly twist of envy coiled in her gut. Why him? Why does he get to be the one everyone fears, respects? She bristled at the memory of her grandfather's words. You don't understand the burden of leadership, Kuratsuchi. Not yet. And maybe he's right, she thought bitterly, watching the faces of the council pale at the memory of Naruto's power. But I will. I'll catch up. And one day, I'll make that crimson-haired bastard see me. The argument roared until Inoki's cane slammed down, the crack echoing like a gunshot through the chamber. His voice exploded, thunderous and shaking the very stone walls. Enough! 3 days. That brat, no, that Hokage, tore through 4 nations. Orochimaru dead. 2,000 shinobi, erased like they were nothing. And you fools stand here and think we'd do better? You think we wouldn't be ash under his heel? His eyes blazed with fury. He walked into our fortress, demanded our surrender, and we gave it. Not because we are cowards, but because if we hadn't, we'd be dead. That boy could have crushed us. He spared us. Don't you see how insane that is? The chamber stilled. Inoki's eyes swept across the room, burning with fury. I saw it with my own eyes. That boy, no, that Hokage could have leveled this village. He showed mercy. An elder sneered. You've gone soft, old man. Before Inoki could respond, a deep voice cut through the thick silence, low, resonant, and commanding. Han stepped forward from the shadows where he'd leaned, his towering frame clad in the dark reinforced armor of the steam-wielding Jinchuriki. Rarely seen, and even less so heard, his presence sucked the air from the room. The counselors stilled, eyes wide. Han was known for his power, his distance, and the trail of fear he left behind. The old man's right, Han rumbled, crimson eyes narrowing beneath his armored helm. That boy, he's not bluffing. If we fight, we die. I say we live. The weight of his words settled over the chamber like a suffocating blanket. Even the most belligerent counselors dared not speak. For if Han, the ghost of Iwa's battlefields, chose survival, then who were they to argue? Inoki exhaled slowly, his chest heavy with the weight of generations. His voice, low but edged with iron resolve, carried through the room. If there's one thing I do before I die, it's end this cycle of war. No more children buried under the stones of pride. No more blood soaking this land for our grudges. I'll be damned if my last act is dragging us into another grave. Han's eyes narrowed. How? Inoki's gaze darkened. I have an idea. Risky. But maybe. Kuratsuchi swallowed hard, respect stirring beneath her frustration. Maybe. I still have so much to learn. The great gates of Konoha loomed before Naruto, their familiar emblem etched into weathered wood standing tall and strong, welcoming them home. Sunlight spilled through parted clouds, bathing the village in a warm golden glow as Naruto led his weary but triumphant team through the gates, the sound of their steps echoing against cobbled streets. As he moved through the familiar streets toward the Hokage Tower, Naruto felt an unfamiliar sensation, eyes, hundreds of eyes fixed upon him. The villagers gathered along the pathways, murmuring softly at first. Their whispers grew louder, breaking into scattered applause, slow and uncertain. Naruto glanced around, his heartbeat quickening, unsure how to interpret this response. Then, like a spark catching fire, the hesitant applause surged into a roaring wave. The street erupted in joyous cries, claps, and cheers. Faces he had seen 1,000 times, yet never truly acknowledged him, now held expressions of admiration and respect. Godaime! Godaime! The villagers chanted, their voices rising like thunder. Naruto hesitated, his steps slowing. He glanced back briefly at Jiraiya, who offered only a knowing smirk and a reassuring nod. Swallowing his nerves, Naruto raised his hand, tentatively waving back to the crowd. The thunderous chant continued, washing over him like a powerful tide. Waiting at the entrance of the Hokage Tower, Shikaku Nara stood with a calm, approving expression. Well done, Hokage-sama! He greeted Naruto with a small, respectful bow. Before Naruto could react, Shikaku leaned closer, his voice softer. Sandaime has awakened. He's waiting for you at the hospital. Naruto exchanged a quick glance with Jiraiya, urgency returning to his features. Let's go. At the hospital, Naruto and Jiraiya found the revered Sandaime Hokage seated upright in bed, bandaged but alert. Beside him, the daimyo sat thoughtfully, while the injured ANBU commander leaned quietly in a corner, accepting the unfolding destiny. Ah, Naruto, Jiraiya! Hiruzen greeted warmly, a tired but genuine smile touching his lips. It seems my little joke about making you Hokage after Kiri wasn't so far-fetched after all. Naruto opened his mouth to protest but hesitated, the words dissolving at the daimyo's approving nod. The hat has chosen you, Naruto. The daimyo affirmed firmly. Age holds no bearing when deeds speak louder than years. The ANBU commander gave a silent nod, sharing an understanding look with Jiraiya. The room was filled with quiet certainty, pushing Naruto to finally accept this reality. Naruto's shoulders relaxed, absorbing their words deeply. The uncertainty in his eyes gradually shifted into resolve. Nightfall. Later that evening, Naruto found himself in civilian clothes, stepping into the warm glow of his favorite local bar. The unmistakable bass of Arctic Monkeys, "Do I Wanna Know?" filled the room, rhythmic and hauntingly fitting as he moved through the crowd. At a lively corner table sat Kakashi, Asuma, Guy, Anko, and Kurenai, immersed in celebration and laughter. Kakashi caught Naruto's eye first, raising his glass in invitation. Hey, look who's finally joining the party! Naruto smiled softly, sliding into an empty seat. Good to be home, he breathed, feeling comforted by the warmth of friends who saw him as nothing more than their comrade. You did well, Naruto, Kakashi said sincerely, causing the table to fall momentarily silent. Anko smirked, nudging Kakashi playfully. Hey, we all helped, remember? Alpha and Beta teams weren't exactly twiddling thumbs. Asuma chuckled but turned serious. True, but Naruto here was the one who strolled straight into IWA territory alone. Kurenai leaned curiously. So what exactly did you say to the fence-sitter to make him back off? Naruto hesitated, eyes fixed on his glass. I told him the truth, he finally said quietly. The table quieted as they sensed the gravity in his voice. I promised him that I'd forge a peace lasting enough that no child would be forced into a life of violence or sacrifice to monsters like myself. The weight of his words settled heavily upon the group, realization dawning fully in their expressions. But Naruto continued earnestly, looking around at each of them. I can't achieve this alone. I'll need all of you with me. Kakashi smiled knowingly. So you've decided then? Naruto nodded firmly, his eyes brightening. Hiruzen woke up earlier today. The casual reference to their respected elder leader startled them slightly, signaling the shift in Naruto's standing. Asuma, your brother should be informed in the morning, but he will be ready to see you guys by the afternoon. Thanks for letting me know. How is he? Asuma asked, knowing full well he must have seen him. He's stepping down officially. It will be announced soon. I have accepted the position of Godaime. Shock registered briefly across their faces before giving way to pride and joy. Their eyes were wide, truly considering the gravity of the news. Naruto is a few years their junior, yet he has secured his position as the person on the top. Kakashi, for his benefit, was quick to recover from this shock, knowing full well that Naruto was deserving of the role more than anyone else in the village. Asuma, on the other hand, couldn't help but think back to the moment he saw Naruto decimate the enemy shinobis in the grasslands. There was no doubt in his mind that Naruto held the power, and now he will hold the position his father has held for so long. Kurenai was shocked too. Here she thought that maybe things would go back to normal, but normal might be days of the past. She glanced at her best friend, well aware that this will have an effect on her for sure. After all, Naruto was the only one who had the privilege of being a repeating fling of hers. Anko definitely was confused by this news. She couldn't help but think that what she had anticipated for the future may not be exactly it. After all, there was just something about the young prodigy that had always attracted her. He was the first in many ways. First to treat her like an equal, first to believe in her, even first in bed. But after all this time, he had always been present for her, taking her away from the spotlight that had been shone on her ever since she had been apprenticed and betrayed by her cunt of a sensei. Then she decided that this would not be a problem for tonight. After all, she was celebrating the death of the one who tortured her, and the promotion of the one who helped her with justice. Tonight she will be happy. Guy lifted his glass, breaking the silence with heartfelt respect. He wasn't his rowdy self, no, this moment here and now. He would be the friend that Naruto deserved. To the Godaime Hokage! The toast was echoed around the table. Amid laughter and cheers, Kakashi leaned close, whispering gently in Naruto's ear. Sensei would be proud of you, Naruto. And so would your mother. Naruto's smile broadened, warmth spreading through his chest. You too, Kakashi, you've come a long way. I can honestly say I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you. Nonsense, you would have found your way, he replied, keeping their conversation on a quieter end as to keep it more private between them. You guys should get your rest, Naruto announced. I have big plans going into the office next week. We're going to have a lot of work ahead of us. I intend to build my vision from the ground up. Brick by brick. I have plans for all of you. Especially you, Kakashi, no more lounging around, so I'd finish whatever Ika novel you're on, because I assure you are not going to have the time for them. The group laughed at that, but Kakashi knew that Naruto was being serious. It seems that his lazing around might actually be in jeopardy. As Naruto leaned back into his seat, eyes gleaming with a quiet yet fierce determination, something fundamentally shifted in him. Gone was the hesitant soldier burdened by internal struggle. Now, there was only purpose and clarity. Naruto Uzumaki was ready to lead, ready to inspire, and most importantly, ready to change the world. He finished his drink and put a few bills down to cover the tab for the table. After which he bid them good night and aimed to head out, but not before subtly sending a look towards Anko. She stared back with a smile, knowing full well what his intentions were. She gave him a faint hint of a nod before smirking away herself. Tonight might not be as restful as she might have hoped, but it would definitely be fun. Embers of Alliance Arc Part 1. Chapter 13, Changing the Game. The sun had barely begun its climb when Naruto found himself standing at the edge of the old Namikaze estate ruins. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of dew-covered earth, and the distant whisper of the village waking. In the soft morning light, the broken stones and crumbling foundation of what was once his father's home painted a solemn picture of legacy lost and yet, perhaps, ready to be reborn. He stared at the half-standing wall where a faint family crest still lingered. His fingers brushed across the weathered mark, a quiet ache rising in his chest. He imagined Minato and Kushina here, laughter, arguments, love, all the things stolen from him before he could understand what they meant. For the first time in days, the cheers and chants faded from his mind, replaced by the simple truth: he was scared. I don't know if I'm ready, he admitted to no one. You're not. Naruto stiffened at the voice, turning just enough to see Jiraiya leaning lazily against a nearby post, arms crossed and face soft with understanding. No one ever is, the old Sannin added. Your father wasn't either. First thing he did after the ceremony was throw up. Twice. Naruto let out a shaky laugh, grateful and haunted all at once. Jiraiya approached slowly, eyes on the ruined home. He wanted to build a place where you could grow up safe. Free. I know, Naruto whispered. That's why I have to do this right. Not just wear the hat, but change what it means. Jiraiya smiled faintly. That's what makes you ready, the fact you're scared. Means you understand what's at stake. They stood together in silence as the sun rose higher, bathing the ruins, and Naruto, in golden light. Yet Naruto's expression shifted, determination hardening his features. Jiraiya. Naruto finally broke the silence, pulling a sealed letter from his jacket. I need you to do something for me. The old Sannin took the letter, raising a curious eyebrow. What's this? A summons, Naruto said. For her. If I'm really going to change this village, I need her here. I need Tsunade. Jiraiya's brow furrowed. That's not going to be easy. She's not exactly the kind to answer calls. Naruto nodded. That's why you're going. You'll need help tracking her down. My sources say she was last seen in a gambling town, Tanzaka. Jiraiya's lips curled into a wry smirk. Figures. Woman always did have a weakness for the dice. Naruto crossed his arms, gaze steady. Take Team 8 with you. They're trackers, some of the best. If anyone can find her, it's Kurenai's team. Jiraiya weighed the letter in his palm, thoughtful. You're playing a dangerous game, brat. Calling back a legend like her? You sure about this? Naruto's eyes burned with certainty. I am. I'm going to need her. And not just as a medic. This village needs strength, the kind that reminds people what it means to carry a name like Senju. Jiraiya chuckled softly. You're more like your old man than you know. I'll take that as a compliment. They shared a quiet moment before Jiraiya turned, stuffing the letter into his robes. All right then. I'll find her. But you better be ready when I get back. Naruto exhaled slowly, watching him go. I will be. Naruto sat tall in the Hokage seat, his face calm but his mind sharp as the council chamber filled with the heavy air of politics. This time, there was no hesitation, no glancing toward others for reassurance. Today was different. Today he would learn how deep the roots of Konoha's political rot ran. The ANBU captain, standing nearby, nodded once, signaling the report's start. A shinobi from the intelligence division began reading aloud. Surrender terms from the border villages of Kusa, Taki, and Oto. Each has agreed to disband their military forces for a term of 5 years, surrender their war prisoners, and cease any hidden pacts with Stone or Cloud. Additionally, they will allow Konoha-appointed envoys to oversee village affairs for the next 3 years. There were murmurs. The terms were strict but fair. Naruto stayed silent. Then the civilian council speaker stood. Given the cost of this war and the damage to Konoha's economy, we propose an additional levy. All surrendered villages will pay reparations, 20% of their annual grain output and 10% of all taxable trade revenue to Konoha for 10 years. Failure to meet these quotas will result in Konoha seizing resources directly. Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly as the speaker's tone sharpened. This levy will ensure Konoha's dominance and secure our future. He noticed it, the smugness, the greed. None of the clan heads were speaking up either. It seems that this council was to set in their ways. The heads aren't saying anything because they know this was for the best. Well, they were wrong, and Naruto does not intend for them to use him as a puppet. Before Naruto could speak, Hamura leaned in from his place beside the Hokage seat. This is sound policy, Naruto-sama. It is wise to make the smaller villages remember their place. We should move forward to the next matter, the matter of reassigning border patrols. The shift was subtle, too subtle. They hadn't asked for his approval. They had decided. Naruto's gaze hardened. ANBU Alpha, he called suddenly, his voice slicing through the chamber. The masked captain turned. Hokage-sama? Naruto's voice was ice. Why are you failing in your duty? The ANBU tensed. I beg your pardon, Hokage-sama? Naruto rose slowly, his presence filling the room. I just witnessed an act of treason. The civilian council and the elders passed a ruling, one that dictates foreign policy, without my approval. That is illegal. As Hokage, I'm the only one authorized to ratify such treaties or levies. And yet here we are. Gasps echoed. The civilian council flinched. The speaker stammered. We understood that since the elders approved, it was as if the Hokage did as well. Naruto's eyes flashed dangerously. Then tell me, am I the Hokage or are they? Hamura scowled. We did what is best for Konoha. You're young, inexperienced. These decisions are mine to make. Naruto cut him off coldly. Your experience doesn't grant you the power to overrule me. If experience alone made rulers, then why wasn't one of you chosen as Hokage? Silence. Not a soul dared answer. Naruto stood tall. Let me be clear, from this day forward, unless I speak, You will keep your damn mouths shut in these matters. You advise. You do not decide. You do not presume my approval. You do not speak on my behalf. The civilian council tried once more. Surely you understand that our proposal secures. It secures nothing but your pockets. Naruto snapped. This levy is absolute dog shit. Not only does it reek of greed, but it also guarantees rebellion. We'd be handing the enemies we just beat their reason to rise again. If you think I'll be the Hokage who bankrupts starving villages for your gain, think again. His voice carried, every word, a nail driven into the coffin of their power. Naruto turned slowly, eyes locked on the entire council. Tell me, where in Konoha's laws does it say that civilians dictate the terms of foreign treaties? No answer. I asked a question. Does anyone know? Koharu coughed delicately. The civilian council is present in all hearings during wartime. Naruto's smirk was cold. And when did I declare we were still at war? Again, no answer. I didn't. Because days ago, Shikaka lifted wartime status under my order. You knew that. You heard it. Yet here you sit, playing games with power you don't have. He stood slowly, every movement measured. This is exactly why the third couldn't change a damn thing. You bound him in red tape. That ends now. Naruto pointed to the civilians. Effective immediately, the civilian council is excused from these sessions unless summoned for matters concerning Konoha's internal civilian affairs. You are not diplomats. You are not warriors. You are not leaders. They paled but did not argue. Naruto turned next to the elders. And you sit too close to this chair. From now on, you sit with the clan heads. Your counsel will be heard. But only when requested. I understand your experience, but I won't let it choke this village. Hamura's lips pressed in. You insult us. I'm warning you. Naruto's voice dropped low. Adapt. Change. Or resign. He scanned the room slowly. If anyone doubts me, test me. But know this, from now on, I see everything. I hear everything. Konoha will move forward. I'll drag it there if I have to. No one spoke. No one dared. Naruto finally sat, exhaling slowly. Now bring me the real agenda. We're done playing games. After the meeting, the council chamber emptied slowly, the weight of Naruto's words still suffocating the air. Outside, beneath the shadowed eaves of the Hokage Tower, the three elders gathered, Hamura, Koharu, and Danzo, their expressions dark and unreadable. Koharu was the first to break the silence, voice dry. He's not like Hiruzen. He won't listen the same way. Hamura nodded slowly, his face pinched in thought. No, but perhaps that's not entirely bad. The boy showed spine in there. Gods know it's been missing from that chair for years. Still, he's reckless. Inexperienced. We'll have our work cut out for us keeping him from setting everything ablaze. Koharu sighed. He's not ready, Hamura. Power like that, it changes people. Even ones with good hearts. Danzo, silent until now, scoffed. You're both fools if you think backbone is what makes a leader. He's emotional. Idealistic. Worse, he doesn't understand this village's darkest corners. But I do. They looked at him then, wary but listening. Danzo's eye gleamed with cold intent. Let him play Hokage. Sooner or later, he'll falter. And when he does, I'll be there. Ready. The boy doesn't realize, he's inherited more than a title. He's inherited enemies. Secrets. Ones he's too soft to handle. Hamura frowned. Don't do anything reckless, Danzo. Danzo offered a thin smile. Of course not. I'm a loyal servant of Konoha. With that, he turned, disappearing into the gathering shadows. The two elders watched him go, uneasy. Deep in Root's compound, Danzo's voice echoed softly to his operatives. Watch him. Every step. Every word. Report everything. The moment he slips, we act. Root agents bowed wordlessly, fading into darkness. The game had begun. with Naruto. Naruto stepped out of the council chamber, his face unreadable as the tension still clung to him like a second skin. Shikaku was waiting just down the corridor, arms crossed, sharp eyes scanning Naruto's features. Hokage-sama, Shikaku greeted, voice low. The Sand Council have sent their representative here. They want Gaara and his siblings to return. Their council sent Baki to collect them, return them to Sunagakure, before any negotiations take place. Naruto's eyes flicked past Shikaku, landing on Baki standing silently in the shadows, ever the dutiful shinobi. Naruto's jaw clenched. Have Baki wait in my office. I'll deal with him afterwards. Shikaku nodded once. Understood. Without another word, Naruto turned and made his way toward the lower levels of the Hokage Tower, toward the holding cells. The corridors grew colder, dimmer, the air heavy with the scent of stone and damp. At last, Naruto stopped before a steel door, ANBU stationed outside. They bowed and unlocked it. Inside, Gaara sat slumped in the far corner, asleep, though the term seemed too kind for the fitful, restless state he was in. The boy twitched, brow furrowed even in unconsciousness. Naruto stood there for a moment, staring at him, the mirror of what he could have become. Gaara. Naruto called softly. No response. He stepped forward, kneeling down. Gaara. Wake up. It took effort, more than it should have. A boy who had never truly known sleep did not wake easily. Finally, Gaara stirred, eyes fluttering open, red-rimmed and disoriented. He blinked once, twice, before focusing on Naruto. Why are you here? His voice was raw, like it hurt to speak. Naruto smiled faintly. I wanted to talk. Jinchuriki to Jinchuriki. Gaara's gaze hardened. What did you do to me? I don't hear him anymore. Naruto's expression sobered. I'm a seal master. Uzumaki. And because I'm like you, I know a thing or two about seals, especially the kind that keep monsters locked up. Gaara flinched at the word monster. Naruto pressed on. The people in your village, they're fools. They barely understand what they placed inside you. What they did to you. I fixed it. I layered a new seal over the old one. Right now, Shikaku is locked down. No whispers, no influence. You won't hear him, unless you want to. Gaara stared, trying, and failing, to summon the voice that had been his constant companion, his curse. Why? He croaked. Why help me? Naruto sat down cross-legged in front of him, hands resting on his knees. Because I know what it's like. To have the whole world look at you like you're already lost. To wake up every day wondering if maybe they're right. I was you once. Gaara's lips trembled. I killed so many. I know. Naruto's voice didn't waver. And yet, here you are. Still breathing. Which means maybe there's a chance for you. For a moment either spoke. Then Naruto's eyes softened. You ever wonder what it might have been like? If things were different? I do. All the time. Naruto's gaze grew distant. I used to dream about my mom. She was loud, terrifying when she was angry. Dad and we used to prank her. Harmless stuff. And when she caught us, she chased me around the house until I hid behind my dad. He always took the hit for me. Naruto chuckled, voice thick with something unsaid. She was so happy when they told me I'd be a big brother. I remember thinking, finally, something I could brag about to Itachi. He just found out he was gonna be a brother too. Gaara listened, silent, breath shallow. Naruto's voice cracked, just a little. Dad brought me to the hospital the night my sister was born. Mito. Mom held her, smiling so wide. But she died that night. So did Dad. The Kyuubi, they sealed half of it in me. Gaara whispered. And yet you smile. Naruto looked him dead in the eyes. Because I have to. Because if I don't, what was the point of their sacrifice? Gaara's hands curled into fists. I don't even know my mother. My father, he tried to kill me. Only thing I have is that she named me. Gaara, The demon who only loves himself. Naruto leaned forward. Then ask your siblings. Find the pieces of her they still remember. Because you're not alone. You've got them. You've got me. Gaara's lip trembled, the fight in his eyes slowly fading. What do I do now? Naruto smiled, not bright, not proud, but something steadier. You find your path. Not the one they force you on, but the one you choose. And if you fall, you get back up. You start again. Because that's what we do. Gaara nodded slowly, tears glistening but unshed. For the first time, he looked less like a weapon, and more like a boy. Naruto stood. Come on. Your siblings are waiting. Gaara blinked. They want to see me? Yeah, Naruto said, offering his hand. Let's not keep them waiting. Naruto and Gaara ascended the stone steps toward the Hokage's office. Gaara walked quietly, processing everything that had just transpired. Waiting at the top of the stairs was Shikaku, standing with Temari, Kankuro, and Shikamaru, who looked as though he would rather be anywhere else. Baki hovered nearby, speaking in low tones with Temari until his eyes caught sight of Naruto approaching. For the first time, Temari and Kankuro truly saw Naruto. The Hokage had draped over his shoulder, his red hakama trimmed with black flames flowing with each step, black pants and Anbu boots completing the image. His figure was imposing, his eyes cold and unreadable. Naruto didn't spare them a word. He pushed open the office doors, taking his seat behind the Hokage's desk, gesturing for the others to follow. Baki swallowed hard, bowing low. Hokage-sama. Naruto rested his arms on the desk, his gaze fixed solely on Baki. Why should I let them go? After everything the sand has done, why should I not make an example of them? Baki stiffened but forced himself to meet Naruto's gaze. I won't insult you by making excuses. We were deceived, our Kazekage, murdered by Orochimaru's hand. We lost control of our village. Naruto's voice was ice. You're supposed to be a great shinobi village, Baki. What happened was amateur hour. You weren't just deceived. You were incompetent. Baki clenched his fists but said nothing. Naruto leaned back. That said, I'm going to let them go. Surprise flickered across Baki's face. Naruto continued, but here's the advice you didn't ask for. Get your house in order. Quickly. Because next time, I won't be so forgiving. Baki nodded tightly. Understood. Naruto's gaze sharpened. I just left my council meeting. We decided the terms for those who attacked us. I'll be visiting every village involved personally. I'll hear their reasons. And then, I'll establish embassies. Permanent ones. There will be no more secrets. Baki's eyes widened. Embassies. Naruto nodded. Direct lines of communication. No more hidden games. I'll be speaking with Kiri and Iwa next. If Suna plays their cards right, maybe we discuss new trade routes. Help your people. Fix those droughts. Baki bowed deeply. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Naruto waved him off. Do what you will with that information, Baki. But know this, if your village falls, it won't be by my hand. It'll be your own doing. Baki exhaled slowly, bowing once more. We will not forget this. Naruto's gaze flicked to Gaara. Go. Gaara nodded once, quiet understanding passing between them. He turned, following his siblings out. Naruto, seated behind his desk, exhaled deeply, then summoned his next guests, Inoichi, Asuma, Kakashi, and Sasuke. They gathered, curious. Naruto didn't waste time. Effective immediately, Shikamaru and Sasuke. You're promoted to Chunin. Shock passed between them. I don't care about formal exams. I care about what I've seen. You too, you're ready. The village needs you. He turned to Kakashi. You're relieved as Team 7 sensei. You may still guide them when time allows. But I need you elsewhere. Kakashi's brow furrowed. Where? Naruto's gaze hardened. Effective today, you are reinstated. You'll replace the current ANBU commander, who has resigned due to injuries. Kakashi inhaled slowly, nodding. Understood. Naruto motioned to the Alpha Captain. You step forward. The captain obeyed. From this day, you're promoted to Lieutenant Commander. You stand at Kakashi's side. You will train your successor. As you know, ANBU Commander and Lieutenant Commanders are not required to wear masks as they are not officially in the field anymore, but I'll leave the choice up to you. I want you to recommend candidates for Alpha's new lead. I'll approve the one you choose. Yes, Hokage-sama. Tenzo nodded, taking his mask off, revealing his stoic news behind. Naruto turned to Asuma. Shikamaru and Sasuke will begin Chunin Core work tomorrow. Field experience is their priority this year. I expect reports on their growth and specialties. Asuma smirked, proud. They'll deliver. Naruto looks at the two with a pointed look. I have high expectations for you too. So get yourselves in gear, you have a year to show me that you can step up to the plate. Naruto continued. Sakura and Yukiko, they'll transfer to you, Asuma. Guide them until they're ready for promotion. Kakashi, assist where you can. Both nodded. I know this is rough, you two, you will have your work cut out for you, but from what I noticed in the exam, Yukiko performed exceptionally well and she needs some more experience, and Sakura did well enough in the exams but needs more work. I have Jiraiya going to get Lady Tsunade back to the village, hopefully she can take over the medic Nin program. I am sure Sakura can study well under her, seeing that she has taken up a more serious role towards her duties. Naruto sat back, exhaling. That's all. Dismissed, except Shikaku and Inoichi. The room cleared until only those two remained. Naruto leaned forward. Shikaku, begin planning our approach. Kiri and IWA. We talked to them separately. Kumo, we watched them. Hard. I know they will make some move when word gets out that we are working new treaties with almost all the villages on our side of the hemisphere. Shikaku gave a lazy salute. On it. Inoichi. Naruto said next. We'll meet weekly. Inoichi blinked. For what? Naruto's gaze grew distant. Therapy. I need my head clear. What happened in the grasslands? I can't carry that alone. I have been dealing with it mostly on my own, but truthfully it's been getting rough. The side effect of using the Hyrischen that way has always been psychological. I know my dad had mentioned some of that as well. But my worries are something else. If I fall, if I am not at a 100%, this whole village falls. That's not happening. Inoichi stared, then nodded slowly. Understood, Naruto. We'll start tomorrow then. Naruto closed his eyes for a breath. Good. Let's keep this between us. Inoichi nods and walks away out of the office with his new orders. Naruto turns around to admire the village on the other side of the window. Soon he smiles and goes back to work. Outside Konoha. Outside the village gates, silence stretched between the Sand siblings. Temari and Kankuro struggled to find words. But it was Gaara who finally stopped, glancing back. Temari. Kankuro, what was she like? They froze. Our mother, Gaara whispered. Tell me about her. Embers of Alliance Arc Part 1. Chapter 14, Ties That Bind. Tanzakugai was loud even on a lazy afternoon. Lanterns swayed in the breeze, paper flyers drifted like leaves in a festival storm, and the scent of grilled meat, cheap sake, and desperation hung heavily in the air. Kiba wrinkled his nose. This whole place smells like regret. Akamaru sneezed in agreement. Be silent, Chino said, voice muffled by his collar. We're being watched. Hinata, walking ahead of them with her hood drawn low, didn't answer. Her Byakugan had been active for the last 10 minutes. She finally stopped in front of a small restaurant tucked between a gambling parlor and a crumbling theater. There, she said softly. Corner booth. She's with Shizen. Good, Kiba said, cracking his knuckles. Let's grab her and get this over with. Hinata blushed faintly. We're not abducting her. Shino tilted his head. That may be a tactical misjudgment. Before they could argue, Jiraiya strolled up behind them, sipping from a cheap sake bottle and humming some lewd tavern song. You kids really need to relax. You're in the land of chance. Enjoy yourselves. You were supposed to be helping, Shino pointed out. I was. You wouldn't believe what my sources told me. Kiba raised an eyebrow. Were your sources wearing kimonos and high heels? Jiraiya just grinned. Don't be jealous. He waved them toward the restaurant entrance. She's in there, right? Then let the grown-ups talk. Hinata opened her mouth to protest, but Jiraiya was already gone. Inside the restaurant, Tsunade laughed, tossing down her cards. Full house. That's 3 in a row, boys. The 2 middle-aged gamblers at her table groaned. Shizen sighed beside her, rubbing her temples. Tsunade-sama, we came here to lay low. Not to bankrupt half the village. I'm laying low. Just happens to involve a little fun. You're drinking sake like water, which makes it hydration. Before Shizen could retort, a shadow fell across the table. Still cheating amateurs out of their pensions, huh? Tsunade looked up and groaned. Oh no. Absolutely not. Jiraiya flashed a roguish grin. Nice to see you too. Shizen's jaw dropped. Jiraiya-sama? No wonder I was winning. Tsunade mumbled to herself, cursing her luck. Behind him, teammate filtered in carefully, standing at a respectful distance. Shizen blinked in surprise at the unfamiliar young shinobi, then back at Jiraiya. I thought you were dead, Tsunade said flatly. Only on the inside, Jiraiya replied, helping himself to the empty seat at her table. You're not easy to find. I wasn't hiding, she lied. You were not hiding. Their usual rhythm kicked in like muscle memory, barbed, easy, familiar. I see you brought kids, she added, eyeing teammate. Let me guess. Konoha's finest? Kiba smirked. That'd be me. Shino adjusted his glasses. That's debatable. Hinata bowed quickly. It's an honor, Tsunade-sama. Tsunade studied her. You're a Hyuga. Yes, ma'am. Pretty eyes. Hinata turned beet red. Shizen leaned toward Jiraiya. Why are they here? Trackers. Good ones, he said. Naruto sent them. Tsunade blinked. Naruto? Jiraiya's tone shifted. Yeah. He's the one who sent me, too. Tsunade laughed, until she saw his face hadn't changed. You're serious? I wouldn't have come if it wasn't. Jiraiya rested his elbows on the table, voice quieting. A lot's changed, Tsunade. Naruto's not the same brat you used to know. He's something else now. Tsunade's eyes narrowed. Explain. Jiraiya exhaled slowly. We took down Orochimaru. Together. The table went still. I am sure you've heard about the attack on the village. Well, Sensei and Umbu Commander got injured pretty bad. He had to step up and he did. Daimyo made him interim Hokage, and Suna, Oto, Kusa, and Taki gathered their army in the grasslands. So, we did a surgical strike, Naruto and I took out the leaders, and then he took out 2,000 enemy shinobis in Kusa. He fought like hell. And when the dust settled, Jiraiya shook his head. Orochimaru was dead. And Naruto, he wasn't just some kid anymore. He was a leader. Tsunade said nothing. Her fingers curled around her glass. He negotiated surrender terms with IWA when they were planning to invade. He saved thousands. Jiraiya smiled faintly. Sensei, and the daimyo gave him the hat shortly after. Not because of bloodline or politics, but because no one else could hold it anymore. Not even us. Shizen looked stunned. Naruto is Hokage? He is, Jiraiya said. And he's doing it right. Built his own cabinet. Even reinstated Kakashi to ANBU. And he's just getting started. Tsunade took a long sip of sake. Still doesn't mean I'm going back, she said after a moment. Jiraiya nodded. Didn't say you had to. Just that he asked for you. He pulled a sealed letter from his sleeve and slid it across the table. He didn't say much about it. Just said you'd know what it meant. Tsunade hesitated, then picked it up. She cracked the seal and unfolded it slowly. Her eyes scanned the short note, and stopped on a single line. I need you, Okasan. The paper trembled slightly in her hand. Her eyes lingered there, unmoving. Shizen watched her quietly. Teammate stood a bit straighter. Tsunade didn't speak for a long time. Then, softly, almost to herself. Kushina's kid, damn it! Jiraiya leaned back. He's giving this village a second chance, Tsunade. Maybe it's time we stop running from it. Tsunade folded the letter gently and slipped it into her coat. She didn't answer him. But she didn't say no either. 2 weeks later, Hokage's office, Konoha. The Hokage's office buzzed quietly with the sounds of shuffled paper, soft-spoken strategy, and the occasional sigh of exhaustion. Kakashi leaned lazily against the cabinet with a half-read folder in hand while Shikako hovered near a detailed map spread across the Hokage's desk. Naruto sat in the thick of it all, red cloak draped across his shoulders, pen tapping lightly against a document he hadn't touched in 10 minutes. Border routes through Taki still need reassessment, Shikako muttered. And we've had no word from the Oto Anvo. They'll talk, Naruto replied absently. They just want to make us sweat first. The door opened without a knock. The guards didn't stop them. They already knew who it was. Tsunade walked in with Shizen at her side, arms crossed, expression unreadable. Naruto looked up and grinned. Well, I thought you said you'd never come back. Tsunade smirked. I'm not. I'm here to overthrow you. Naruto leaned back in his chair dramatically. Great. I could use a vacation. Somewhere with hot springs and zero paperwork. Shizen raised an eyebrow, amused. You still haven't taken that trip? Naruto's voice was dry. None of my superiors ever approved the leave. Kakashi snorted. Naruto's gaze slid to him. And you were one of those superiors, by the way. Keep laughing and I'll demote you back to genin. Terrifying, Kakashi said, not looking up from his folder. Tsunade eyed the group, then glanced behind her as teammate entered quietly. Naruto stood, giving them a nod. You three did great, he said. Rest up. Karina is still out on assignment. She'll be back in 2 days. Once she returns, she'll grab you for your next rotation. They bowed and filed out, leaving just the core team. Tsunade's teasing expression faded as she met Naruto's eyes. All right, Hokage-sama. Why am I here? Naruto moved around his desk, his face settling into something more serious. It's 2 things, he began. First, Hiruzen's condition. He's not recovering well. After his battle with Orochimaru, and seeing his old teammates raised from the dead like puppets, it broke something in him. Tsunade's eyes darkened. That bastard. Jiraiya told me on the way back, everything he did. I'm glad he's gone. Naruto nodded once. Still, Hiruzen needs someone who understands medical chakra, and who understands him. You're the only one left who can be both. Shizen's voice was quiet. We'll take care of him. Naruto gave her a grateful nod, then walked toward a round table in the corner of the room, beckoning them over. The table was covered with a sprawling map of the continent, tiny flags, strings, and pin notes arranged like the pieces of a grand game. Tsunade and Shizen followed. Naruto placed both hands on the table. The second reason is this. He looked up. This system we live in? It's cracked. The peace is thin. Too many small villages are starving, rebelling, dying, all because the bigger nations keep squeezing them. I want to change that. Shizen's brow furrowed. Change it how? Naruto gestured across the map. A golden alliance. One where every village, big or small, has a seat. One where trade routes connect nations, where we share infrastructure, and where the cost of war outweighs any potential gain. A system that makes cooperation more profitable than conquest. Tsunade folded her arms, processing. You want to fix the world's economy? I want to tie the world together so tightly, Naruto said, that no one even thinks about war. Because they'd be hurting themselves. Shikaku added from behind him. We've already opened channels with a few smaller villages. Taki, Kusa, and Oto are on the list. Kiri and Iwa will take longer. But the groundwork is being laid. Naruto nodded. I'm starting with the ones who rebelled. They're desperate, they'll be the most eager to join. Once they're on board, Suna will have a formal envoy ready. Iwa's next. Then, Kirigakure. Kakashi finally looked up. The Mizuki's already sent word. Mei Terumi wants 3 months to prep her terms and welcome you formally. Tsunade tilted her head. Sounds ambitious. But where do I come in? Naruto hesitated, just for a breath. Jiraiya's leaving again soon. He's investigating the Akatsuki, they're becoming more active, and we can't afford to ignore them. Jiraiya gave her a small nod. It's better if I stay mobile. Keep a wide net. Shikaku's going to coordinate the treaty logistics here. But... Naruto looked at Tsunade directly. I need someone I can trust to watch over this place while I'm gone. Tsunade raised a brow. You think I'll babysit your council? I think, Naruto said carefully, that Danzo and the elders are already trying to twist every decision I make. Ever since I stripped their authority, they've been pushing back. Hard. He turned, hands on the table again. If I leave this village without a counterweight, without someone who knows how they operate, they'll start pulling strings. And when I come back, I'll be cleaning up a mess instead of moving forward. Shizen looked between them. You want her to act as your advisor? Naruto nodded. Alongside Jiraiya and Hiruzen. But more than that. I need you to keep them in line. Quietly. With teeth, if necessary. Tsunade stared at the map for a long time. Then she sighed. Fine. But I'm not wearing a hat. Naruto grinned. Didn't expect you to. It'd ruin your hair. She rolled her eyes. You've grown up, brat. Yeah, Naruto said softly. Konoha General Shinobi Hospital, Hiruzen's quarters. Sunlight spilled gently across the floorboards of Hiruzen Sarutobi's room, casting long shadows that danced with the lazy breeze drifting in from the balcony. He sat propped up against a mound of cushions, an old shawl draped over his shoulders, pipe set aside for once. There was a deep tiredness in his eyes, but a calmness too, the kind of peace that only came after decades of war and pain. Tsunade stood beside him, hands glowing faintly as she ran a chakra scan across his chest and lower abdomen. Her touch was precise. Professional. But her expression was soft. You're lucky you didn't die from sheer stubbornness, she muttered. Hiruzen chuckled. I've survived on that for decades. Thought I'd ride it all the way into the grave. Jiraiya lounged by the window, arms crossed, hair slightly windblown. You came close, old man. The three of them shared a rare moment of silence, not awkward but reflective. A triangle of history cracked but never quite broken. You know, Hiruzen said quietly, I always imagined one of you would succeed me. You were my pride. My hope for the future. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Sorry to disappoint. You didn't. His voice was firm. Naruto, he's something else. He's not just powerful, he's willing to challenge everything. That chair hasn't seen someone like him since Hashirama-sensei. Jiraiya grinned. That's two for me now. Minato and Naruto. I'm starting to think my teaching record is unbeatable. Tsunade rolled her eyes. You didn't teach him, you threw him into the wild and hoped for the best. Worked, didn't it? Shaking her head, she moved to Hiruzen's side, checking vitals. Jiraiya stretched his arms behind his head. Still, your record's a little thin, Tsunade. I mean, Shizen's great, beautiful too, but Naruto? That kid's a generational talent. And Orochimaru? Kabuto was interesting, I'll give him that. Inbi still can't find him, by the way. Slipped right past Alpha and Anko when they cracked down on Oto. Tsunade froze mid-scan. Wait. Didn't you say I was a terrible sensei once? Jiraiya blinked. Her voice dropped dangerously low. I remember that. He raised his hands innocently. Now, let's not. A ceramic dish flew past his head, shattering against the doorframe as he leapt backward with a laugh. Still got that legendary aim. I'll aim lower next time. Tsunade snapped. Hiruzen coughed out a raspy laugh. You two haven't changed one bit. Tsunade ignored him and returned to her work, her tone shifting as she focused. You're lucky. With a few surgeries and regular healing sessions, you'll recover. But your chakra network has degraded. No more battlefield heroics. You're officially retired. Hiruzen smiled faintly. Good. I've buried too many friends already. All I want now is to watch Konohamaru grow up. Maybe teach him how not to end up like his old grandpa. A brief shadow passed over his face, but Tsunade said nothing. Some ghosts didn't need chasing. Just then, Shizen entered, hair a little frizzy from the breeze, a small stack of files in her arms. The hospital's a mess, she announced, exasperated. Half the funding was rerouted last quarter, we're understaffed, and the storage room has 3 crates of expired blood tablets from 5 years ago. Tsunade sighed, straightening. Of course it does. She looked to Jiraiya. You were right. We've got work ahead of us. Jiraiya shrugged. You always loved a challenge. Tsunade turned to Hiruzen and offered a small, real smile. Don't worry. I've got this. Hidden Stone Village, the Tsuchiku's office. The mountain air was thin, but the atmosphere in the Kage's chambers was heavier still. Anoki remained seated, arms folded, and brow furrowed, listening as the counselors argued themselves in circles. The smaller nations are folding into Konoha's sphere like dominoes, muttered Elder Ishii. They'll be entirely dependent within a year. And we'll be surrounded, added Elder Renga. Taki, Kusa, Oto, all restructured with Konoha's assistance. They'll gain loyalty, trade routes, even intelligence footholds. Anoki narrowed his eyes. Which is why I said we need to approach the table. Not run from it. But on what terms? Renga challenged. Even if we show strength, what guarantee do we have that Konoha won't use this so-called Golden Alliance as a leash? A silence followed. Then Elder Keed, oldest of the 4, leaned forward slowly. Her voice cracked like parchment. There are older ways of making alliances. The others turned toward her. She continued, in our ancestors' time, alliances weren't built solely on treaties. They were sealed through blood, marriage, shared legacy. That's how the stone was unified in the first place, clans marrying into each other until the border disappeared. Anoki let out a tired sigh. Those days are gone. They're not, Keed said firmly. Hashirama Senju married Mito Uzumaki. It wasn't just love, it was politics. Even the mighty Leaf used marriage to secure stability. Kitsuchi crossed his arms. You're suggesting an arranged marriage between IWA and Konoha? Renga grunted. It's extreme. It's effective, Keed snapped. The Uzumaki boy is young, powerful, and already beloved. If we bring him into our bloodline, into our legacy, we gain more than a treaty. We gain a future stake in the shape of the world. The chamber fell still. Anoki's eyes slowly opened. We'd be tying ourselves directly to the one shinobi who's rewriting the map. Kitsuchi didn't respond immediately. His gaze lowered, thoughtful. But who? Asked Ishii. There's no one in the inner clan suited for that. Not of age, not of standing. Keed's eyes met Anoki's. There is one. Anoki didn't speak. He didn't need to. The answer was obvious. Kuratsuchi. Kitsuchi inhaled sharply. She'll never agree. She's young, Keed said. She'll see reason. No, she won't, Anoki murmured. Not after how things ended during the ceasefire. She hasn't spoken to me since that night. Keed nodded slowly. Then perhaps it's time to make her understand what legacy truly means. She's been pushing herself harder every day, Kitsuchi said quietly. Training until her hands bleed. Running drills until she collapses. All because she thinks you stole her future by surrendering too early. I didn't surrender, Anoki said bitterly. I ended a war before we became the villains. And now you ask her to marry the symbol of that peace. Anoki closed his eyes. I asked her to think like a kage. The words hung in the air like thunder before a storm. Katsuchi's voice was low. She won't accept this quietly. She doesn't have to, Anoki said. She just has to understand that there's more than one way to protect a village. He opened his eyes. If she can do that, she's already worthy of the hat. The chamber remained silent for a long time after Anoki's words settled. Finally, Elder Renga leaned forward. Before we decide to tie our legacy to another village's Hokage, especially one so young, I think we'd best understand exactly who we're dealing with. Anoki nodded. Katsuchi. Bring the file. Katsuchi stepped to the edge of the room where a sealed drawer lay beneath the map table. He withdrew a thick leather-bound folder marked only with a single symbol, a spiral etched in red ink. He laid it down. Compiled by our embedded agents and records dating back to the Third War. Kid adjusted her spectacles, voice even. Let's hear it. Katsuchi opened the folder and began to read. Subject Uzumaki Naruto. Codename Crimson Storm. Born during the Nine Tails assault on Konoha. Confirmed host of the Kyubi no Yoko. Son of the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, and Kushina Uzumaki. His early childhood is sealed in Konoha's records, but by age 6 he was inducted into early academy training under surveillance protocols. Rapid advancement followed. Assigned to Team Ko, led by Uchiha Itachi, alongside Yuzuki Yugao. The trio graduated as genin within 3 months, and 2 years later, all 3 were inducted into ANBU. Naruto's dossier became classified following an incident in the southeastern sea quadrant, codename, the Bleeding Archipelago. Renga raised an eyebrow. That name again? Katsuchi nodded. Yes. The Bleeding Archipelago. Our agents couldn't confirm details. But we know this. 23 islands in the former Uzumaki domain were eradicated in a single day. According to the hidden reports, it was a retaliatory strike. One of the old Uzumaki's ceiling towers had resurfaced. ANBU was dispatched. Only 3 shinobi survived. Kid whispered. And that's where he earned his name. Katsuchi continued. From that day forward, he was dubbed Crimson Storm. Eyewitnesses reported an explosion of such magnitude that it altered ocean tides and reduced fortified outposts to molten slag. It is said he stood in the center of it all, unscathed. Following Uchiha Itachi's betrayal, Naruto assumed interim command of the unit. He restructured their Black Ops network, expanded Konoha's underground intelligence web, and personally led more than 30 successful infiltration and sabotage missions across lightning, water, and earth-aligned territories. The room was dead quiet. His name doesn't come from flash, Katsuchi said finally. It comes from results. Renga grunted. And this is the boy we're supposed to hand our legacy to? No, Kid said. This is the man we're deciding whether to tie our future to. Anoki's gaze didn't waver. He's the son of Minato, heir to Kushina Uzumaki's blood. Trained by Jiraiya. Shaped by war. There's more fire in that name than any other alive. Kid added. And he's not just a war machine. He's pushing for peace. He's trying to unify nations that haven't spoken in decades. But why? Renga asked, suspicion in his voice. Why would someone with so much power seek peace? Katsuchi looked toward the map. Because he knows war. Because he survived it. Because he probably hates what it made of him. That silenced the room again. Elder Ishii, who had remained quiet until now, finally spoke. His voice was gravelly but calm. This is not about bloodlines. This is about momentum. The world is shifting. Naruto Uzumaki isn't just a name, he's a force. And if we don't grab his hand now, we may find ourselves crushed underfoot when the dust settles. Kid nodded. And if our bloodline is part of the shaping of what comes next, if we become partners, not pawns, then perhaps our grandchildren will inherit peace we never knew. Anoki said nothing for a long time. Then finally, I'll speak to Kuratsuchi. Renga gave him a look. She's your granddaughter. And your most vocal critic. Exactly, Anoki said. If I can convince her, the rest will fall into place. He looked at Katsuchi, then at the elders. Prepare the first draft of a cultural treaty. One that respects our sovereignty but leaves room for shared infrastructure and joint leadership in border zones. If Naruto is truly the visionary they say he is, he'll see the value. Kiid's eyes narrowed shrewdly. And the marriage? Anoki's voice lowered. Let's not mention that. Not yet. Not until I've spoken to her directly. He stood, slow but certain. We don't just need an alliance. We need to survive the next era with our pride intact. At Wagakure, cliffside training ground. The shattered remains of stone targets littered the plateau. Choke points had collapsed under precise detonations, and chakra-scorched rock steamed in the cold wind. Kuratsuchi stood alone in the aftermath, chest rising and falling, arms bruised, one knuckle still bleeding. She wasn't done. But a shadow floated toward her from above, small, sturdy, and ancient. I thought I said I didn't want to see you out here, Kuratsuchi muttered. Anoki's voice was low. You didn't. But I came anyway. She rolled her shoulders, not looking at him. That's kind of your thing, isn't it? Showing up when no one wants you there, and deciding everyone else's fate. I used to call that leadership. Well, she snapped. Maybe it's time to call it what it really is, old men clinging to a world that's already changed. Anoki didn't respond. He waited, letting her anger echo off the cliffs. She turned to face him, sweat on her brow, jaw set, eyes fierce and wounded. You gave it all away, Ji-chan. Everything we fought for. All the drills. All the training. The tradition. You let some golden-haired outsider talk our entire council down. I ended a war that would have buried this village in its own rubble. You buried it anyway, she hissed. Only this time we didn't even go out fighting. Her voice cracked on the last word, just barely. Anoki looked at her, really looked, and beneath the sharpness in her tone he saw it, the weight of all the expectations she carried. Granddaughter of the Tsuchikage. Inheritor of a militant nation. Trained to be a leader before she could even define the word. I know it hurt, he said quietly. But your anger won't heal anything. No, she said, but it keeps me standing. A beat passed. I was supposed to be next. You said I was ready? You are. Then why didn't you trust me? She demanded. Why didn't you tell me what you were going to do before you let that Konoha brat turn our war council into a peace summit? Because you weren't ready to hear it. Her glare sharpened. Don't talk to me like a child. I'm talking to you like a Tsuchikage, he said, and that silenced her. One who will one day need to know when to bend, and when to break. Kuratsuchi turned away, arms crossed tight over her chest. I trained every day to be strong enough to protect this village. Strong enough to earn your legacy. You said that meant knowing when to strike. But now you want me to sit back while we hand ourselves over through trade routes and treaties? And now you come out here to ask what? That I play diplomat? That I smile and shake hands with the same man who humiliated us? Anoki's silence gave her the answer. She laughed bitterly. No, this isn't about diplomacy. You want me to marry him. He nodded slowly. I want you to consider it. Not because you're weak, but because you're strong enough to shape what comes next. I'm not a bargaining chip. I know. I'm not some alliance bride to be like they wrote about in those scrolls. You're not. You're better than any of them ever were. She stood still, jaw locked, gaze cast toward the ruined targets she had just shattered. I don't even know him. You will, Anoki said simply. And what if I don't like what I find? Anoki's voice was soft. Then tell him to his face. Show him who you are. But don't close the door before you even walk through it. Kuratsuchi exhaled slowly. Some of the heat in her face cooled, but it didn't leave her eyes. I'm still becoming Tsuchikage. I wouldn't have it any other way. Then stop giving my future away behind my back. Anoki looked at her with something like pride. Fair enough. She turned to him again, and for the first time, her voice softened. You didn't think I'd break when I learned to blow mountains apart. Why did you think I'd break over this? He smiled, old and weathered and proud. I didn't. That's why I'm here. She hesitated. And if I refuse? Then we'll find another way. A gust of wind whipped between them, carrying dust and silence. Kuratsuchi finally turned and looked up at the sky. He's not what I expected. Anoki's eyes narrowed slightly. On that we agree. She glanced at him, confused, until he reached into his coat and pulled out a thick leather-bound folder. The spiral symbol on the cover was unmistakable. She didn't take it right away. Just stared. What's this? His file, Anoki said, offering it to her. The full one. Council approved. Nothing redacted. Her eyes narrowed. You're letting me read it? You should. Before you make up your mind. You think you understand what kind of shinobi he is, but you don't. Not yet. She finally took the folder, hesitating for a breath before tucking it under her arm. Anoki turned, floating back onto his stone platform. Look at it. Really look. Read who he was, who he had to become. This will be a good start, but you will have to fill the blanks yourself. He paused midair, looking back at her one last time. If you're going to challenge the man, or stand beside him, you should know what kind of storm you're walking into. Then he floated upward, leaving her alone with the file, and the silence. Kuratsuchi stared after him for a long time. Then down at the folder. She didn't open it. Not yet. But her grip on it tightened. Konoha, outer residential district. The sun was setting gently behind the trees as Naruto walked a quiet path through the village's outer ring. This wasn't a patrol route or a formal visit, it was the kind of worn footpath people forgot about, connecting a long-standing house nestled between thick groves and lazy stone gardens. The porch creaked faintly under his footfalls. Sitting out front, draped in soft shadows and an old woven shawl, was a man with graying hair and lined features. His eyes remained closed, his hands resting on the arms of his chair. He didn't move, didn't turn. Blessed be the day the Godaime Hokage makes a house call for an old man. Naruto grinned faintly and stepped up to the porch. You say that like you weren't tracking me with your ears the whole way up the hill. The man cracked one eye open, just enough to let a flicker of amusement through. Old habits. Naruto took a seat beside him, the chair creaking under the familiar weight. How've you been, sensei? For once, the man said quietly. Rested. The air between them was still for a few seconds, comfortable. Earned. Didn't think I'd get to say that, the old man added. But it's been quiet. Not peace, just quiet. Sometimes that's enough. Naruto nodded, letting the moment linger. Then his voice softened. I miss you. I figured, the old man said. You only come when you need something. Naruto chuckled. Guilty. They sat together, watching the wind sway the leaves. So, the old man said eventually, what brings you? I wanted to check in. See how our guest's doing. The old man's expression didn't change. She's haunted. First few days, she couldn't look my wife in the eyes. Flinched when the kids ran too fast. Wouldn't sleep unless the lights were on. Naruto looked toward the house. And now? She's softening. Just a little. Talks sometimes. Sleeps through the night. But the cracks are deep. Before Naruto could ask more, the front door slid open. A woman stepped out, elderly, kind-eyed, apron dusted with flour. Her smile lit up the porch when she saw Naruto. Hokage-sama. She beamed. He stood at once, returning her warmth with ease. Oba-san! You're looking as radiant as ever. Oh, hush! She laughed, swatting his arm lightly before wrapping him in a gentle hug. Come in. I've got stew on the fire and mochi ready to roll. Naruto hesitated, regretful. Tempting. But I promised Tsunade dinner tonight. Diplomatic duty and all that. You owe me a visit next time, she said firmly. I swear it, Naruto replied, hand over heart. She smiled, then turned toward the house again. I'll get her for you. As the door slid closed again, Naruto glanced at the old man's side, and finally noticed the folded wheelchair tucked beneath the porch railing. His voice lowered. It must have been hard. Taking her in after everything. The man looked down at his own useless legs. It wasn't her, he said simply. It was war. The door creaked again. A figure stepped out, slow, hesitant. Fu. Her eyes flicked up, then quickly down again, not meeting his. She wore a plain dress, her shoulders hunched slightly inward, like she was trying to disappear into herself. Naruto didn't speak right away. Fu, he said softly. It's time. We're heading home. She flinched at the word home. Her hands curled slightly, eyes wide, uncertain. Naruto didn't press. Pack light. We leave at first light. I'll meet you at the gate. She gave a small nod. No words. He turned back toward the old man, bowing his head slightly. Thank you, Naruto said. For everything. You gave me peace, boy, the man replied. I just passed it along. Naruto stepped off the porch and walked down the path, the sun dipping low behind the trees. As he disappeared from view, the woman stepped beside her husband and gently placed a hand on his shoulder. He's changed, she said. He had to, the old man murmured. Inside the house, Fu stood silently by the door, staring down at her hands. And beside her, resting on a shelf just above eye level, was a sealed ANBU mask, painted with dark red streaks, now dulled by time. And that concludes part 1 of this story. Thank you for spending your time here at Ichiraku Ramen and listening all the way to the end. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows the shinobi world to continue through new adventures and alternate timelines. If you enjoyed The Will of Fire, Reignition, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss future stories. Once again, full credit goes to Shay1819, the original writer of this story. If you would like to read the original version, you can find the link to the story in the description below. Let me know in the comments what story you would like to hear next. Until the next time, stay safe, and I'll see you again at Ichiraku Ramen.